economies are built on it. We tear the earth apart to get it. But have you ever thought about what oil actually is? It's death. It's the compressed remains of millions of years of life. Ancient forests, dinosaurs, oceans of plankton, all crushed, cooked, and liquefied by time. When you fill your car, you are burning ghosts. My name is Thomas Harris. I was the safety officer on Rig 42, an offshore drilling platform in the middle of the North Sea. We were stationed 100 miles from the nearest coast, floating on top of a dark, freezing abyss. Our job was simple: drill deeper than anyone else. The company geologist said there was a super reservoir down there. A pocket of oil so pure, it would change the market forever. They were right about the pocket, but they were wrong about what was inside. It wasn't oil, it wasn't fuel, it was something older, something that had been sleeping in the crushing dark for eons. And we woke it up. Location, Rig 42, North Sea. Depth, 5,000 meters below sea level. Time, 02:00. Life on a rig is loud. It never stops. The platform shakes constantly, vibrating with the power of the massive diesel generators. You feel it in your teeth. You feel it in your bones. I was in the control room, drinking my 5th cup of coffee, watching the monitors. Outside, a storm was brewing. The waves were already 30 feet high, smashing against the steel legs of the platform like sledgehammers. "Status report," I said into the radio. "Drill is steady, Tom," replied Miller, the drill supervisor. His voice sounded crackly over the comms. "We are at 18,000 feet, just hitting the cap rock now. Pressure is rising, but within limits." "Keep an eye on the torque," I warned. "The sensors are showing some weird vibrations, like the rock is rubbery." "Rubbery?" Miller laughed. "It's granite, Tom. It's hard as hell." I watched the needle on the pressure gauge. It was twitching. Not the smooth rise you expect when drilling through rock. It was jumping, spiking, thump, thump, thump. A vibration ran through the floor of the control room. It was different from the engines. It was rhythmic, like a heartbeat. "Did you feel that?" I asked. "Feel what?" Miller said. "Probably just the storm hitting the stabilizers." "No." I stood up, walking to the window that overlooked the drill floor. The rain was lashing against the glass. It came from below. Suddenly, the alarms on the console screamed. "Beep, beep, beep." "Pressure spike," Miller shouted. "We just punched through. The drill dropped 10 feet instantly. We're in the pocket." "Back off the pressure," I yelled. "Engage the blowout preventer. Bo-P, don't let it surge." "I'm trying. The mud pumps are maxed out." On the drill floor below, chaos erupted. The roughnecks were running. The massive Kelly drive was spinning wildly. Mud, drilling fluid, was spraying everywhere. But then, the mud changed color. Usually, drilling mud is a dull gray or brown. But what was spewing out of the pipe now was jet black. And it wasn't just liquid. It was thick, viscous. It moved like tar. "Stop the drill," I ordered, slamming the emergency stop button on my console. The machinery groaned and shuddered to a halt. The silence that followed was heavy. I grabbed my hard hat and ran down the metal stairs to the main deck. The smell hit me before I even opened the door. It didn't smell like oil. Oil smells like chemicals, like gasoline. This smelled like copper, like old pennies, and musk, like a wet animal. I walked onto the drill floor. The crew was standing around the rotary table, staring at the black sludge that was oozing out of the pipe. It was bubbling. "What is that?" one of the roughnecks, a kid named Dave, whispered. I stepped closer. The black substance was coating the deck. It was warm. I could feel the heat radiating from it, despite the freezing wind. I shined my flashlight on the pool of black liquid. It rippled, not from the wind, not from the vibration. The ripple started in the center and moved outward against the slope of the deck. "Miller," I said quietly, "get the sample kit. We need to analyze this." "It's just crude, Tom," Miller said, wiping his goggles. "Heavy crude." "No," I said, pointing my light at the pipe. "Look." We all looked. The black liquid wasn't just flowing out. It was pulsing. It was climbing up the sides of the drill pipe, defying gravity. It was coating the steel like a second skin. And as we watched, a large bubble formed on the surface of the pool. It burst with a wet pop. Inside the bubble, just for a second, I saw something that made my blood run cold. It looked like an eye, a milky, blind eye, rolling in the tar. "Seal the pipe," I said, my voice trembling. "Seal it now! Cap the well!" But it was too late. The rig shook violently. A deep, guttural roar echoed up from the pipe, from miles beneath the ocean floor. The earth wasn't giving us oil. It was bleeding, and the wound was angry. We evacuated the drill floor. I ordered a full lockdown of the red zone. Miller and I dragged Dave, the kid who was closest to the pipe, into the decontamination showers. "It burns!" Dave was screaming, clutching his left arm. "Get it off me! It's burning!" "Hold still, kid!" I shouted, blasting his arm with the high-pressure safety hose. The water was scalding hot, designed to strip chemical burns, but the black sludge didn't wash off. Oil is hydrophobic, it repels water, but eventually, with enough soap and pressure, it smears and comes off. This stuff didn't smear. It held its shape. It looked like a patch of black rubber glued to his skin. "Give me the brush," Miller said, his face pale. He grabbed a stiff bristle scrub brush and started scrubbing Dave's forearm. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Dave howled in pain. "Stop! You're tearing the skin!" Miller stopped. He dropped the brush. "Tom, look." I leaned in closer. The skin around the black patch was red and raw from the scrubbing, but the black patch itself hadn't moved an inch. In fact, it looked smaller. "It's not on his skin," I whispered, realizing the horror of it. "It's in his skin." The black fluid wasn't sitting on the surface. It was sinking into his pores. It was absorbing into his bloodstream like ink into a sponge. "I can feel it," Dave whimpered, his eyes wide and wet. "It feels heavy. It feels like it's moving up my arm." "Get him to the infirmary," I ordered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Quarantine protocols. Nobody touches him without gloves. Nobody." As Miller led Dave away, I looked down at the floor of the shower. A single drop of the black fluid had fallen from Dave's arm. It sat on the white tile. It didn't spread. It pulsed. Once, twice. Then slowly, it started to slide towards the drain. Not with the flow of water, but against it. It was crawling towards the dark pipe, seeking the shadows. I stepped on it with my heavy, steel-toed boot. I ground it into the tile. When I lifted my boot, the black drop was gone. It hadn't been crushed. It had absorbed into the rubber sole of my boot, and for a second, I felt a faint, warm vibration tickle the bottom of my foot. I went straight to the comms tower on the upper deck. I needed to call the mainland. I needed to get a chopper out here now. The wind on the gantry was brutal. It was a force 10 gale. Rain hit my face like buckshot. I had to clip my safety harness to the railing just to keep from being blown into the ocean below. "Command!" I yelled into my radio. "This is Rig 42. Mayday! We have a biohazard containment breach. Requesting immediate medevac." Static. Just a wall of white noise. I reached the door to the radio room and slammed it shut behind me, cutting off the wind. "Sparky!" I yelled at the radio operator, a guy named Henderson. "Are we getting through?" Henderson was sitting at his console, headphones on, staring at the signal strength meter. He looked terrified. "I can't get a signal out, Tom," Henderson said, his voice shaking. "The satellite uplink is dead." "Is it the storm?" "No." Henderson turned to me. "The dish is aligned. The power is on. But listen to this." He flipped a switch, putting the audio on the room speakers. Instead of the usual hiss of atmospheric static, a sound filled the room. It was a low, rhythmic thrumming. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded exactly like the vibration I had felt in the control room, the heartbeat of the black fluid. "It's jamming us," Henderson whispered. "The signal is coming from below us, from the wellhead. It's broadcasting on every frequency." Suddenly, a massive crash shook the entire rig. The lights flickered and died, replaced by emergency red strobes. "What was that?" I grabbed the door handle, We ran back out onto the deck. I looked up towards the helipad. The main communications mast, a 50-foot steel tower, was gone. It hadn't just blown over. It looked like it had been pulled down. The thick steel girders were twisted and bent inwards, towards the center of the platform. "The radio tower?" Henderson gasped. "It's gone." I walked to the edge of the railing and looked down into the dark, churning water, 500 feet below. The wreckage of the tower was disappearing into the waves, but something else was down there. In the flash of a lightning bolt, I saw the ocean surface boiling. Thousands of black bubbles were rising from the depths, surrounding the legs of the rig. The platform groaned again, a sound of tortured metal. "We're not just offline, Tom," Henderson said, backing away from the rail. "We're trapped." I looked at the horizon. Nothing but black waves and rain. No ships, no lights. We were alone with it, and it had just cut the phone line. Time, 04:15 a.m. Location, crew quarters, infirmary. The storm outside was screaming, but inside the rig, the silence was worse. I was sitting in the infirmary next to Dave's cot. The kid looked terrible. The black veins had spread from his arm up to his neck. They looked like a roadmap of a city that shouldn't exist. His skin was burning hot to the touch, but he was shivering. "Tom," he whispered. His eyes were closed. "I'm here, Dave. Medevac is coming," I lied. The radio was still dead. "Just hang tight." "Can you hear them?" Dave asked. His voice sounded wet, thick. "Hear who? The wind?" "No." Dave opened his eyes. The whites of his eyes were gone. They were filled with that same shifting, milky darkness I saw in the oil. "The pipes, they are singing." I frowned and looked up at the ceiling. The rig was full of pipes. Water, steam, hydraulic fluid, crude oil. They always made noise, but this was different. I stood up and pressed my ear against the cold steel of the main water line running along the wall. At first, I heard nothing but the rush of liquid. Then, I heard it. It wasn't a mechanical sound, it was a murmur. Thousands of voices, overlapping, whispering in a language that sounded like grinding stones. It was vibrating through the metal structure of the entire platform. "We return, we return, we return." I pulled back as if the pipe had burned me. "It's not just inside me, Tom," Dave smiled. It was a horrible, stretched smile. "It's in the walls. It's in the steel. The rig, it's drinking it too." Suddenly, the intercom on the wall buzzed. It was Miller. "Tom, get to the dive control station. Now!" "What's wrong?" "It's the structural integrity sensors on leg 3. Miller's voice was tight with panic. "They are reading critical stress. Something is crushing the support leg." I looked back at Dave. He was humming now, harmonizing with the sound in the pipes. I grabbed my jacket and ran. Location, 50 meters below sea level. Character, Eric, lead diver. I stood in the dive control room, staring at the grainy black and white monitors. Eric, our lead diver, was already in the water. He was suspended in the cage, descending towards leg 3. "Comms check, Eric," I said into the microphone. "Loud and clear, Tom," Eric replied. His voice was calm, professional. "Visibility is garbage, maybe 5 feet. Current is strong." "Watch your tether," I warned. "Sensors say the damage is at minus 50 meters, just below the waterline." On the screen, I saw Eric swim out of the cage. His flashlight cut a narrow beam through the murky, particulate-filled water. "Approaching leg 3 now," Eric said. "I see. Wait. What do you see?" "The leg. It's covered in something. It looks like seaweed, but it's thick." Eric moved closer. Through his helmet camera, we saw the massive steel pillar of the rig. It wasn't gray anymore. It was coated in a thick, pulsating black sludge, the same stuff from the drill. "It's the oil," I said. "It leaked into the sea." "No, Tom," Eric said, his breathing getting faster. "Oil floats. This stuff it's wrapping around the leg. It's squeezing it." Eric reached out with a gloved hand to touch the structure. "Eric, don't touch it!" I yelled. Too late. He poked the black mass with his metal probe. The mass flinched. The entire coating on the leg rippled. Thousands of tiny black tendrils shot out from the mass, grasping at the water, trying to find what had touched it. Jesus Christ! Eric swam back, thrashing his fins. It's alive! The whole damn leg is alive! Get out of there, Eric! Get back to the cage! Wait! Eric stopped. He turned his helmet light downwards, into the deep, dark abyss below the platform. Tom, the sensors were right. The leg is bending. What? Something is pulling on it from below. Something huge. On the monitor, I saw Eric looking down into the black void, and then something moved in the deep background. It was immense, a shadow so big it blocked out the faint light from the surface. A massive, serpentine shape, easily 100 feet wide, slowly coiling around the base of the rig far below. It wasn't a whale. It wasn't a submarine. It was a limb. A single, giant limb of something much, much bigger. Oh my God, Eric whispered. We aren't drilling into the earth, Tom. Eric, move! We're drilling into a shell. We're standing on top of an egg. Suddenly, the screen went static. Crunch. A sound like a submarine imploding echoed through the speakers. Then, silence. Eric! I screamed. Eric, report! Nothing but the hiss of the empty ocean. Winches up! Miller shouted at the operators. Pull the cage up! The cables screamed as they retracted. We waited, breathless, as the cage broke the surface and was hauled onto the deck. It was empty. The steel bars of the cage were bent open like soft clay, and dripping from the bars was that same thick black blood. The ocean wasn't just below us anymore. It was coming up to claim us. Abandon rig! Miller screamed over the wind. Get to the lifeboats! Move! Move! The loss of Eric broke everyone. The discipline was gone. Roughnecks pushed past engineers, scrambling towards the muster stations on the lower deck. I ran alongside Miller, checking the corridors. Where is Dave? I yelled. I told the medic to keep him secured. The medic is dead, Tom! Miller shouted back, his eyes wild. I found him in the hallway. His neck was twisted. My stomach turned. Dave wasn't just sick anymore. He was hostile. We burst onto the lifeboat deck. There were 2 capsules, orange unsinkable pods designed to survive anything. 20 men were crowding around pod 1. Get the door open! Someone screamed. It's stuck! I pushed through the crowd. Let me see. Back off! I grabbed the heavy release lever of the lifeboat hatch. It wouldn't budge. It wasn't frozen. It felt welded. I shone my flashlight into the mechanism. It wasn't rust. The gears were clogged with the black sludge. But it had changed. It had hardened into a resin-like substance, hard as rock. It had fused the door shut. Try pod 2, I shouted. We ran to the other side. Same thing. The launch mechanisms were gummed up with the black resin. This isn't an accident, I muttered, touching the hardened slime. Someone did this. Someone deliberately disabled the boats. Tom! Miller grabbed my shoulder and pointed up. High above us, on the gantry overlooking the lifeboat deck, a figure was standing in the rain. It was Dave, but he wasn't shivering anymore. He was standing perfectly still, ignoring the hurricane-force wind. His skin was completely black now, slick and shiny like a seal's, and he was smiling. You can't leave! Dave shouted. His voice was wrong. It was too deep. It sounded like 2 people speaking at once. We aren't finished yet! He raised his hand. He was holding a flare gun. Dave, don't! I screamed. He didn't aim at us. He aimed at the fuel drums stacked near the crane engine. Pop! Hiss! The flare hit the drums. An explosion of fire erupted, cutting off our path to the helipad. The shockwave knocked us flat. Back inside! I roared, dragging Miller up. Everyone to the galley! Seal the doors! Location, the mess hall, central deck. Survivors, 12 men left. We slammed the heavy watertight doors of the galley and spun the wheel to lock it. We were trapped in the belly of the beast. Is that it? Miller gasped, sliding down the wall. Is everyone else? Gone, I said, doing a quick head count. 12 of us, out of 40. The explosion cut off the others. The galley was silent, except for the terrified breathing of the men. I looked at them. Grease-stained faces, bleeding knuckles, eyes full of terror. Listen to me, I shouted, trying to take command. We are safe in here for now. These doors are rated for blast pressure. The fire can't get in." "What about that thing?" asked Jenkins, a young roustabout. "Dave. What was he?" "That wasn't Dave," I said grimly. "Whatever came out of that well, it takes you over. It uses you." I looked around the room. "Check yourselves, right now. If anyone has even a drop of that black SHT on them, speak up, or I throw you out myself." Silence. Men started frantically checking their arms, their boots. "I'm clean," Miller said. "Me too." "We're clean, Tom." Suddenly, the intercom on the wall crackled to life. It shouldn't have been working. The power was cut. "Tom?" It was Dave's voice, but it was coming from everywhere. "Open the door, Tom. It's cold out here." "Don't listen to him," I yelled. "Nobody touch that door." "You think the steel protects you?" The voice laughed. It was a wet, gurgling sound. "You are looking at the walls. You should be looking at the vents." We all froze. We looked up. The galley had large industrial ventilation ducts running across the ceiling. Drip. A single drop of black liquid fell from the vent directly onto the stainless steel table in the center of the room. Drip. Drip. Then the metal of the vent groaned. Something was inside the ducts, something heavy, and it was crawling right above our heads. "They're inside!" Miller screamed. "Get the welding torches! Weld the vents!" "We don't have torches!" I shouted, looking for a weapon. I grabbed a heavy meat cleaver from the kitchen counter. "Get back! Everyone back against the wall!" The vent cover burst open. Location: the engine room. Lower deck. Survivors: 5 men left. The vent cover in the galley crashed onto the table. A mass of black sludge poured out, forming into the shape of a torso. It screeched, a sound like metal tearing. "Run!" I screamed. "To the service stairs! Go down!" We scrambled through the kitchen back door, leaving the others behind. I heard their screams. I heard the wet crunch of bones snapping. I didn't look back. We sprinted down the narrow metal staircase, deeper into the rig. With every flight of stairs, the air got hotter. The smell became unbearable, burning diesel mixed with that rotting musk. "Where are we going?" Miller gasped, limping. He had lost his hard hat. "The engine room!" I shouted. "We have to overload the main generators. If we blow the fuel tanks, we kill this thing." "Suicide? It's better than becoming that," I spat. We reached the heavy blast door of the engine room. It was warm to the touch. I spun the wheel and kicked it open. We froze. The engine room was massive, a cathedral of pipes and turbines. But it didn't look like a machine shop anymore. It looked like the inside of a ribcage. The black resin had coated everything. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. Thick, vein-like cables of the black substance were pulsing along the pipes, pumping fluid into the massive diesel generators. "My God," Miller whispered. It's driving the rig." The creature wasn't just destroying the platform, it was integrating with it. The pistons were moving, but not with fuel. They were being pushed by the black muscle. The lights were flickering with a biological rhythm. In the center of the room, hanging from the ceiling like a bat, was a cocoon. It was made of the black slime, and inside it, trapped in the resin, was the chief engineer. His face was frozen in a silent scream, tubes of the black stuff going into his mouth and nose. He was the battery. "Don't look at him," I grabbed Miller. "Get to the control panel. Override the safeties. We need to make these engines run until they melt." We ran across the fleshy floor. It squelched under our boots. The room was alive, and it knew we were there. I reached the main console. I smashed the glass cover of the emergency shutoff, but instead of hitting stop, I jammed the throttle levers to max. "Bypassing the governors," I yelled. "RPM is redlining. She's gonna blow in 5 minutes." The engines screamed. The vibration was so intense it blurred my vision. Suddenly, the entire rig lurched sideways. Crack! It sounded like the world snapping in half. Gravity shifted. We slid across the floor, slamming into the railing. "We're listing!" Miller shouted. "Leg 3 just collapsed." "No." I pulled myself up. It didn't collapse. It was pulled. I looked out the reinforced porthole near the waterline. The storm was illuminated by the emergency strobes, and then I saw the scale of it. The drill pipe, the one going down 5 miles. It wasn't a pipe anymore. It had shattered. Rising from the moon pool, wrapping around the entire platform, was a tentacle. But it was colossal. It was as thick as a highway. It was covered in barnacles and ancient scars. It was squeezing the oil rig like a soda can. We didn't hit a pocket miller, I realized, staring at the Leviathan. We stuck a needle into a living god, and now it's swatting the mosquito. The black sludge in the room began to rise. It was forming shapes again. Faceless, humanoid shapes peeling themselves off the walls. The antibodies of the beast. "They're coming!" Miller yelled, grabbing a large wrench. "The engines!" I checked the gauge. 2 minutes to critical mass. We have to hold them off. "Tom," Miller looked at me. He was calm now. "Go to the flare tower. You need to manually trigger the ignition if the panel fails." "I'm not leaving you!" "Someone has to make sure this place burns." Miller smiled sadly. He looked at the horde of black monsters advancing on us. "Go. Tell the world not to dig." He charged at them, swinging the wrench. "Go!" I turned and ran. I ran towards the ladder leading to the upper deck. Behind me I heard Miller screaming, and then the wet sound of tearing flesh. I climbed. I climbed while the rig groaned and tilted into the hungry sea. Location: the flare tower, highest point of the rig. Status: critical. The rig was dying. It was tilted at a 45-degree angle. I wasn't running anymore. I was climbing the deck, grating like a ladder. Below me, the ocean churned with white foam and black ink. The massive tentacle was crushing the accommodation block like it was made of paper. I reached the base of the flare tower. This was the highest point, the gas vent. "Come on!" I screamed, pulling myself up the final ladder. My hands were bleeding. My lungs were burning. I reached the ignition platform. The wind here was strong enough to peel the skin off your face. I looked at the control panel for the pilot light. It was smashed. The automatic ignition was dead. "Damn it!" I patted my pockets. No lighter, no matches. I looked down. The engine room was glowing red. The overload was seconds away. But without the gas flare lit, the blowout preventer wouldn't ignite the massive gas cloud releasing from the well. It would just be a spill. I needed fire. I needed a total burn. Then I saw him. Standing on the railing of the tilted walkway, defying gravity, was Dave. Or the thing wearing Dave's skin. He wasn't smiling anymore. His face had split open, revealing rows of translucent, needle-like teeth. "It's beautiful, isn't it, Tom?" the thing gurgled. "The ocean is taking back what is hers." "Go to hell," I shouted. "We are already there." Dave stepped closer. "Put down the flare gun, Tom. Join the deep. It's warm. It's eternal." I looked at my hand. I was still clutching the emergency flare gun I had grabbed from the lifeboat deck earlier. I had forgotten I had it. I raised the gun. "You're right, Dave," I said, aiming not at him, but at the massive cloud of methane gas venting above our heads. "It is cold out here." Dave's eyes widened. He screeched, a sound of pure alien panic. He lunged at me. "Let's warm it up." I pulled the trigger. The red magnesium flare shot up into the gas cloud. For a microsecond, there was silence. Then the sky turned orange. The gas ignited. A massive fireball, hotter than the sun, engulfed the tower. The shockwave hit me like a freight train. It blew Dave off the railing into the abyss. And then, the engines below detonated. Boom! The rig broke in half. I was thrown into the air, falling into a world of fire and water. They found me 2 days later, floating on a piece of wreckage, 50 miles south of the site. I was the only survivor. The official report said it was a catastrophic blowout caused by a rogue wave. They blamed the structural failure on the storm. They paid off the families. They sealed the records. Shell, BP, Exxon, they all stayed away from that sector for a while. But memory is short, and greed is eternal. Last week, I saw the news. A new consortium is building a next-generation platform, Rig 55, right over the same coordinates. They say the reservoir is too valuable to ignore. I live in a small cabin now, far inland. I don't go near the sea. But sometimes when it rains, I swear the water tastes like copper. And yesterday, I was walking by the local creek. I saw a patch of oil on the water. Just a rainbow sheen from a car leak, probably, but I watched it. I watched it for an hour. It didn't drift with the current. It stayed in place. And then, it blinked. The ocean is big, my friends, and deep. We think we are the masters of this planet because we can build islands of steel, but we are just guests. And the landlord is waking up. This is Captain Nightwhisper. If you see black oil on the beach, don't touch it. Run. Out. My name is Sergeant Marcus Graver. Call sign, Grave. Team leader of Echo Squad, United States Special Forces. If you are listening to this recording, then the official report they gave the press is a lie. We didn't die in a training accident in the Nevada desert. We didn't suffer a mechanical failure. And we certainly didn't vanish without a trace. I am. Currently 5,000 meters above sea level, buried inside a nameless peak in the Tien Shan mountain range. My legs are crushed, my battery is at 4%, and I am not alone in this dark. This tape is my confession. This is the black box they sent us to find, but I am making it myself. The world needs to know what Op Rock really was. They told us it was a recovery mission. They told us a KH-11 spy satellite had gone down over a geological anomaly. They said, go in, secure the hard drives, get out. Standard snatch and grab. They lied. There was no satellite. There never was. They didn't send us here to recover technology. They sent us here to feed something. I can hear it moving in the tunnels below me. It sounds like grinding stone. It sounds like the earth itself is chewing on bones. It knows I'm here. It's just waiting. Waiting for the calcification to finish. I don't have much time. The cold isn't killing me anymore. In fact, the rock feels warm now. That's the first sign, isn't it? When the stone feels like flesh? This is the true account of Operation Black Rock. Listen closely, and for God's sake, if you ever hear a humming sound coming from the ground beneath your feet, run. Don't look back, just run. The turbulence was unlike anything I had ever felt in 20 years of service. It wasn't just wind. It felt like the air itself was fighting us. The Chinook was being tossed around like a toy in a washing machine. I looked around the cabin, bathed in the sickly red glow of the tactical lights. My team sat strapped in, looking more like statues than men. There was Viper, our sniper, cleaning his scope for the 10th time, a nervous tick. Doc, gripping his medkit like a lifeline. Miller, our tech specialist, staring at his tablet with a frown that deepened by the second. And Rook, the kid. It was his first Black Ops rotation. He looked pale, his eyes darting around the shaking hull. He was trying to be brave, but I could smell the fear on him. It smelled like copper and sweat. 2 minutes to insertion, the pilot's voice crackled over the comms, barely audible over the screaming engines. I can't hold her steady much longer, Sergeant. The instruments are going haywire. The altimeter is dancing between 10,000 and 0. Just get us on the ground, cowboy, I yelled back, pressing the throat mic against my neck. Drop us on the LZ and get the hell out of the storm. I stood up, grabbing the overhead strap. The floor beneath my boots vibrated violently, but it wasn't the vibration of the engine. It was a lower frequency, something that rattled your teeth and settled deep in your gut. A hum. Check your gear, I barked. Night vision on. We go in hard and fast. No loose ends. The team moved with practiced efficiency. Click, snap, check. I pulled my NVG's, night vision goggles, down. The world turned into a grainy, green phosphor nightmare. Through the open ramp at the back, I saw the target, the mountain. It didn't look like the surrounding peaks. The other mountains were jagged, white with snow, chaotic. This one was wrong. It was too sharp, too jagged, and dark. The snow didn't seem to stick to the upper slopes. It stood like a black fang tearing into the stormy sky. Green light, go, go, go. We unhooked and sprinted off the ramp into the blizzard. The wind hit us like a physical blow, a hammer of ice. We hit the ground hard, rolling and taking up defensive positions instantly. The Chinook didn't linger. As soon as our boots cleared the metal, the pilot pulled up aggressively, the engine screaming as he fought to escape the mountain's gravity. Within seconds, the sound of the rotors faded, swallowed by the howling wind. We were alone. "Sound off," I ordered. "Viper, good. Doc, good. Miller, good. Rook, I'm good, Sarge." "Miller, get me a sit rep. Which way to the crash site?" I asked, scanning the perimeter. The visibility was near zero, just swirling snow and black rock. Miller tapped his wrist computer. Then he tapped it harder. He shook his arm. "Sarge, I'm getting nothing. GPS is dead. SATCOM is dead. My compass is... Look at this." I walked over to him, shielding my eyes from the snow. I looked at the analog compass on his wrist. The needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning, round and round and round, fast, like it was terrified of picking a direction. "Magnetic interference," Viper grunted, scanning the dark with his rifle. "Must be heavy iron deposits in the rock." "No," Rook said. His voice was small, trembling. I turned to the kid. He was kneeling on the ground, one glove off, his bare hand pressed against the black stone of the mountain floor. "Rook, put your glove back on. You'll get frostbite," Doc warned, stepping forward. "It's not cold," Rook whispered, looking up at me. His eyes were wide, reflecting the green glow of my night vision. "Sarge, the ground, it's not cold, it's warm." I frowned. We were at 15,000 feet in a blizzard. The ambient temperature was -30. The ground should be a block of ice. I knelt down next to him. I hesitated, then pulled off my own tactical glove. I pressed my palm against the jagged black rock. He was right. It wasn't just warm. It was hot, like the hood of a car that had been running for hours. But it wasn't volcanic heat. It didn't feel like fire. It felt biological, moist, and there was something else. Under my palm, faint but undeniable, I felt a rhythmic thrumming. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a mountain we were standing on. It felt like the chest of a sleeping giant. "Gear up," I said, standing up quickly and putting my glove back on to hide the shaking of my hand. "We move, now, before whatever is heating this rock decides to wake up." We moved out into the dark, leaving footprints in the snow that melted almost instantly upon touching the black stone. We were walking into the mouth of the beast, and we didn't even know it yet. We marched for 20 minutes, battling a whiteout so dense I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The only thing guiding us was Miller's localized tracker, which was flickering in and out of existence like a dying heartbeat. "Target is 200 meters straight ahead," Miller shouted over the wind. "But Sarge, the readings are wrong." "Define wrong," I yelled back. "The thermal scope. It's lighting up like a Christmas tree. The whole mountainside ahead of us, it's bleeding heat." We pushed through a ridge of sharp rocks and suddenly, the wind died down. Not gradually, instantly. We stepped into a pocket of dead air. The snow fell straight down here, heavy and wet. And there it was. We expected a crash site, twisted metal, burning debris, a crater. Instead, we found a door. It wasn't a natural cave. Nature doesn't make perfect circles. The entrance was a flawless geometric hole bored straight into the side of the cliff face, about 20 feet in diameter. The edges were perfectly smooth, almost polished. No blast marks, no drilling scars. It looked like someone had taken a giant, hot spoon and scooped the rock out like ice cream. "What in the hell is that?" Viper whispered. He raised his sniper rifle, scanning the darkness inside. "I don't see any satellite debris, just the hole." "Doc, check radiation," I ordered. Doc stepped forward, his Geiger counter clicking sporadically. "Normal background levels, Sarge. Actually, lower than normal. It's like the rock is absorbing the radiation." We stood at the threshold. A warm, humid breeze was flowing out of the tunnel, smelling of ozone and something metallic. Copper? Blood? It was hard to tell. "Miller, are we at the coordinates?" "Dead center, Sarge. The black box signal is coming from inside, deep inside." I looked at the perfect circle of darkness. My gut was screaming at me to turn around. Every survival instinct I had honed over 2 decades was telling me that this wasn't a cave. It was a mouth, and we were walking right down its throat. "Standard formation," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sudden quiet. "Viper, take point. Rook, watch our six. We go in, we find the box, we get out. Don't touch the walls. We crossed the threshold. The moment we stepped inside, the sound of the storm vanished completely. It was replaced by a silence so heavy it felt like pressure on my eardrums. The air was thick, hot and dry. I looked at the walls through my NVGs. They weren't rough stone, they were covered in strange, flowing patterns. Not carvings, more like veins. Veins of a slightly lighter mineral running through the black rock, pulsing very, very slowly. "Sarge," Viper called out from the front. He had stopped. "What is it?" "The floor," Viper said. He sounded disturbed. "Look at the dust." I looked down. The floor of the tunnel was covered in a thick layer of gray dust, but it wasn't undisturbed. There were drag marks, deep furrows in the dust leading deeper into the cave. "Something was dragged in here," Doc said, kneeling down. "Recently." "Or something dragged itself in," Viper muttered. "Eyes up," I commanded. "Stay sharp." We moved deeper. The tunnel angled downward, spiraling into the heart of the mountain. The heat was rising. I was sweating under my gear now, and that sound, that low, rhythmic thumping I felt at the landing zone, it was louder here. It was vibrating in the soles of my boots. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a clock ticking down, or a heart waiting to speed up. The tunnel didn't end, it opened up. We stepped out of the narrow corridor into a cavern so vast that our flashlights couldn't hit the ceiling. It was a cathedral of shadow. The air here was stiflingly hot, maybe 30 degrees Celsius. But it wasn't the size of the room that stopped us dead in our tracks. It was what stood in the center. "Dear God," Doc whispered. Rising from the floor of the cavern was a single massive object, the monolith. It was a slab of obsidian black stone, easily 50 feet tall and 20 feet wide. It was perfectly rectangular, sharp-edged, and utterly featureless. It didn't look like it was built on the floor. It looked like it had grown out of it, piercing through the earth like a jagged bone spur. My tactical light hit the surface of the object, but there was no reflection. The light didn't bounce back. The rock swallowed the beam. It was like looking into a hole in reality, a void in the shape of a tombstone. Is that the satellite?" Rook asked. His voice was trembling, but not with fear, with awe. "That's no satellite, kid," Miller said, checking his scanner frantically. "Sarge, I'm getting readings off the charts. Not radiation, electromagnetic waves. This thing is broadcasting. It's a transmitter." "Broadcasting to who?" Viper asked, keeping his rifle trained on the dark void of the stone. "Not to who," Miller replied, his face pale in the glow of his screen. "To where? The signal isn't going up into space. It's going down, into the crust." I walked closer, keeping my weapon raised. The monolith had a presence. Gravity seemed heavier near it. The hum was deafening in my head now, making my teeth ache. "Secure the perimeter!" I shouted, trying to break the trance the object seemed to cast on us. "Miller, hook up to the base, see if there's an interface. Viper, watch the exits. There are other tunnels leading into this chamber." But no one moved. They were all staring at it, especially Rook. The kid had lowered his weapon. He was walking towards the monolith, his steps slow and deliberate. He looked like a sleepwalker. "Rook, stand down!" I barked. He didn't hear me. He was mumbling something, over and over again. I ran towards him, grabbing his shoulder to spin him around. "I said stand down, soldier!" Rook turned to look at me. Under the green tint of the night vision, his eyes looked wide, blown out. He was smiling, a faint, terrible smile. "Can't you hear it, Sarge?" he whispered. "It's singing." "Nothing is singing, Rook. Snap out of it." "It knows us," Rook continued, looking back at the black stone. "It knows we're here. It says, the shell is cracking." Before I could stop him, Rook reached out. He pulled his glove off with his teeth, dropping it to the dusty floor. His bare hand hovered inches from the surface of the monolith. "Rook, don't touch it!" He didn't listen. He pressed his naked palm flat against the obsidian surface. The hum stopped. The vibration stopped. Rook stood there, frozen, his hand glued to the stone. "Rook?" I asked, raising my rifle. He didn't move. He didn't breathe. Then slowly, He turned his head back to me. The smile was gone. His face was a mask of pure terror. "It's not a rock," he gasped. "It's a lid, and we just opened it." Then I saw it. Where his hand touched the black stone, the darkness began to spread. Not onto the rock, but onto him. A stain of charcoal gray crept from his fingertips, moving up his wrist, hardening his skin, turning flesh into stone in seconds. The infection had begun. "Get him back! Get him away from it!" I screamed, my voice cracking under the adrenaline. Viper didn't hesitate. He tackled Rook, slamming into the kid's chest and dragging him violently away from the monolith. Rook didn't fight back. He felt heavy. When he hit the floor, it didn't sound like a body hitting dirt. It sounded like a sack of wet cement slapping against concrete. "Doc, get on him," I ordered, keeping my rifle trained on the monolith, half expecting it to move, to attack. But the stone stood silent. The hum had stopped. It was waiting. Doc was already ripping open his medical kit. "Rook, stay with me. Let me see the hand." Rook was hyperventilating, staring at his own arm. Viper held him down, but his face was pale. "Sarge, look at his arm. Jesus Christ, look at it." I shone my tactical light on Rook's right hand. The glove was gone. The skin from his fingertips to his elbow was no longer flesh-colored. It was a dull, charcoal gray. It looked like rough slate. "Can you move your fingers?" Doc asked, his voice shaking. Rook tried. We all heard it. Krk! Krk! It was the sound of stone grinding against stone. His fingers twitched stiffly, like the joints of a rusty statue. "It doesn't hurt," Rook whispered, tears streaming down his face. "Why doesn't it hurt, Doc? I can't feel my hand. It feels heavy." "Miller," I shouted, turning to our comms specialist. "Get us an evac! Now! We have a casualty! Biological containment breach!" Miller was frantically tapping his headset, spinning dials on his chest rig. "I'm trying, Sarge, but the frequencies they're jammed." "Jammed by what? The storm?" "No, listen." Miller ripped his headset off and held it out to me. "Listen to the static." I grabbed the headset and pressed it to my ear. I expected white noise, screeching wind. Instead, I heard water. Poof! Crash! It was unmistakable. The sound of heavy, rhythmic waves crashing against metal pillars. The groan of steel bending under pressure. The cry of seagulls, distorted and distant. "What is that?" I asked, a cold chill running down my spine. "Is that the ocean?" "We are 2,000 miles from the nearest coastline," Miller said, his eyes wide with terror. "But that signal is coming through crystal clear. Sarge, it's not coming from the sky. It's coming from below us." I looked back at the monolith. It's a receiver, I realized. Rook completed the circuit. It's listening to something else. Suddenly, the voice in the headset changed. The waves receded, and a human voice broke through the static. It was faint, tinny, and filled with panic. "Rig 42 to anyone. The drill. We hit something. It's alive. Burning. Help us." The transmission cut out, replaced by the grinding sound of rock. I dropped the headset. The silence in the cave returned, heavier than before. "That was a distress call," Doc said softly. "From an oil rig?" "How?" Viper asked. "How is a rock in a mountain receiving radio from an oil rig?" Rook groaned on the floor. The grey stain had moved past his elbow. It was climbing towards his shoulder. "They are connected," Rook gasped. His voice sounded different now, deeper, rougher, like gravel in a mixer. The blood in the water, the bone in the mountain, one body, one sleeper. He looked at me. His pupils were dilating. One of them was turning grey. "He's waking up, Sarge, and he's hungry." We dragged Rook to the far wall, as far away from the monolith as possible. We set up a perimeter, rifles aimed at the darkness, while Doc worked on the kid. It wasn't working. "I can't get a vein," Doc hissed, throwing a broken syringe to the floor. "The needle won't go in. His skin. It's too hard." I crouched beside them. Rook was sitting up against the cave wall. His right arm was now completely calcified. It hung at his side, useless, a perfect sculpture of a human arm made of dark grey stone. The infection had reached his neck. Grey veins were spiderwebbing up his jawline. "Rook," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Talk to me. What are you feeling?" Rook looked at me. His right eye was gone, turned into a smooth grey marble. His left eye was terrified. "It's quiet, Sarge," he rasped. He couldn't move the right side of his mouth. "The fear is gone. It just feels solid, permanent." "We're going to get you out," I lied. "Chopper is 5 minutes out." Rook laughed, a dry, cracking sound. "Don't lie to the dead, Grave. You heard the radio, the protocol." He tried to lift his stone arm. He couldn't. But the fingers moved on their own. They tapped a rhythm on the floor. Tap, 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 tap. "Doc, what is that?" I asked, pointing at the fingers. "Involuntary muscle spasms," Doc said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "No," Viper said from the shadows. "That's not a spasm, that's code." We all looked at the stone fingers, tapping against the rock floor. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. "It's counting," Miller whispered. "It's counting us." Rook's head snapped back against the wall with a sickening thud. His neck locked in place, the grey spread over his chin, sealing his lips shut on the right side. "Kill me," Rook mumbled through half a mouth. "Please, before I go into the hive." "What hive, Rook?" I gripped his good shoulder. "What do you see?" "The network," he slurred. "I see millions of them, buried in the earth, like this one, all over the world, waiting for the signal." His remaining eye locked onto mine. "The oil, the black oil, it's the mind. The rock is the receiver. Don't let them connect. Don't let the signal." He choked. The grey stone surged up, covering his nose, his left cheek. His last eye began to cloud over. "Do it!" Viper yelled, racking the slide of his rifle. "He's turning. End it." "Stand down," I ordered. "He's gone, Sarge. Look at him." Rook's body went rigid. His chest stopped rising. He was a statue, a perfect, terrifying statue of a screaming soldier, frozen in eternal agony. We stood there in silence. The only sound was our own breathing and the distant hum of the monolith. Then the statue spoke. It didn't move its lips. The sound didn't come from a throat. It vibrated directly from the stone chest cavity, a low, grinding resonance. "Subject confirmed. Integration complete. Accessing tactical memories." It wasn't Rook's voice. It sounded like two tectonic plates rubbing together. Viper screamed and opened fire. "Cease fire! You're gonna kill us all!" I tackled Viper, wrestling the rifle away. When we looked back at Rook, he wasn't damaged. The bullets had flattened against his skin. It was still sitting there. And then slowly, the stone head turned. The grey blind eyes looked directly at Viper. "Threat detected," the stone voice ground out. "Initiating purge." The walls of the cave began to shift. Grave. "Seal it, Miller, help me seal it." Miller. "It's rusted shut. Push." Grave. "Sound off. Who made it?" Doc. "I'm here. I think I'm gonna be sick." Viper. "Did you see it? Did you see the walls? They were reaching for us, like hands." Grave. "Focus. Where are we?" I raised my flashlight. We weren't in a natural cave anymore. We were in a man-made structure, but it wasn't American. The walls were lined with rotting green panels. Old, bulky computer terminals sat on rusted metal desks. Dust motes danced in the beam of my light, thick as fog. "Look at the writing," Miller whispered, wiping dust off a console. "Cyrillic. It's Russian." Viper. "Russians? In the Tian Shan Mountains? This far deep?" Grave. "This isn't a listening post," I said, walking deeper into the room. "Look at the equipment. Spectrometers, seismic drills, biological containment units. This was a lab." We moved through the ghostly facility. It felt like a tomb. And then we found the crew. They weren't lying on the floor. They were part of the room. A skeleton in a tattered Soviet uniform was sitting in a chair, but his spine had fused with the metal backrest. His hands were merged with the table, the bone turning into steel, the steel turning into stone. Calcification, Doc muttered, scanning the body. Just like Rook, but slower. These men didn't die instantly. They sat here and waited to turn into statues. "Sarge, over here!" Miller called out. He was holding a thick, leather-bound logbook. "I found the commander's journal. It's dated 1982. "Read it," I ordered. Miller flipped the brittle pages. "My Russian is rusty, but listen to this." Miller, reading or translating. "Day 40. The drilling has stopped. We hit the barrier. It is not natural rock. It is a shell." Day 45. We made contact with Station Vostok in Antarctica. They report the same findings. They drill into the ice and find the blood, fluid. We drill into the mountain and find the bone, solid. It is one organism. The Earth is merely the skin keeping it asleep. Miller stopped. He looked up at me, his face pale. "Project Vostok. That's the rig, isn't it? Rig 42? "Keep reading," Viper snapped. "How do we kill it?" Miller. Day 52. The frequency is increasing. The men are hearing voices. They see enemies in the shadows. We are sealing the doors. Not to keep the Americans out, but to keep the stone in. If the blood and the bone connect, if the signal completes, the shell will crack. God save us all. Grave. "The signal," I whispered. Rook touched the monolith. He completed the circuit. Doc. "So we're not just fighting a rock," Doc said, his voice trembling. "We're fighting the planet's immune system, and we are the virus." Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered. The old Soviet terminals, dead for 40 years, buzzed to life. Green phosphor screens lit up with a single blinking message in Russian. Viper. "What does it say?" Miller. "It says, protocol initiated. Purge organic matter." Grave. "Turn it off. Miller, kill the power." Miller. "I can't. It's not running on electricity. It's running on the monolith's energy." The sound wasn't just noise. It was a frequency designed to scramble the human brain. I felt a sharp pain behind my eyes. My vision started to blur. Shadows in the corners of the room began to stretch and twist. Viper. "Get back! Stay back!" I spun around. Viper had his rifle raised. He was aiming at Doc. Grave. "Viper, stand down! That's Doc!" Viper. "No! Look at him! Look at his face!" Viper screamed, his eyes wild. "He's one of them! He's made of stone! He's got no eyes!" I looked at Doc. He looked normal to me. Terrified, sweating, human. But to Viper, the frequency was painting a monster over his friend's face. Doc. "Viper, please, put the gun down. It's the sound. It's hallucination." Viper. "You're lying. I saw what you did to Rook. You fed him to the wall." Grave. "Viper, look at me." I stepped between them, hands raised. "It's Grave. We are your team. We are Echo Squad." Viper swung the rifle towards me. Through the barrel, I stared into the eyes of a man who was no longer there. The discipline was gone. Only primal fear remained. "You're not Grave," Viper whispered. "Grave is dead. You're just a statue wearing his skin." Grave. "Don't do it, soldier." Viper. "Get out of my head!" Time slowed down. I felt the heat of the bullet pass my cheek. It missed me by an inch. It didn't miss Miller. Miller, who was behind me trying to smash the console, grunted. A wet, heavy sound. He dropped to his knees. A dark stain bloomed on his chest rig. "Dogyok." "Miller!" Viper blinked. The sound of the gunshot seemed to snap him out of the hallucination for a second. He looked at his smoking rifle. He looked at Miller bleeding on the floor. Viper. No, I didn't. I saw a monster." Grave. "Doc, get to Miller." I lunged at Viper, slamming the butt of my rifle into his face. He went down hard, unconscious before he hit the floor. I zip-tied his hands instantly. I crawled over to Miller. Doc was pressing gauze into the wound, but the blood wasn't right. It wasn't soaking into the gauze. It was hitting the floor and moving. The droplets of blood were rolling across the dusty concrete like mercury, gathering together, pulling towards the walls. Miller. Sarge. Miller coughed, blood bubbling on his lips. The signal. It's in my head. I can see the layout. Grave. Save your strength, Miller. Miller. No, listen. The Soviet map. On the screen. There's an elevator. Behind the bulkhead. It goes up to the surface. He gripped my hand. His skin was turning cold. Not dead cold. Stone cold. Miller. Don't let me turn, Grave. Please. Don't let me become part of the wall. I looked at his wound. The edges were already turning gray. The calcification was accelerating. The gunshot had opened a direct path for the infection. I looked at Doc. Doc shook his head slowly. There was nothing he could do. I pulled my sidearm. My hand felt heavy. Grave. I promise, Miller, you won't turn. Miller closed his eyes. He nodded once. Grave. Grab Viper. We're leaving. We find that elevator, or we die trying. Doc. Sarge, look at the blood. I looked. Miller's blood had reached the wall. The green panels were absorbing it, and as they did, the blast door, the one we had sealed, began to unlock. Click, clack, hiss. The door slid open. Standing in the darkness of the tunnel wasn't the Rook statue. It was hundreds of them. The previous Soviet team, statues of bone and uniform, pulled from the walls, blocking our only exit. Grave. Reload. We're going up. Grave. Move! Back to the elevator! Go! We ran. Or we tried to. Dragging Viper's unconscious body between us, Doc and I stumbled back into the corridor. Behind us, the statues were pouring out of the sealed room like a landslide. They didn't scream. They didn't shout. They just made that sound. That grinding, clicking sound of bone turning against stone sockets. Doc. They're blocking the hallway! Sarge, there's too many of them! I turned and raised my rifle. The lead creature, a Soviet officer, whose face was a featureless slab of gray slate, lunged at me. I fired a 3-round burst into its chest. Ping, ping, crack. The bullet sparked off its stone torso. It didn't even slow down. It swung a heavy, calcified arm, smashing into the wall next to my head. Concrete dust exploded into my eyes. Grave. Bullets are useless. Doc, the grenade. Give me the thermite. Doc fumbled with his vest, tossing me a canister. I pulled the pin. The fuse hissed. A burning magnesium scream. Grave. Frag out! Cover! I rolled the thermite grenade under the feet of the advancing horde. We threw ourselves around the corner just as it detonated. The heat wave hit us, smelling of burning sulfur and ozone. The blast didn't kill them, but it melted them. The front line of the stone soldiers fused together into a molten slag, creating a barricade that blocked the others behind them. Grave. That won't hold them forever. To the lift. Miller said it was behind the bulkhead. We reached the heavy blast door at the end of the hall. I slammed my fist into the override panel. Nothing. No power. Doc. It's dead. We're trapped. From behind the wall of molten stone, we heard them scratching, breaking through. Grave. Manual release. Pull the chain. We grabbed the rusted chains hanging from the ceiling. We pulled with everything we had. My muscles screamed. Viper groaned on the floor, waking up to the nightmare. Creak. Groan. Clang. The door lifted just enough for us to slide under. We dragged Viper through and let the door slam shut. We were in a vertical shaft. In the center, a primitive industrial elevator cage hung from thick, greasy cables. Viper, weakly. Where are we? Grave. We're leaving, Viper. Get in the cage. We scrambled into the rusted cage. I hit the up lever. The gears ground against each other. Sparks showered down on us. The cage shuddered, and then, miraculously, began to rise. As we ascended, I looked through the mesh floor. Below us, the blast door we just passed was being torn apart. Dozens of gray hands were reaching into the shaft, clawing at the empty air. And below them, deep in the pit, I saw a glow, a pulsing, violet light, the heart of the mountain. It looked like a giant, unblinking eye staring up at us. Doc. Don't look down, Sarge. Just watch the numbers climb. The elevator rattled upwards, carrying us away from hell, or so we thought. The elevator breached the surface. We burst out of a hidden hatch on the snowy peak, gasping for freezing, clean air. The storm was raging, but it felt like a blessing compared to the stifling heat of the caves. We collapsed in the snow. Viper was conscious now, shivering violently, clutching his head. Grave. Echo. Actual to command. Echo actual to command. Do you copy? Over. I screamed into the radio handset, praying the interference was gone. For a moment, just static. Then, a voice. Clear. Cold. Command. Echo. Actual. This is Overwatch. Authenticate. Grave. Authenticate. We have casualties. Mission is Fubar. We have a biological containment breach. Requesting immediate dust-off. Get us off this rock. Command. Echo Actual. Authenticate code phrase. What is the status of the package? I looked at Viper and Doc. They were barely alive. Rook and Miller were dead. Grave. Authentication code, Delta 9 Zulu. The package is active. It's hostile. The whole mountain is hostile. There was a long pause on the radio. Too long. Command. Copy that, Echo. Package confirmed active. You have confirmed the existence of the organism. Grave. Yeah, we confirmed it. Now send the extraction. We are at the LZ. Command. Negative, Echo. Extraction is not authorized. My blood ran cold. Colder than the snow. Grave. Say again, Overwatch. We are the only survivors. We have vital intel. Command. You are the intel sergeant. You have been exposed to the contaminant. Protocol, Broken Arrow, is in effect. Quarantine measures are active. Doc. What does that mean? Grave, what are they saying? Grave. It means... I looked up at the sky. Above the storm clouds, I heard a sound. Not the chop of a rescue helicopter. It was the roar of jet engines. Fast movers. Grave. It means we were never the recovery team. We were the canary in the coal mine. They sent us in to see if the trap would snap shut. Viper. They're gonna leave us here? Grave. No, they're not leaving us. I pointed to the horizon. 3 distinct trails of smoke were piercing the clouds, heading straight for the peak. Cruise missiles. Grave. They're going to sterilize the site. Doc. Oh God, we're dead. Grave. Not yet. I turned back to the hatch we just crawled out of. The hum from below was getting louder. The ground beneath our boots began to shake, not from the missiles, but from the mountain itself. Grave. The missiles won't kill it. They think they're burying a biological weapon. They don't know they're about to wake up a god. I keyed the mic one last time. Grave. Overwatch, this is Grave. You have no idea what you've done. You're not destroying it. You're setting it free. I couldn't hear the explosion. I felt it. The shockwave picked me up and threw me 20 feet through the air. I hit the jagged rock face hard, my ribs snapping like dry twigs. I lay there in the snow, staring up at the sky. The blizzard was gone. The heat from the explosion had vaporized the snow for a mile in every direction. The air was filled with black smoke and falling ash. Grave. Doc, Viper, sound off. My voice was a whisper. I tasted copper, blood. I dragged myself up on my elbows. Viper was gone. The spot where he stood was just a crater. Doc was lying near the edge of the cliff. He wasn't moving. A slab of rock the size of a car had landed on his lower body. Grave. Doc! I crawled towards him. The pain in my legs was blinding, but I ignored it. When I reached him, his eyes were open. They were gray, stone. The calcification had finished him in the instant of death. He was a statue, reaching for a medkit he would never use. Grave. I'm sorry, Doc. I'm so sorry. Then the ground moved. It wasn't an aftershock. The entire peak of the mountain, or what was left of it, shifted. The smoke cleared, and I saw what the missiles had done. They hadn't destroyed the monolith. They hadn't collapsed the cave. They had cracked the shell. The top of the mountain crumbled away like a dry eggshell, and rising from the dust wasn't rock. It was skin. Black obsidian, armored skin. A limb, miles wide, began to push itself up from the crater. It looked like a finger, a giant, jointed finger that made of volcanic glass. then another, then another. The mountain wasn't a mountain, it was a hand, a fist that had been buried underground for millions of years, clenched tight. And now, thanks to the missiles, the fist was opening. I watched in paralyzed horror as the fingers clawed at the sky. The sheer scale of it broke my mind. The fingers were scraping the clouds. Lightning arced between them. Grave. "Command, you idiots!" I laughed, a hysterical, broken laugh. "You didn't kill it. You woke it up." The ground beneath me tilted. The hand was pushing against the earth, trying to lift the rest of its body. The entire Tian Shan range. It wasn't a mountain chain. It was a spine, a backbone rising from the slumber of eons. And then I heard the answer. Far away, thousands of miles to the west, through the deep vibration in the rock, I heard the echo of the ocean, the sound of Rig 42. The blood, ocean, was calling. The bone, mountain, was answering. The giant hand slammed down onto the plateau, crushing the remains of the Soviet lab, crushing the LZ, crushing the illusion that humans were the masters of this world. I slid down the tilting rock, my legs useless. I wedged myself into a crevice, watching the apocalypse unfold in slow motion. The sky turned a sickly violet color, the same light from the cave. The mountain was standing up. Grave. My legs are gone. I can't feel them anymore. I looked down a minute ago. They aren't bleeding. They are gray. The stone has taken them. Grave. The vibration is soothing now. It doesn't hurt. It feels inevitable. I am becoming part of it, part of the mountain. I can hear its thoughts. It's not angry. It doesn't hate us. It just doesn't care. We are dust on its skin. Grave. If you find this recording, if you are hearing my voice, don't send a rescue team. Don't send a nuke. You can't kill a planet. Grave. There are other sleeping spots. The Marianas Trench, Yellowstone, Antarctica. They are all connected. They are all waking up. Grave. My hands are turning now. I can't hold the recorder much longer. It's beautiful in a way. The silence of the stone. I'm going to sleep now. When I wake up, I will be the mountain. Grave. This is Sergeant Marcus Graver, Echo Actual, signing off. Forever. The recording ends here. At least, that is where Sergeant Graves' story stops. But deep beneath our feet, and in the darkest trenches of the ocean, the sleeper is fully awake now. If you can still hear that ringing in your ears, if you can feel the floor vibrating, you are not alone. Light a flare before you go. Hit that like button so I know you survived the broadcast. And if you want to dig deeper into the secrets of this world, if you are brave enough to face what comes next, hit subscribe and join the crew, because Rig 42 and Black Rock were just the cracks in the shell. The real darkness is just getting started. Tell me in the comments, do you think we are safe? I am Captain Nightwhisper. Until the next nightmare, stay in the light. If you can.
We are taught from a young age that hell is a spiritual place. We are told it is a dimension of suffering, separated from our reality by death, by sin, by the intangible veil of the soul. We are told that you cannot walk to hell, you cannot drive there, and you certainly cannot dig there. But what if we were wrong? What if the ancient maps were not metaphors? What if the underworld is not a metaphysical concept, but a physical location? A geographical coordinate waiting just 12 kilometers beneath the soles of your feet? In 1989, the Soviet Union abruptly halted the drilling of the Kola Super Deep borehole. It was the deepest man-made hole in history. The official reason was a lack of funding and higher than expected temperatures. But the unofficial story, the legend that circulated in the dark corners of the Kremlin, was that they stopped because of what they heard. They lowered a microphone into the abyss, and instead of the shifting of tectonic plates, they recorded the sounds of human screaming. The Soviets sealed the hole. They welded it shut and tried to forget. But the United States government does not like to be outdone, and they certainly do not like to leave a mystery unsolved. While the world was distracted by the fall of the Berlin Wall, a black budget operation was sanctioned by the Department of Defense. Code name, Project Tartarus. Location, a classified geological anomaly deep within the Brooks Range of northern Alaska. The objective was simple: drill past the Mohorovičić discontinuity, breach the crust, and deploy a manned probe into the subsonic cavity detected by seismic scans. They weren't looking for oil. They weren't looking for minerals. They were looking for the source of a low-frequency broadcast that had been interfering with NORAD radar systems for 3 years, a broadcast coming from inside the planet. Tonight, we are declassifying the recovered audio logs of Team Delta. 10 men, elite geologists, engineers, and Special Forces operators. They entered the capsule on November 14th, 1990. They were supposed to go down for 24 hours. They never came back up. But their audio feed, it kept transmitting. It kept recording long after their life support should have failed, long after their minds should have snapped. What you are about to hear is not science fiction. It is the documentation of humanity's deepest mistake. I am Captain Nightwhisper. Secure your surroundings. Do not listen to this in the dark, because once you hear the sounds from 12 kilometers down, you will realize that the ground beneath you is not as thick as you think. Let us begin the descent. The cold up here doesn't just bite, it chews. I'm standing on the gantry of the main drilling platform, looking out over the tundra. It's noon, but the sun is just a pale, bruised smear on the horizon. In Alaska, in November, the light is just a rumor. The wind is howling through the steel lattice of the derrick, a constant, mournful shriek that sounds like the landscape itself is in pain. My name is Commander James Vance. I've led operations in Vietnam, Grenada, and Panama. I've seen combat in jungles so thick you couldn't see your own hand, and in cities burning to the ground. But I have never felt unease like this. Project Tartarus is an engineering marvel, I'll give them that. The facility is disguised as a radar station, buried halfway into the side of a mountain. But the heart of it is the borehole, a reinforced shaft 3 meters wide, plunging straight down into the gut of the earth. It's not just a drill hole anymore. They've spent the last 18 months widening it, reinforcing the walls with a titanium carbide alloy, turning it into a vertical tunnel capable of supporting the Icarus descent capsule. I met the team an hour ago in the briefing room, a mix of military stoicism and nervous scientific energy. Dr. Eris Thorne is our lead geologist. He's a thin man, chain-smoking unfiltered cigarettes, his fingers stained yellow. He keeps looking at the seismic charts with a mix of fascination and terror. He told me yesterday that the readings from the cavity below don't make geological sense. It's too hollow, he said. Rock shouldn't hold a shape like that under this much pressure. It's like a lung. Then there's Sergeant Miller and Corporal Hideo, my security detail. Good men, heavy weapons specialists. They're checking their gear for the 10th time. They're carrying standard issue M16s, but loaded with depleted uranium rounds. I asked General Irons why we needed armor-piercing rounds to shoot at rocks. He didn't answer. He just handed me the mission dossier and told me to read the section on biological contingencies. Biological contingencies, 12 kilometers underground. The thought is laughable, and yet here I am checking the seal on my hazmat suit. The Icarus capsule is hanging over the abyss like a bullet in a chamber. It's a claustrophobic cylinder, reinforced to withstand pressure that would crush a submarine like a soda can. There are 10 seats strapped along the walls facing inward. No windows, just monitors connected to external cameras and floodlights. Commander, we are green for insertion, the comms officer says over the headset. His voice is crackly, fighting the static of the magnetic interference that seems to radiate from the hole. I walk across the metal grating to the capsule. The sound of my boots echoes, but the sound from the hole, that's what stops me. If you stand right at the edge, past the safety rail, you can hear it. It's not the wind, it's a low, rhythmic thrumming, like a massive generator running miles away. Or a heartbeat. It vibrates in the soles of your feet. It makes your teeth ache. Dr. Thorne is already strapped in. He's staring at a small photo of his daughter. Miller is joking with Hideo, trying to break the tension, but his laughter sounds brittle. All right, ladies, I bark, stepping inside the capsule. The air inside smells of recycled oxygen and industrial grease. Strap in, systems check. The hatch hisses shut. The heavy clank of the locking bolts engaging seals our fate. We are cut off from the wind, the cold, and the pale sun. Now there is only the hum of the internal scrubbers and the green glow of the instrument panels. Control, this is Delta 1, I say into the mic. Hatch sealed. Pressure equalization complete. Ready to drop. Copy, Delta 1, Control replies. Initiating descent sequence. Good hunting, Commander. Good hunting. What a strange thing to say to a team of explorers. The winch engages. The capsule lurches. My stomach drops as gravity takes over. We begin to move. Slowly at first, then picking up speed. The cameras on the monitors show the walls of the shaft blurring past, gray concrete turning to jagged rock, turning to smooth drilled obsidian. We are leaving the surface world behind. The depth meter on the wall ticks over. 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The radio chatter from the surface is already getting fuzzy. The rock is swallowing the signal. I look at the faces of my men. They are calm, professional, but I can see it in their eyes, the primitive fear of being buried alive. We are descending into a grave that we dug for ourselves. And for a split second, as we pass the 2-kilometer mark, the lights in the capsule flicker. Just a momentary brownout. But in that second of darkness, I swear I heard something over the external audio pickups. It wasn't the grinding of the winch. It wasn't the shifting of rock. It sounded like a scratch. A long, deliberate scratch against the metal hull of the capsule from the outside. I look at Miller. He heard it too. His hand is hovering over the safety of his rifle. Just ice falling, I say, trying to sound convinced. Just loose debris. But ice doesn't scratch. Ice shatters. We are dropping fast now, into the throat of the world, and I have a feeling that whatever is down there knows we are coming. 4 kilometers down. The human mind isn't built to comprehend this kind of depth. We are creatures of the surface. We are used to the sky, to the horizon, to open space. Down here, space is a concept that doesn't exist. There is only the shaft, a perfectly round, laser-drilled throat of stone that is swallowing us inch by inch. The temperature is rising. The internal sensors are reading 45 degrees Celsius outside the hull. The cooling systems are humming louder, a desperate mechanical whine fighting against the geothermal oven we are descending into. Inside the capsule, condensation is starting to form on the metal walls. It drips down in slow, heavy beads, like the capsule is sweating. Dr. Thorne has unbuckled his restraints against protocol and is hovering over the sensor array. His face is illuminated by the harsh green light of the sonar display. "Look at this," he mutters, pointing at a jagged line on the screen. "Just look at the density readings." I unclip and float over to him. The gravity feels slightly heavier down here, or maybe it's just the psychological weight of the rock above us. "Talk to me, Doctor. What am I looking at?" "The rock," Thorne whispers, his eyes wide. "We just passed through a layer of basalt. But look at the composition. It's porous, not like volcanic rock. It's cellular." "Cellular?" I ask, frowning. "It looks like bone structure, Commander," he says, tapping the glass. "Microscopic calcified lattices. If I didn't know better, I'd say we weren't drilling through crust anymore. I'd say we were drilling through a fossilized rib cage the size of a continent." I look at the screen. The patterns do look disturbingly organic, like the marrow of a giant petrified bone. "Keep it to yourself, Doc," I say quietly, glancing at the rest of the team. Sergeant Miller is cleaning his rifle for the 3rd time. Corporal Hideo is staring at the external camera feed, watching the walls of the shaft blur past in a dizzying streak of gray and black. Suddenly, the capsule jolts. It's a violent metal-on-metal slam that throws me against the bulkhead. The emergency lights flicker red. The descent winch groans, a terrifying sound that reverberates through the hull like a dying whale. "Status!" I bark, grabbing a handhold. "We hit a snag," the pilot, Lieutenant Graves, yells from the control seat. "Guide rails are scraping. The shaft, it's getting tighter." "That's impossible," Thorne says. "This shaft was widened to 3 meters constant diameter. It can't get tighter." "Well, tell that to the hull sensors," Graves snaps. "External pressure is spiking. It's like the walls are pushing in." I pull myself up to the monitor, showing the external camera view. The floodlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the rock face just inches from our window. Thorne was right. It doesn't look like rock anymore. It looks slick, wet. There is a sheen to it, like obsidian, but softer, and it is pulsing. I blink, thinking it's a trick of the strobe lights. But I see it again, a subtle, rhythmic contraction of the shaft walls. "Stop the descent," I order. "Commander?" Graves looks at me, confused. "I said stop the damn descent. Hold position at 4.2 clicks." The winch brakes engage with a screech. The Icarus capsule hangs suspended in the dark, swinging slightly. The silence that follows is heavy. Why are we stopping? Miller asks, his voice tight. Look at the wall, I say, pointing to the screen. We all watch. For 10 seconds, nothing happens, just static rock. Then we all see it. A tremor runs through the stone, a ripple. It travels up the shaft like a peristaltic wave in a throat. The rock expands, then contracts, scraping against the titanium skin of our capsule. Scream! The sound sets my teeth on edge. It's the sound of the earth trying to crush us. It's geologically unstable, Thorne stammers, wiping sweat from his forehead. Thermal expansion. The heat is making the rock swell. That wasn't expansion, Doc, Hideo says, his hand gripping the armrest of his chair so hard his knuckles are white. That moved, like a muscle. I grab the comms mic. Control, this is Delta 1. We are encountering structural anomalies in the shaft. Walls are shifting, requesting permission to abort and ascend for structural assessment. I wait for the reply. I wait for the reassuring voice of the surface command. Static. Control, this is Delta 1. Do you copy? More static, but this time it's not white noise. Through the crackle, I hear a sound, a low, rhythmic thumping. Thump, thump, thump. It sounds exactly like the heartbeat I heard on the surface, but down here it's louder. It's coming from below us. Commander, the comms officer says, his face pale. I'm not getting control. The cable is intact, but the signal is dead. We are cut off, well. I look at my men. 4 kilometers of rock above us, unknown kilometers below. No comms, and the walls are closing in. Override the safety, I say, my voice steady, though my heart is hammering. We push through. If we try to go up, the winch might stall against the friction. Our only way out is through the cavity. Graves, resume descent, full speed. We drop again. The scraping sound screams against the hull, louder and louder, until suddenly, pop. We burst through the constriction. The ride smooths out. But as I look back at the camera feed, looking up at the section we just passed, I see the walls settle back into place. They didn't just expand, they healed. The hole closed up behind us. We aren't just descending anymore. We have been swallowed. 7 kilometers. We are now deeper than the deepest part of the ocean. If the Marianas Trench were a mountain, we would be standing at its peak, looking down into an abyss that has no name. The mood in the capsule has shifted from anxiety to a kind of numb, focused terror. No one is speaking unless necessary. The air scrubbers are working overtime, but the air feels thick, heavy. It tastes metallic like copper and ozone. We passed the bone layer, as Thorne calls it, 2 kilometers ago. Now the geology has changed again. The walls of the shaft are no longer smooth. They are jagged, riddled with small holes and fissures. Porosity is increasing, Thorne mumbles into his personal recorder. We are seeing pockets of gang, methane, sulfur, and something else. Unknown organic compounds. I'm watching the external cameras. The floodlights create a tunnel of light in an infinite universe of black. Hold on, I say. Camera 2, pan left. Graves adjusts the joystick. Camera 2 swivels. There, I point. Rewind 5 seconds. Freeze frame. On the monitor, a blurry image freezes. It's a fissure in the shaft wall, maybe a meter wide. Just a crack in the rock. But inside the crack, is that equipment? Miller asks, squinting. It is. Jammed deep into the fissure, encrusted with rock and minerals, is a metal object. It looks like a drill bit, a massive industrial drill bit, twisted and snapped like a twig. That's Soviet tech, Hideo says softly. That's a Uralmash 4E drill head from the Kola project. That's impossible, Thorne says. The Kola borehole is in Russia. We are in Alaska. That's thousands of miles away. I know what I'm looking at, Doc, Hideo insists. I studied their schematics. That is a Russian drill bit. I stare at the screen. Hideo is right. The Cyrillic lettering is barely visible under the rust. But Thorne is also right. Geographically, it makes no sense. Unless the tunnel systems down here are connected. Unless the cavity we are heading toward isn't just a pocket under Alaska. Unless it's a global network. A honeycomb of hollows that spans the entire crust. If that's a Soviet drill, I say slowly, how did it get here? And why is it bent at a 90-degree angle? Before anyone can answer, a sound echoes through the hull. Clang. It comes from outside. Something hit the capsule. Debris? Graves asks, checking the sensors. No impact damage? Clang. Louder this time. It didn't sound like a rock falling. It sounded like metal striking metal. Deliberate. Rhythmic. Clang. 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 Someone is knocking, Miller whispers. He raises his rifle, aiming it at the solid steel door of the hatch. Commander, someone is knocking on the damn door. Don't be stupid, Sergeant, I snap. We are 7 clicks underground. The pressure out there is 700 atmospheres. Nothing can live out there, nothing can knock. But I hear it too. It's coming from the lower airlock assembly. Clang, scritch, scratch. The knocking turns into scratching. The sound of something sharp dragging across the titanium alloy. It sounds like a diamond cutter or a claw. Turn on the lower floodlights, I order. Camera 4, look down. The monitor flickers to life. We are looking at the bottom of the capsule. The black void beneath us. There is nothing there. Just the empty shaft stretching down into darkness. See, I say, letting out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Nothing, just acoustic echoes. The cable vibrating against the shaft walls. Commander, Hideo says, his voice trembling. Look at the edge of the light, at the bottom of the screen. I look closer, at the very periphery of the floodlight's reach, where the light fades into shadow. Movement, not falling rocks, not water. Shadows, dozens of them, clinging to the walls of the shaft. They are roughly human-sized, but they are moving. Wrong. They are scuttling, climbing up the vertical walls toward us. They are fast, jerky, like stop-motion animation spiders. As the light touches them, they freeze. They flatten themselves against the rock, blending in perfectly. Camouflage. They are following us, Thorne whispers. No, they aren't following. He points to the top of the screen. They are hurting us. Suddenly, the scratching stops. The radio static clears for a split second, and a voice comes through. It's not control, it's not English, and it's not Russian. It sounds like a child trying to speak with a throat full of gravel. Deeper, the voice hisses. Come, deeper. Then the static returns. I look at Miller. He has safety off his weapon. His eyes are wide, locked on the door. Graves, I say, my voice low and dangerous. Increase speed, maximum descent. But the structural integrity? Maximum speed, I roar. We need to get to the cavity. We need open space, because whatever is in this shaft with us, it's getting closer. We drop like a stone. The G-force pushes us into our seats. But even over the roar of the wind and the whine of the winch, I can still hear it. The scratching. It's moving up the sides of the capsule. It's trying to find a way in. 10 kilometers. We have passed the theoretical limit of the crust. We are now intruders in a place where physics seems to operate on a delay. The scratching on the hull stopped 1,000 meters ago. I don't know if we outran them or if they just stopped to watch us fall, but the silence that replaced them is worse. It is the silence of a predator holding its breath before the strike. Approaching the breach point, Graves announces. His voice is flat, robotic. He's running on adrenaline fumes. Sonar indicates the shaft opens up in 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! The sensation is immediate. The claustrophobic pressure of the shaft walls vanishes. The sound of the winch cable scraping against rocks stops. The capsule is no longer descending through a tunnel. We are floating in open space. External floodlights to maximum, I order. Let's see where we are. Graves flips the toggles. The high-intensity halogen beams, capable of illuminating a football stadium, stab into the darkness. They don't hit a wall. They don't hit a floor. They hit nothing. The light stretches out for a mile and fades into the gloom. We are hanging suspended in a void so massive that our sensors can't find the boundaries. The altimeter spins wildly. The laser rangefinders are returning error codes. Infinity. Dear God, Thorne whispers. He is pressed against the viewport, his breath fogging the glass. It's not a pocket. It's an ocean of air. We descend slowly through the void. As my eyes adjust to the darkness beyond the lights, I start to see shapes in the distance. Massive, towering pillars rising from the depths, stretching up into the black ceiling, miles above. Are those stalactites? Miller asks, squinting at the monitor. Zoom in, I command. The camera focuses on the nearest pillar. It's thick, maybe the width of a skyscraper, but it's not made of stone. It's gray, fibrous, and twisting. It pulses with a slow bioluminescent rhythm, faint blue veins throbbing under a translucent surface. That's not stone, Thorne says, his voice shaking with a mix of horror and scientific ecstasy. That's organic matter. Commander, that looks like muscle fiber. I stare at the screen. He's right. The pillar looks like a bundle of exposed nerves and muscle, petrified and magnified to a geological scale. And look there, Hideo points to another screen. The atmosphere. We are passing through clouds, but they aren't water vapor. They are thick, yellow spores drifting in the stagnant air. As the capsule moves through them, they stick to the glass, glowing faintly. Atmospheric analysis, I bark. High concentrations of sulfur, Graves reads from the console. Methane and hemoglobin? He pauses, tapping the gauge. That can't be right. The sensors are detecting aerosolized blood cells in the air. I feel a wave of nausea. We aren't just underground. We are inside something. Commander, Miller yells, snapping me back to reality. Movement, 3 o'clock. I spin around. On the starboard monitor, something is flying. It's not a bat. It's not a bird. It's large, maybe the size of a hang glider. It moves with a jerky, fluttering motion. It dives through the light beam, shrieking, scree. The sound penetrates the hull. It sounds like tearing metal. Did you see it? Miller is hyperventilating. It had a face. Sarge, I swear to God, it had a human face. Calm down, Miller. I grab his shoulder. It was a shadow, a trick of the light. It looked like Kowalski, Miller whispers, staring at me with wide, crazy eyes. From my old unit. He died in Panama, but I just saw him flying out there. Oxygen toxicity, Thorne mutters, checking the life support. We are too deep. Nitrogen narcosis, hallucinations. It wasn't a hallucination, Miller screams, shoving my hand away. He raises his rifle toward the viewport. Stand down, Sergeant. I draw my sidearm. The tension in the capsule snaps tight. We are 10 kilometers down, suspended by a wire, surrounded by flying nightmares, and my heavy weapons specialist is losing his mind. Look, Hideo says calmly, too calmly. We are approaching the floor. I look down. The abyss is ending. The floodlights reveal a landscape that defies logic. It looks like a ruined city, but melted. Structures that might have been buildings or might have been giant rib cages are scattered across a floor covered in thick black moss. And in the center of the ruins is the source of the signal, a massive, perfectly circular hole in the ground of the cavity, a hole within the hole, and it is glowing with a sick purple light. That's it, Thorne says. Project Tartarus, the secondary layer. Set us down, I order, keeping one eye on Miller. Put us down on that ridge and pray the ground is solid. Log entry, 05. Depth, 12,000 meters. Status, touchdown. The landing was not smooth. The Icarus capsule didn't land on rock. It landed on something soft. When the landing struts made contact, there was no metallic clank. There was a wet, squelching thud. The capsule sank a few feet into the surface before stabilizing. It felt like landing in mud or flesh. Engine shut down, Graves announces. Winch disengaged. We are on the ground, though. Silence returns, but it's different now. The thrumming sound, the heartbeat, is so loud it vibrates my chest cavity. Thump, thump, thump. It's slow, maybe 4 beats per minute, but each beat shakes the entire capsule like a mild earthquake. Environmental suit check, I order. We need to go out there. Out there, Miller laughs, a high, hysterical giggle. You want to go out there? Did you see the things in the air? They had faces, Commander. They had faces. Get a grip, soldier. I slam him against the wall. We have a mission. We deploy the sensor probe, we take samples, and we leave. You are a United States Marine. Act like one. Miller nods slowly, swallowing hard. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Thorne is already in his hazmat suit, clutching his sample kit like a lifeline. The air is toxic, he says, but the pressure is surprisingly stable. It's equalized. We won't implode if we open the hatch. I suit up. The heavy rubber of the suit feels like a coffin. I grab my M16, checking the magazine. Depleted uranium. I hope it's enough. Graves, Hideo, you stay in the capsule. Keep the engines warm. If I give the signal, you winch us up. Do not wait for us. Understood, Commander, Hideo says, chambering around in his shotgun. I'll watch the door. I cycle the airlock. The outer door hisses open. The smell hits me even through the filters of my mask. It's the smell of a slaughterhouse that has been closed for 1,000 years. Rotting copper, sulfur, and old stale blood. I step out onto the surface. My boots sink into the black moss. It feels spongy. I shine my tactical light at the ground. Don't look too closely at the moss, Thorne warns over the comms. I look anyway. The moss isn't plant life. It's hair. Billions of tiny black strands of coarse hair growing out of the ground, and crawling through the hair are things that look like white ticks the size of dinner plates. I kick one away. It bursts with a sickening pop, spraying yellow fluid. Eyes up, I command. Head for the ridge. We walk toward the glowing purple pit in the distance. The landscape is a nightmare of biology and geology fused together. We pass a boulder that looks like a calcified skull. We pass pools of steaming black liquid that bubble and hiss. Commander, Thorne stops. He is aiming his scanner at a structure nearby. It looks like a pillar of black obsidian. What is it? This isn't natural, Thorne says, his voice trembling. Look at the markings. I shine my light on the pillar. Carved into the black stone or bone are symbols. They aren't random scratches. They are geometric, precise. Runes, I ask? No, Thorne says. Equations. This is math, but it's wrong. The geometry is non-Euclidean. Just looking at it makes my eyes hurt. Someone was here before us, Miller whispers. He is scanning the darkness with his rifle light. Russians? No human carved this, Thorne says. Carbon dating on this structure. The scanner is reading it as 2 million years old. Suddenly a sound cuts through the darkness. It's not the heartbeat. It's a voice. It's coming from the purple pit. Help me. It's faint, distorted, echoing, but it's English. Miller freezes. Did you hear that? It's a radio echo, I say. Atmospheric bounce. James, my blood runs cold. That's my name. James, it's cold down here. I know that voice. I left that voice in a burning chopper in Saigon 20 years ago. It's my co-pilot. It's a trick, I growl, raising my weapon. It's the gas. It's the toxicity. No, Miller says, stepping forward, lowering his rifle. That's not a trick. That's my brother. I hear him. He's calling me. Miller, hold position, I shout, but he's not listening. He starts walking toward the purple pit, walking faster, then running. Miller, he sprints toward the edge of the glowing abyss. I'm coming, Danny. I'm coming. Hideo Graves, I yell into the comms. Cover fire. Target whatever's making that sound. But from the capsule, I hear only screaming. They're inside, Hideo is yelling. They came through the vents. They're inside the suits. Oh God, they're eating. Static. Then the floodlights on the capsule go out. We are 12 kilometers down. My ship is compromised. My soldier is running into a pit of madness. And I am standing in a field of hair, aiming a gun at the darkness. And from the dark, something starts to laugh. I made a choice. It's the kind of choice they don't teach you in officer candidate school. Miller was running into the dark, chasing ghosts. But my ship, my only ticket out of this hellhole, was under attack. The screaming over the comms had stopped, replaced by a wet, slurping static that made my stomach turn. Thorne, with me, I yelled, spinning around and sprinting back toward the Icarus capsule. Leave Miller. We need to secure the ship. Thorne hesitated, looking at the darkness where Miller had vanished, then at me. Survival instinct won. He turned and ran alongside me, his hazmat suit clumsy and heavy on the spongy ground. We reached the capsule in 2 minutes. It looked like a beached whale carcass. The main floodlights were dead. The only illumination came from the emergency strobes inside, casting frantic, pulsing red flashes through the viewport. And then I saw them. The ticks. The white parasites. They weren't just on the ground anymore. They were swarming the hull of the capsule. Thousands of them. They looked like a moving carpet of pale, writhing limbs. They were clustering around the air vents, around the door seals, chewing. I could hear it over the roar of my own breathing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They were eating the titanium alloy. Get back, I shouted to Thorne. I raised my M16 and flipped the selector to full auto. Clear the door. I squeezed the trigger. The depleted uranium rounds tore through the mass of parasites, exploding them into showers of yellow ichor. They didn't scream, they just popped. But for every 10 I killed, 20 more crawled up from the black moss to take their place. I fought my way to the airlock. Hideo, Graves, open the damn door. No answer. I punched the manual override code into the keypad. The hydraulic seals hissed, a weak, dying sound, and the door slid open. I wish it hadn't. The interior of the Icarus was painted red, not from the lights, from blood. The cabin pressure had equalized with the outside, meaning the hull had been breached long before I opened the door. The air inside was thick with the smell of sulfur and copper. Lieutenant Graves was still in the pilot's seat, Or at least his torso was. He was slumped forward over the console. His helmet was shattered. And inside his suit, the suit was moving. It was rippling. I stepped closer, my weapon raised. Graves? He turned his head slowly, but he didn't have a face anymore. His visor was gone, and latched onto his face was one of the white ticks. It had dug in deep. Its legs were wrapped around the back of his head, and its proboscis was buried in his eye socket. And the worst part? Graves was still conscious. His remaining eye locked onto mine. His mouth opened, trying to form words, but only a gurgle of blood came out. He raised a shaking hand and pointed, not at me, Behing, but at the ceiling. I looked up. The ceiling of the capsule was gone. The parasites had eaten through the roof mechanism, and the winch cable, the steel tether that connected us to the surface, to sunlight, to home, was gone. It hadn't snapped under tension. It had been severed, gnawed through. Commander, Thorne whispered from the doorway. He was staring at the floor. Corporal Hiddo wasn't there. His shotgun was on the deck, twisted like a pretzel. But there was a drag mark, a wide smear of blood leading from the pilot's seat out the back of the capsule through a hole chewed in the rear bulkhead. They hadn't just killed Hideo, they had taken him. We can't stay here, I said, my voice sounding hollow in my own ears. This isn't a ship anymore, it's a dinner plate. The winch is gone, Thorne stammered, panic rising in his voice. We're trapped. We're buried alive. Grab the supplies, I ordered, grabbing a satchel and stuffing it with extra magazines, flares, and a medical kit. Grab the oxygen scrubbers if you can carry them. We are leaving. Leaving to go where? Thorne screamed. There is nowhere to go. I grabbed him by the faceplate of his suit and slammed him against the wall. Listen to me, the ship is dead. If we stay here, those things will eat through our suits in 10 minutes. We have one option. We find Miller, we find where he went, and we find a defensible position. Miller went to the pit, Thorne whimpered, to the purple light. Then that's where we're going, I said, shoving him toward the door. Move. I took one last look at Graves. He was twitching now. The parasite was pulsing, pumping something into his brain. I raised my pistol. I'm sorry, son, I whispered. Bang. I didn't wait to see him slump. I turned and ran back into the dark, leaving the tomb of the Icarus behind. We were on foot now, 12 kilometers down, 2 men against a planet that wanted to digest us. We have been walking for an hour, or maybe a day. Time doesn't work down here. My watch stopped ticking 20 minutes ago. The second hand is just vibrating in place, caught in some magnetic anomaly. We are following Miller's boot prints in the black moss. They are easy to track. He wasn't walking, he was running, stumbling. There are places where he fell, dragging his hands through the hair-like grass, leaving deep gouges. The landscape is changing as we get closer to the purple glow. The ruins are getting denser. Thorne calls it the City of Bone. Towering spires of calcified white rock rise up around us, twisting into shapes that look like vertebrae. We are walking through a canyon made of giant fossilized ribs. The ground is harder here. The moss gives way to a surface that looks like skin. Leathery, pale, and warm to the touch through my boots. And the sound, the heartbeat, has changed. It's no longer just a thump. It's a melody, a low, droning hum that seems to come from everywhere at once. It vibrates in my teeth. It resonates in the fluid of my inner ear. It makes me feel dizzy, euphoric, and terrified all at the same time. Do you hear the singing? Thorne asks. He has stopped checking his scanner. He is just walking, staring straight ahead with a glazed look in his eyes. It's not singing, Thorne, I snap, checking our 6. It's acoustic resonance. Wind moving through the caves. No, Thorne smiles, a disturbingly peaceful smile. It's a lullaby. It's the earth singing to her children. Snap out of it. I shove him forward. Keep moving. We crest a ridge of bone and look down. There it is, the purple pit, the secondary layer. It's not just a hole, it is a coliseum, a massive circular depression, easily 5 miles wide. The walls slope down steeply, leading to a central aperture that glows with that sick, violet radiation. And standing at the very edge of the aperture is a tiny figure. Miller, I shout. My voice echoes across the vast chamber. But the echo is wrong. Instead of Miller, the echo comes back as join us. I raise my binoculars. Miller is standing with his arms spread wide, like a preacher addressing a congregation. He has taken off his helmet. He breached containment, Thorne gasps. The air! Why isn't he dead? Miller turns around slowly. Even from 300 yards away, I can see something is wrong. He isn't choking. He isn't gasping for air. He is smiling. But his eyes... Through the binoculars, I see that his eyes are gone. In their place are two small, glowing purple lights. And his skin, it's moving. Veins are pulsing black under the surface of his face, shifting and rearranging themselves. Miller, get away from the edge, I scream, starting to run down the slope. Miller looks at me, and then he speaks. He doesn't shout, but his voice booms across the distance as if he is plugged into a stadium PA system. Commander, Miller's voice says, but underneath it, there are 1,000 other voices whispering. It's beautiful down here. We were wrong. It's not hell. It's a womb. Miller, listen to me. I skid to a halt 50 yards from him. We need to leave. We can find another way. Leave? Miller laughs. The sound is like rocks grinding together. Why would I leave? I can hear them all now. The ones who came before, the Russians, the miners, they are all here. In the walls. He points to the pit. Do you want to hear the truth, Commander? Do you want to know what the broadcast is? He leans back. He is teetering on the edge of the abyss. Don't do it! I raise my rifle, aiming at his leg. Step back or I shoot. The broadcast, Miller says, tears of black oil streaming down his face, is a dinner bell. He steps back. He doesn't scream as he falls. He just vanishes into the purple light. I run to the edge. I look down. The pit isn't empty. The light illuminates something massive moving deep below. A shifting, writhing mass of biomass, eyes, mouths, limbs, billions of tons of flesh, churning like a slow ocean. And as Miller falls toward it, the mass rises to meet him. My God, Thorne whispers, standing beside me. He has taken off his helmet too. It's not a cavity, it's a stomach. I grab Thorne before he can jump. Don't you dare, put your helmet back on. But don't you hear it, James? Thorne looks at me, tears streaming down his face. It's hungry. It's been hungry for so long. I look at the pit. The city of bone around us isn't ruins. It's the skeletal remains of something that the planet consumed millions of years ago. And where are the fresh meal? The humming gets louder. It turns into a shriek. The pit is waking up. And then I see them coming up the walls of the pit. Not the ticks, not the flyers. Humanoid shapes, pale, eyeless, wearing tattered rags of Soviet uniforms. The Russians didn't leave. They are still here and they are climbing up to greet us. We are running again. The creatures climbing out of the purple pit aren't fast, but there are hundreds of them. They move with a unified, jerky rhythm, like puppets controlled by a single twitching hand. Don't look at them, I shout at Thorne, grabbing his harness and dragging him over a ridge of calcified bone. Keep your eyes on the ground, move. But I looked. I looked long enough to see the patches on their rotting uniforms. CCCP, the hammer and sickle. These aren't monsters native to this depth. These are men, or they used to be. They are the lost crew of the Kola super deep borehole. History says they packed up and went home in 1989. History is a lie. They didn't stop drilling. They broke through, and they came down here to see what they had found, and the pit kept them. Crack thump, a shot rings out from behind us. But it's not gunfire, it's a harpoon. A jagged spear made of black bone slams into the ground inches from my boot. I spin around, raising my rifle. 3 of the entities have crested the ridge. They are wearing tattered Soviet pressure suits, fused to their skin. Their helmets are shattered, revealing faces that are translucent and pale. I can see the veins pulsing black underneath. I can see the parasites crawling inside their cheeks. One of them, the leader, raises a modified industrial rivet gun. Open fire, I scream. I squeeze the trigger. The M16 bucks in my hands. The depleted uranium rounds hit the leader in the chest. They punch through the rotten suit and the flesh beneath. He doesn't fall. He doesn't even flinch. The rounds pass straight through him, blowing out chunks of black ichor, but he keeps walking. It's like shooting into a block of ballistics gel. There are no organs left to damage, no heart to stop. They are just husks. Join the hole, the leader gurgles. The voice isn't coming from his mouth. It's vibrating from his chest cavity. He raises the rivet gun again. I aim for the head. Bam! The round takes the top of his skull off. Finally, the puppet strings are cut. He drops to his knees and collapses into a pile of wet rags and bone. "Headshots!" I yell. "Thorn, run! I'll hold them off." "I can't!" Thorn is hyperventilating. He's fallen to his knees, staring at a structure in the distance. "Commander, look! Over there!" I glance to my left. Nestled against the wall of the giant cavern, half buried in the black moss, is a building. It's a modular habitat, metallic, boxy, rusty. It looks like a lunar land, but built with brutalist Soviet architecture. "A forward operating base," I whisper. They established a base. "Shelter!" Thorn scrambles up and starts sprinting toward the structure. I fire 3 more bursts, dropping 2 more of the approaching Russians, and then I sprint after Thorn. We reach the airlock of the habitat. It's covered in the white ticks, but the door looks intact. I spin the manual wheel. It's rusted shut. "Help me," I grunt. Thorn grabs the wheel. Together, we heave. Screech! The metal groans and the door pops open. We tumble inside, slamming it shut behind us and spinning the locking wheel just as a heavy body slams against the glass of the viewport. We are inside. The habitat is dark, lit only by the flickering emergency power of a dying nuclear battery. The air inside is stale, but breathable. I turn on my tactical light. The room is filled with scientific equipment, seismographs, biological sample jars, and in the corner, a radio array, a massive military-grade transmitter. "Thorn, check the radio," I order, checking the ammo count. "See if it still has power. We need to boost the signal. We need to warn the surface." But Thorn isn't looking at the radio. He is looking at the desk in the center of the room. There is a man sitting there. He is wearing a captain's uniform. He has been dead for a long time. His skin is mummified, stretched tight over his skull. He has a pistol in one hand and a tape recorder in the other. But the most disturbing thing is what is on the desk in front of him. It's a map of the Earth's core. But it's not a geological map. It's an anatomical chart. "Commander," Thorn whispers, picking up the map. His hands are shaking so hard the paper rattles. "This isn't a cave system. Look at the labels." I shine my light on the Cyrillic text. I can't read Russian, but I recognize the diagrams. The shaft we came down, it's labeled esophagus. The purple pit, stomach. The tunnels branching out, veins. "The planet," Thorn says, his voice cracking. "It's not a rock, James. It's an organism. A biological entity the size of a world. And we are just bacteria." Outside, the banging on the door gets louder. They are bringing tools. They are going to cut their way in. The habitat is shaking. The hollow men outside are using a plasma cutter on the hinges. Sparks are flying across the room, illuminating the mummified corpse of the Soviet captain. "The radio is dead," Thorn says, dropping the receiver. "The antenna was chewed off years ago." "Then we find another way," I say, scanning the room. My eyes land on a schematic pinned to the wall behind the dead captain. It shows the habitat layout, but it shows something else attached to the rear of the structure. A vertical tube, a secondary shaft. "What is that?" I point. Thorn squints at the blueprint. It looks like an escape mechanism, a pressurized ascender, a lifeboat designed to shoot back up to the surface using solid fuel rockets. "Does it work?" "It's Russian tech from the 80s, Thorn laughs hysterically. "It probably never worked. It's our only chance," and I say, "Check the rear airlock." Clang! The main door buckles. A hand, a pale, wet hand, reaches through the gap. "Go!" I shove Thorn toward the back of the room. We scramble through a narrow corridor filled with hanging wires and debris. At the end, there is a heavy circular hatch labeled Vostok 1. I spin the wheel. It opens smoothly. Inside, there is a small vertical capsule, cramped. Just enough room for 2 men standing shoulder to shoulder. It sits on a launch rail that disappears up into a drilled shaft in the cavern ceiling. "Get in," I tell Thorn. He climbs in. I start to follow, but then I stop. I look back at the corridor. The main door has failed. I can hear them pouring into the habitat. The shrieking, the wet footsteps. If we both get in, the extra weight might be too much for the old rockets, and someone needs to manually engage the launch sequence from the external console. The remote trigger is smashed. I look at Thorn. He is staring at me, terrified. He knows. "James," he whispers, "don't." "Someone has to push the button, Eris," I say, using his first name for the first time. "And you're the civilian. You have the data. You have the map. You need to tell them what this is." "I can't go back alone," he cries. "They won't believe me." Make them believe you. I hand him the tape recorder from the dead captain's desk. Take this. I grab the handle of the hatch and slam it shut. I lock it from the outside. Commander, open the door. Thorn is pounding on the glass. I turn to the control panel on the wall. It's covered in dust. I wipe it off. A big red button under a plastic guard. Launch. The sounds of the hollow men are right behind me now. I can smell them. The rot. The sulfur. I pull my sidearm. I have 3 bullets left. Good luck, Doc, I whisper. I smash the plastic guard and punch the launch button. Whoosh! The rockets ignite with a deafening roar. The floor shakes. The capsule shoots up the shaft like a bullet, leaving a trail of fire and smoke. I watch it go. Then I turn around. They are here. 10 of them, standing in the doorway of the corridor. The leader, the one I shot, is back on his feet, his head half gone. Beside him is Miller. Miller looks peaceful. His purple eyes are glowing. Commander, Miller says, why did you send him away? We just wanted to show you the heart. I raise my pistol. I've seen enough, I say. I fire 2 shots. One hits Miller, one hits the leader. They don't stop. They just step closer. I put under my own chin. Click. Empty. Miller smiles. He reaches out a hand. His fingers are long, too long. They touch my face. His skin burns like acid. Don't be afraid, Miller whispers. The digestion is the beginning of rebirth. Audio log begins with a long period of static. Then a wet, breathing sound. I don't know if this is recording. The suit is part of me now. My name was James Vance. I was a commander. I am still here. I didn't die. I wish I had died. They didn't eat me, not in the way you think. They integrated me. I am sitting in the habitat, but the walls are breathing. The metal has turned to skin. The radio? I fixed the radio. I used my own nerves to bridge the circuits. Can you hear me? Noradu, if you are listening, stop looking for us. Thorn, if you made it to the surface, burn the data. Burn the maps. Do not let them drill again. We thought we were exploring a cave. We were popping a pimple on the face of the god, and now it knows you are there. Before we drilled, it was asleep. The heartbeat was slow, but we woke it up. We poked it with a needle, and now it's agitated. The stomach is churning. The acid is rising. Miller is here with me. He says hello. He says the surface is too cold. He says you should all come down here. It's warm. It's so warm. I can feel the pulse of the planet in my blood. It's rewriting my DNA. It's telling me things. History, not human history, deep history. It was here before the dinosaurs, before the oceans. It waited. It slept. And now it's hungry. It's not going to stay down here anymore. I can feel the tremors starting. Can you feel them up there? The earthquakes? That's not tectonic plates shifting. That's the beast stretching. It's coming up the shaft. It's using the hole we made. I am going to sign off now. My fingers are fusing together. I can't hold the button much longer. Do not send a rescue team. Do not send a nuke. Just run. Run to the mountains. Run to the moon. It doesn't matter. The ground is not safe. This is Delta One. Signing off. The audio ends with a sound that is not human. It is a scream, but it sounds like tectonic plates grinding together. Then silence. The audio log you just heard was recovered from an encrypted buoy that surfaced in the Arctic Ocean in 1991. Dr. Eris Thorn was never found. The escape capsule was never recovered. The U.S. Navy listed the entire Delta team as lost at sea during a classified training exercise. Project Tartarus was officially shut down. The site in Alaska was leveled. They poured 10,000 tons of concrete into the borehole. They capped it with a lead seal 3 meters thick. But concrete cracks. In 2020, seismologists in Alaska detected a new swarm of earthquakes, deep quakes that are 12 kilometers down. They say it's just the Brooks Range settling. They say it's natural geological activity. But if you look at the waveforms, if you slow them down, they don't look like random friction. They look like a heartbeat, and it's getting faster. The next time you are standing outside and you feel the ground tremble beneath your feet, ask yourself, is it an earthquake? Or is something moving in the basement? We dug too deep. We rang the dinner bell, and now we are just waiting for the landlord to come collect the rent. I am Captain Nightwhisper. Walk lightly And for God's sake, stop digging. Good night.
We look up at the sky and we see freedom. We see infinite blue, white, fluffy clouds, the sun. We think of the sky as empty space, a vacuum waiting to be filled by our airplanes and satellites. But sailors used to think the ocean was empty too, until they went deep enough to see the monsters. There is a theory called atmospheric beasts. It suggests that the atmosphere of our planet isn't just air, it's an ecosystem. Just like the depths of the Mariana Trench, the upper layers of our sky have their own predators, creatures that are made of gas and electricity and silence. They live in the storm clouds. They drift in the jet streams. They are transparent, enormous, and ancient. And sometimes, we fly right into their mouths. My name is Jack Evans. In 1974, I was a lieutenant in the US Navy, flying F-4 Phantoms off the USS Midway. I'm an old man now. My flight logs from that day are classified. They say I hit a weather balloon. They say I suffered from hypoxia. But I know what I saw. I know what touched my aircraft. If you are a pilot and you see a cloud that looks a little too dark or moves a little too fast against the wind, turn around. Don't engage. Because up there, at 40,000 feet, you are not the apex predator. You are just a fly buzzing in a spider's web. Location, 200 miles west of Guam. Altitude, 30,000 feet. Angels, 30. Speed, 450 knots. There is a specific smell inside an F-4 Phantom cockpit. It's a mix of jet fuel, stale sweat, ozone, and old leather. It's the smell of a machine built for war. I was Viper 11. My backseater, the radar intercept officer, Rio, was Lieutenant Mike Goose Halloway. Goose was the best Rio in the squadron. He could spot a seagull on a radar screen from 50 miles out. Viper 11, this is Midway Strike. The carrier's voice crackled in my earpiece, cutting through the static. State fuel and souls. I keyed the mic on my throttle. Midway, Viper 11. Fuel state is 7.2. 2 souls on board. We are bored out of our minds up here. Over. Copy that, Viper. Continue patrol vector 270. Keep your eyes peeled. We have reports of Soviet bears, Tu-95 bombers, poking around the perimeter. Wilco, I said, leaning my head back against the ejection seat. It was a beautiful day. The sky was a piercing, violent shade of blue that you only see at high altitude. Below us, the Pacific Ocean was a sheet of wrinkled tin foil. To my right, a massive wall of cumulonimbus clouds, thunderheads, was building up. They looked like mountains of whipped cream, towering up to 50,000 feet. Hey, Strider, Goose's voice came over the intercom. You see that cloud formation at 3 o'clock? That is one ugly-looking storm. I looked. He was right. Most clouds are white or gray. This tower was purple, bruised, and it was dense. It looked solid, like you could land on it. Yeah, I see it, I replied. Looks like a heavy squall line. We'll stay clear. I don't want to explain to the skipper why I brought his bird back with hail damage. The F-4 hummed. It was a beast of a plane. No computer fly-by-wire nonsense. Just hydraulics and raw thrust. You had to wrestle it. You felt every bump in the air. "Check your radar, Goose," I said, just to break the silence. "Anything out there?" "Scope is clear," Goose said. The sound of him adjusting the radar gain clicked in my ear. "Just sea clutter. Wait." The tone of his voice changed, just a fraction, but after flying 200 hours with the guy, I knew that tone. "What you got?" I asked, straightening up in my seat. "I got a hit," Goose said. "Range 40 miles. Altitude, whoa. Altitude is Angels 50,000 feet. 50? I frowned. "That's high for a bear. Maybe a spy plane? U-2? "It's not a U-2, Goose muttered. "Look at the speed. It's hovering. 0 knots. "A balloon then," I relaxed. "Probably weather gear." "Strider," Goose said, and this time I heard genuine confusion. The contact just moved. It dropped from Angels 50 to Angels 20 in 3 seconds. I checked my own instruments. That was impossible. To drop 30,000 feet in 3 seconds meant a descent speed that would tear any man-made structure apart. The G-force alone would turn a pilot into jelly. "Equipment malfunction?" I suggested. "No," Goose said. "Solid return. It's big, Jack. It's really big, and it's heading for the cloud layer." "Midway strike, Viper 1-1, I called the carrier. "We have a bogey. Strange behavior. Request permission to investigate." There was a long pause. The static hissed. "Viper 1-1, Midway. Vector to intercept. Visual ID only. Do not engage unless fired upon. Caution, we are getting weird interference on the data link." "Copy," I said. I banked the Phantom hard to the right, pulling 4Gs. The ocean tilted sideways. The nose of the jet pointed straight at that massive, bruised purple mountain of clouds. "Arming switch is hot," I told Goose. "Let's go see what this ghost is." As we approached the storm front, the sunlight began to dim. The bright blue sky turned into a sickly gray. The air became turbulent. The plane started to buck and kick. "Contact is inside the cloud," Goose said. "Range 10 miles. It's matching our speed now." "Matching us?" "It was 0 knots. Now it's doing 450 knots. It's toying with us." I looked at the cloud wall. It was immense, and for a second, just a split second, I thought I saw something ripple inside the mist. Not a plane, not metal. It looked like a shadow swimming in milk. "Here we go," I whispered, entering the soup. "Range 5 miles, Goose called out. "Closing speed 400. I stared through the HUD, heads-up display. The green symbology was projecting onto the glass, locking onto nothing. Just that massive wall of purple clouds ahead. "I don't have a tally," I said, squinting against the sun glare. "Where is he, Goose? Give me a vector." "He's dead ahead, Strider. You should see him. He's the size of a damn aircraft carrier." "A carrier?" I laughed nervously. "Goose, check your gain. Nothing flies that big." "I'm telling you, the return is massive," Goose insisted. "But it's weird. It's soft." "Soft?" "Yeah. A normal plane paints a sharp line on the scope. Metal reflects radar waves. This thing, it's absorbing the waves. It looks like a flock of birds, or a dense patch of rain, but it's moving as a solid unit." "Midway strike, Viper 1-1, I keyed the mic. "Approaching the cloud layer. Target is obscured. Radar return is inconclusive. Requesting permission to go weapons hot just in case." Static, just white noise. "Midway, Viper 1-1, do you read?" Nothing. "We lost the data link," Goose said. "The jamming, it's getting stronger. My scope is covered in snow." We were alone now, 2 men in 20 tons of steel, cut off from the world. "We're going in," I said, flipping the master arm switch to on. "Keep your eyes on the instruments. If I get vertigo in there, you need to talk me down." "Copy," Goose said. His voice was tight. "Jack, I've got a bad feeling about this." "Stow it," I ordered, though I felt it too. The hair on my arms was standing up. The air inside the cockpit felt electrically charged, like walking on a carpet in wool socks. The purple cloud loomed over us like a tidal wave frozen in the sky. It swallowed the horizon. 3, 2, 1, mark. The world turned gray instantly. 1 second, we were in bright sunshine. The next, we were inside a washing machine. The turbulence hit us like a physical blow. The jet bucked violently, slamming my helmet against the canopy. "Watch your altitude," Goose yelled over the roar of the rain. "We're drifting up." "I'm fighting it." I gritted my teeth, wrestling the stick. The hydraulic resistance was immense. It felt like the air itself had become thick, like syrup. Visibility was zero. I couldn't see the nose of my own plane, just swirling gray mist and the strobe light of lightning flashing all around us. Flash, flash. "Radar is dead," Goose shouted. "I've got nothing, just clutter. He's gone." "He can't just vanish," I yelled back. "He was right in front of us." Suddenly, the smell hit me. We were on oxygen masks, sealed tight. We shouldn't smell anything from the outside, but somehow it got in. It smelled like burning ozone, like sulfur, and underneath that, something rotting, like dead fish on a hot beach. "Jesus, what is that smell?" Goose gagged. "Focus," I snapped. "Scan the thermal." Then the lightning flashed again, a massive sheet lightning bolt that lit up the entire cloud from the inside. And for a second, I saw it. It wasn't an airplane, it wasn't a saucer. Directly above us, maybe 500 feet away, was a shadow. But it wasn't a solid shape. It was translucent. It looked like a jellyfish the size of a skyscraper, floating in the storm. Long, trailing tendrils hung down from its main body, drifting in the wind. And inside its body, there were lights, pulsing, rhythmic lights, like organs. "Strider," Goose whispered. "Look up." "I see it," I whispered back. My hand froze on the stick. The thing was bioluminescent. The lightning wasn't coming from the storm. It was coming from inside the creature. It was generating the storm. It's alive," Goose said. The skepticism was gone. Only terror remained. Suddenly, the turbulence stopped. The rain stopped. The jet stabilized. We had entered a pocket of calm air inside the cloud, the eye of the storm, and we were hovering right underneath its belly. "It's huge," I muttered. "My God, it's eating the electricity." As we watched, one of the massive translucent tendrils, thick as a redwood tree, began to descend towards our canopy. It moved with a slow, purposeful grace. It wasn't drifting, it was reaching. "Brake right!" Goose screamed. "Brake right! It's grabbing us!" I slammed the stick to the right and kicked the rudder. The afterburners lit up, but the jet didn't move. The engines roared, the fuel burned, but we were suspended in the air, held by an invisible force. "We're not moving!" I yelled, looking at the airspeed indicator. It was dropping. 400 knots, 300 knots, 200 knots. We were caught in its web. "Eject! Eject!" Goose screamed. "Punch out, Jack!" "I can't!" I yelled back, wrestling the stick with both hands. "The canopy is blocked. If we punch out now, we launch right into that thing's gut." The massive tendril, that translucent, gelatinous rope, descended. It didn't hit us hard. It landed on us. It draped over the nose of the Phantom and slid up the windshield like a living oil slick. It was thick, viscous. Through the glass, inches from my face, I could see the internal structure of the thing. It wasn't skin. It was millions of tiny, pulsing sacs, glowing with a faint electric blue light. "It's touching us," Goose whimpered. "Oh God, it's touching us." The light inside the cockpit turned a sickly underwater blue. The creature was sealing us in. Then the sound started. It wasn't a roar. It was a sizzle, like bacon frying in a pan, but amplified 1,000 times. Zzz, T. "Warning lights!" Goose shouted. "I'm losing the radar! I'm losing the UHF! The battery voltage is dropping!" I looked at the instrument panel. The needles were spinning wildly. The lights were flickering. "It's not attacking us," I realized, watching the blue veins on the canopy pulse brighter. It's feeding. It's drinking the electricity. I pushed the throttle to military power. Come on, baby! Burn! The jet shook. The nose pitched up, trying to break free from the sticky grip of the monster. The heat from our engines should have burned the creature, but it didn't. The creature seemed to absorb the heat. The tendril glowed brighter, turning from blue to an angry violet. It likes the heat, I whispered. Horrified. We're feeding it. Jack! Goose's voice was breaking. The glass! Look at the glass! I looked up. The reinforced plexiglass canopy, designed to withstand bird strikes and supersonic speeds, was fogging up, not with condensation, with fractures. Tiny spiderweb cracks were spreading directly where the creature's skin touched the glass. It's crushing us, Goose yelled. Pressure alert. Cabin pressure is failing. And then the music stopped. The JC-9 engines, the loudest things on Earth, coughed once. Bang. And then, silence. The sudden lack of noise was more terrifying than the storm. The vibration in the stick died. The hum of the environmental control system died. Flame out, I said. My voice sounded hollow in the mask. Both engines. Flame out. Restart, Goose yelled. Hit the igniters. I have no spark, Goose. The electrical system is dead. It drained everything. We were a 20-ton brick, suspended in the air by a monster, wrapped in a blue slime that was slowly crushing our cockpit. The temperature plummeted. Within seconds, frost began to form on the inside of the glass. My breath turned into heavy white clouds. I can't feel my hands, Goose chattered. Jack, look at the displays. I looked. The instrument panel was dark, but the creature outside was glowing brighter than ever. It had taken our energy. It was full. And then, it did something that haunts my nightmares. The slime on the canopy shifted. It thinned out in one spot, directly in front of my face. A large circular organ pressed against the glass. It dilated like a pupil. It was an eye. It was looking at me, not at the plane, at me. It was an eye the size of a dinner plate, swirling with galaxies of light. It didn't look like an animal's eye. It looked intelligent, ancient, and curious. It was studying the little meat morsels inside the metal shell. Don't move, I whispered, squeezing the dead stick. Don't move. For 10 seconds, we stared into the eye of a god. Then the creature pulsed once, a massive shockwave of light that blinded us, and it let go. The tendril retracted, snapping back into the clouds like a rubber band. The weight was gone, but so was our lift. We're falling, Goose screamed. We're in a spin. The F-4 nosedived. Without power, without hydraulics, we were tumbling out of the sky like a stone. The altimeter, the only analog instrument still working, was unwinding like a clock in fast, not forward. 35,000, 30, 25,000. We were falling into the ocean, and I had no control. 20,000 feet. We were tumbling. The sky and the ocean were swapping places in a dizzying blur. Gray cloud, dark water. Gray cloud, dark water. The G-forces were tossing us around the cockpit like ragdolls. Without hydraulics, the stick felt like it was set in concrete. I yanked it with both hands, screaming with effort, trying to stop the spin. I'm gonna be sick, Goose yelled, his voice garbled. Stay with me, Goose, I roared. Read me the altitude. 15,000, passing 15. We're falling at 10,000 feet a minute. I need airspeed to restart, I shouted. I have to nose down. It sounded insane. We were falling to our deaths, and I had to point the nose down to go faster. It was the only way to force enough air into the intakes to windmill the turbine blades. I kicked the rudder hard against the spin and shoved the stick forward. The Phantom groaned. The metal frame shrieked, but the nose dropped. We stopped spinning. Now, we were in a straight vertical dive, a lawn dart screaming towards the Pacific. 10,000 feet. Airspeed 300, 3T. I watched the gauge. Come on, spin, you bastard, spin! I slammed the igniter button. Click, click, nothing. The creature had drained the batteries dry. It won't fire, I yelled. Manual override, Goose screamed. Drop the rat, ram air turbine. I pulled the emergency lever. A small propeller dropped out of the fuselage into the airstream. It spun up instantly, generating just enough desperate electricity to spark the plugs. 5,000 feet. The ocean was rushing up fast. I could see the whitecaps on the waves now. They looked like teeth. "Ignition!" I prayed. Whine. A low moan came from behind us. The starboard engine was catching. Roar. A burst of flame. The J-79 exploded back to life. The vibration returned. The hydraulics kicked in. The stick suddenly felt light in my hands. "Power! We have power!" 2,000 feet. "Pull up! Pull up!" The flight computer screamed. "Pulling!" I hauled back on the stick. I pulled it into my gut. The G-force hit us like a hammer. 6 Gs. 7 Gs. My vision went gray. My flight suit squeezed my legs to keep the blood in my brain. I grunted, fighting the darkness. The horizon flattened out. The ocean skimmed just below us. We were so low the jet wash kicked up a spray of mist from the water. We leveled out at 500 feet. I gasped for air, ripping my mask off. The cockpit was freezing, but I was sweating bullets. "Goose?" I croaked. "You alive back there?" Silence, then a shaky voice. I think I wet myself, Strider." I laughed. It was a hysterical, manic laugh. "Copy that, Goose. Let's go home." We landed on the USS Midway 20 minutes later. We didn't say a word on the flight back. When we taxied to a stop, the ground crew didn't rush in to refuel us. They stopped. They stood around the plane pointing and whispering. I climbed out of the cockpit. My legs were shaking so bad I almost fell off the ladder. I looked at my jet. The nose of the Phantom, the paint was gone. It wasn't burned off. It was bleached. The metal underneath was a strange dull white, like bone that had been left in the sun for 50 years. And where the creature's tentacle had touched the canopy, the glass was etched with a fractal pattern, like a frost flower that wouldn't melt. Before I could even inspect it, a team of men in plain grey suits, not navy, swarmed the deck. They pushed the ground crew away. They threw a tarp over the nose of the plane. They confiscated the flight tapes. They took Goose's radar logs. They took us to a debriefing room without windows. They told us we had flown through a highly charged ionic storm. They told us we suffered from hypoxia and hallucinations. They told us to sign the papers or we'd lose our wings. We'd lose our pensions. So we signed. I flew for another 10 years, but I never went above 30,000 feet again. I never looked at a storm cloud the same way. Goose wasn't so lucky. He took a discharge a month later. He moved to Arizona, the desert, somewhere with no clouds. He said he couldn't stand the rain anymore. He said the rain smelled like dead fish. And the worst part? He was right. Sometimes when a thunderstorm rolls in and the air pressure drops, I can smell it too. That ozone, that rot. It reminds me that the sky isn't empty. It's an ocean, and we are just swimming on the surface, blissfully unaware of the leviathans drifting in the deep, dark blue above our heads. This is Captain Nightwhisper. Keep your eyes on the horizon, and if you see a cloud moving against the wind, don't fly into it. Out. There are stories in the military that refuse to die. They are whispered in mess halls, shared around campfires in training grounds, and debated on internet forums. Some time ago, on this channel, I shared the legend of the Kandahar Giant, the story of a special forces team that encountered a biblical monster in the mountains of Afghanistan. That video told you the legend, the version that leaked out to the public, the version that sounded like a myth. But legends are often just blurry reflections of the truth. Last month, I received a package. No return address, just a flash drive containing a series of audio logs and a redacted after-action report from 2002. The man who sent it claims he was there. He claims that the story you know is only half the truth. He says the giant wasn't just a monster living in a cave. He says it was guarding something. And the team that went missing, they didn't just disappear. They were harvested. Forget what you think you know. Forget the rumors. This is the raw, unfiltered account of Operation High Keep. This is how we woke up something that should have stayed asleep. Location: Kandahar Province, Northeastern Mountain Range. Date: August 2002. Unit: Task Force Dagger. Team Spectre. My name is, well, let's just stick to my call sign, Spectre 2-1. Back in 2002, Afghanistan was the Wild West. We were still figuring out the terrain, still figuring out the enemy. But we thought we knew what we were fighting. We thought we were fighting men with AK-47s and ideology. We were wrong. The mission started like any other standard extraction. A patrol unit, call sign Murph, had gone dark in a rugged sector of the mountains, close to the Pakistan border. This area was a jagged scar on the face of the earth. High altitude, endless caves, and goat paths that hadn't changed since Alexander the Great marched his armies through it here to their doom. Murph's team was a recon element. 4 men, good soldiers, experienced. They had checked in at 0800 hours to report a strange structure near a cave entrance. That was their last transmission. After that, silence. But not total silence. Our comms officer, a kid we called Patch, picked up intermittent bursts of static on their frequency. It wasn't speech. It wasn't Morse code. It sounded like screaming, but it was distorted, slowed down, like the batteries in their radios were dying, or like time itself was moving slower where they were. Command authorized a QRF, Quick Reaction Force. That was us. Team Spectre. 8 men loaded into 2 MH-47 Chinook helicopters. We were heavy. We carried M4 carbines with under-barrel grenade launchers, saws, squad automatic weapons, and enough ammo to start a small war. I remember sitting on the ramp of the Bird, watching the landscape roll by beneath my boots. The mountains looked like teeth, sharp, gray, unforgiving teeth waiting to chew us up. My team leader, Chief, tapped my helmet. I couldn't hear him over the roar of the rotors, but I saw his hand signals. 5 minutes out, lock and load. I had a bad feeling in my gut. You get that sometimes. It's a primal instinct, something left over from when our ancestors were hunted by saber-toothed tigers. The air felt heavy. The sky was a weird shade of pale, sickly blue. We weren't landing in a hot zone. There was no enemy fire, no RPGs, just the mountain waiting for us. As the pilots flared the Chinook for landing, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and rocks, I looked out at the landing zone. It was a plateau, halfway up a sheer cliff, and right in the middle of the plateau, I saw the first sign that this wasn't a normal extraction. It was the equipment of the lost patrol. Their rucksacks, their radios, their helmets. They were lying in a neat pile in the center of the clearing, not scattered during a fight, piled up, like an offering. We ran off the ramp, weapons raised, scanning the high ground. The Bird lifted off, leaving us in the sudden crushing silence of the valley. Spectre actual to Murph, Chief whispered into the comms. Come in, over. Silence. Check the gear, Chief ordered, pointing at the pile. I moved forward, my boots crunching on the loose shale. I reached the pile of equipment. I picked up a helmet. It was dented, not by a bullet and not by a rock. It looked like it had been squeezed, like a soda can crushed in a giant vise. And then I saw the blood. It wasn't splashed on the ground. It was painted on the rocks in symbols I had never seen before. Chief, I said, my voice shaking despite my training. You need to see this. We were alone. We were miles from support, and we had just walked into the dining room of something very, very hungry. We moved out in a standard wedge formation, keeping 5-meter spacing. We were professionals. We had trained for every scenario. Ambush, IEDs, hostage rescue. But you can't train for the feeling of being watched by the mountains themselves. The first thing I noticed was the silence. If you've ever been in nature, you know it's never truly quiet. There are always birds, crickets, the rustle of dry grass. But this valley, it was dead. I don't mean empty, I mean dead. There were no goats grazing on the cliffs, no hawks circling in the sky. Even the wind seemed afraid to make a noise here. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. Check your sectors, Chief whispered over the comms. Stay sharp. I don't like this quite. Copy that, I replied, scanning the ridgeline with my ACOG scope. We found the path leading up to the cave entrance. It wasn't a natural trail. It was worn smooth into the rock, like it had been used for thousands of years. But the steps were weird. They were too far apart. To climb them, a normal human had to take a massive lunge. Whoever, or whatever, made these stairs, had a stride twice as long as a man. "Look at the rocks," Miller, our heavy weapons guy, pointed out. I looked. On either side of the path, there were small piles of stones, cairns. But as we got closer, I realized they weren't just stones. They were marking a boundary. "Do not cross," our interpreter muttered. He was a local Afghan we had brought with us. He was shaking, clutching his prayer beads so hard his knuckles were white. "This is bad place. Jinns live here. Old giants." "Stow it," Chief snapped. "We're here for Americans, not fairy tales." But I saw the fear in Chief's eyes too. We all felt it, a static charge in the air that made the hair on your arms stand up. The closer we got to the cave mouth, the heavier our legs felt. It was like wading through invisible water. About 300 meters from the cave entrance, the terrain changed. The gray slate of the mountain disappeared under a layer of white. At first, I thought it was snow, or maybe quartz. Then I stepped on it. Crunch. It wasn't snow, it was bone, thousands of them. It was a literal field of bones stretching all the way to the darkness of the cave. We were walking on a carpet of death. "Hold fire," Chief signaled. "Watch your step." I looked down at the debris. It wasn't just goat bones. I saw human femurs, shattered rib cages, skulls that had been crushed flat, but mixed in with the biological waste, there was history. I kicked aside a pile of ribs and saw something metallic glinting in the sun. I knelt down to inspect it. It was a rusted receiver of an AK-74. Next to it, a tattered piece of a tactical vest. It wasn't American gear, it was Soviet. "Spetsnaz," I whispered. "From the 80s. The Russians had been here. They had tried to take this mountain 20 years ago." "Over here," Miller called out. We moved to his position. He was standing over a large boulder. Embedded in the rock was a heavy machine gun, a DS-HK. The barrel was bent, not bent like it hit the ground, bent like someone had grabbed the steel barrel with a bare hand and twisted it into a knot. "What could do that to hardened steel?" Miller asked, his voice low. "Nothing human," I said, standing up and looking toward the cave. The entrance was huge, a gaping maw in the cliff face, easily 15 feet high, and right in front of it, stuck on a pike, was a helmet. An American Kevlar helmet. It belonged to the patrol we were looking for. It was a warning, or an invitation. "Safety's off," Chief ordered. "We're going in." We stopped at the threshold. The sunlight didn't seem to reach past the entrance of the cave. It was like a physical barrier between the world of the living and whatever this was. But before we saw anything, the smell hit us. It wasn't just the smell of rotting corpses. We were soldiers. We knew that smell. This was different. It was a thick, musky stench, like wet dog, copper, and sulfur mixed with old, stagnant blood. It tasted metallic in the back of your throat. "Masks up," Chief ordered, his voice muffled. We pulled our neck gaiters over our noses, but it didn't help. The smell seemed to seep through the fabric. Our interpreter, Ahmed, stopped dead in his tracks. He dropped to his knees in the bone field, refusing to take another step. "No," he whispered, shaking his head violently. "Ifrit, the devourer. I do not go in." Chief looked at him, then at us. "Leave him. Miller, watch our six. If he runs, let him go. We move." We stepped into the shadow. "Lights out. Go green," I whispered. One by one, we flipped our nods, night vision devices, down. The world turned into a grainy, green phosphor haze. The cave wasn't natural. The walls were smooth, too smooth. They looked like they had been carved out of the mountain by giant chisels, and the size, the ceiling was at least 30 feet high. "Check the floor," I called out softly. The floor was covered in dust, inches thick, but there were tracks in it, massive, barefoot prints. They were humanoid, but they had 6 toes, and the stride, the distance between steps was nearly 5 feet. "Whatever made these prints," I muttered to Chief, "weighs 1,000 pounds." We moved deeper. The temperature dropped. The air grew heavy and damp. We were walking into the belly of the beast. We were about 100 meters inside when we heard it. Psst. Kersh. Help. Psst. It was a radio squelch. Hold, Chief signaled. Identify source. We swept our rifles left and right, green laser designators cutting through the dust motes. The sound was coming from ahead, echoing off the high walls. It's Murph's radio, I said. It's transmitting. We pushed forward, moving tactically, heel to toe. The tunnel opened up into a massive cavern. It was like a cathedral of rock. Over there, Miller pointed his laser at the far wall. I followed the beam. My heart skipped a beat. There, embedded in the rock wall, was the radio handset. It wasn't lying on the ground. It was jammed into a crack in the stone, but it was 12 feet off the ground. How the hell did it get up there? Miller whispered. Did they throw it? No, I said, walking closer. Look at the rock around it. I shone my IR, infrared, illuminator on the wall. There were scratches around the radio, claw marks. Someone, something, had stood there and casually pushed the radio into the stone like it was putting a toy on a high shelf. Suddenly, the smell intensified. A gust of hot, rancid air blew from the back of the cavern. And then, a sound. Grind, snap. It sounded like heavy rocks being crushed together. It came from the darkness beyond the radio. I looked up, high up. Near the ceiling of the cavern, there was a ledge. Through my night vision goggles, I saw a heat signature. It was huge. It was crouching on the ledge like a gargoyle. Contact front, I screamed. High, 12 o'clock high. The thing stood up. It unfolded itself. It just kept going up and up. Even in the dark, I could see the massive silhouette against the faint light coming from deeper in the tunnels. It held something in its hand, a spear, a club, and then 2 eyes reflected the IR light from our goggles. They glowed a fierce double-tap red. It let out a roar that shook the dust from the ceiling. It wasn't a scream. It was a challenge. The creature didn't climb down. It jumped. From a height of 30 feet, it landed on the stone floor with the weight of a truck. Boom! The impact shook the ground so hard I almost lost my footing. Dust billowed up like a smoke grenade. Lights! White lights! Chief screamed. Burn it! We switched from night vision to high-intensity tactical flashlights. 6 beams of blinding white light cut through the dust and locked onto the target. And then we saw it. It stood up, towering over us. It had to be at least 12, maybe 15 feet tall. It was humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Its arms were too long, hanging down past its knees. Its chest was a barrel of thick, pale muscle covered in scars and filth. But the hair, that was the thing you couldn't look away from. It had a mane of bright, fiery red hair. It was matted and greasy, hanging down its back like a cape. It took a step toward us. The smell became unbearable, like opening a grave that had been baking in the sun. Back up! Back up! I yelled, raising my rifle. The giant stopped. It looked at us with eyes that were too far apart. It bared its teeth in a snarl. And that's when I froze. It didn't just have teeth. It had rows of them. An inner set and an outer set, grinding together like a shark's. In its right hand, it held a weapon. It was a crude spear made from the rusted barrel of that twisted Soviet tank gun, sharpened to a point. Spectre 2-1, take the shot, Chief ordered. Drop it. But before I could squeeze the trigger, the giant moved. For something that size, it was impossibly fast. It covered the 20 feet between us in 2 strides. It swung the metal spear. Miller, move! Miller tried to dive, but the makeshift weapon caught him in the shoulder. The sound was sickening. Wet crunching bone and tearing Kevlar. Miller was thrown across the cavern like a rag doll. He hit the far wall and didn't get up. The giant roared again, spit and blood flying from its mouth. It wasn't scared of us. It was offended that we were in its home. Open fire! Light him up! The cavern exploded with noise. 5 M4 carbines and a SAW squad automatic weapon opened up at point-blank range. Rat, tat, 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 tat. The muzzle flashes were like strobe lights in a disco from hell. Every round hit. We were trained operators. We didn't miss. I put a full magazine into the creature's chest. I saw the impacts. I saw the flesh ripple. But he didn't fall. The 5.56mm rounds were just punching into the thick muscle and fat, getting stuck there. It was like shooting a grizzly bear with a BB gun. He flinched, he grunted, but he didn't stop. "Headshots! Go for the head!" Chief screamed over the roar of gunfire. I reloaded, my hands shaking, and aimed for that red mane. The giant shielded its face with a massive forearm. The bullet sparked off something on its arm, ancient bronze vambraces, embedded into its skin. It lunged again. This time, it grabbed the closest operator, Tex. Tex was a big guy, 220 pounds of muscle. The giant lifted him off the ground with one hand, grabbing him by the tactical vest. It brought Tex close to its face. "Shoot it! Shoot it!" Tex screamed, dangling in the air, hammering his pistol against the giant's fingers. The giant squeezed. We heard the ribs crack over the sound of the gunfire. Then, with a casual flick of its wrist, it tossed Tex aside. "Grenade!" I yelled. "Use the 40 mic." I activated the M203 grenade launcher attached to my rifle. I didn't have time to aim properly. I just pointed at the center of that massive chest. Thump! The grenade flew across the short distance. Boom! The explosion engulfed the giant's torso. It staggered back, finally losing its balance. Shrapnel and fire tore into its skin. It let out a sound that wasn't a roar. It was a high-pitched shriek of pain. It fell to one knee. Black blood oozed from a crater in its chest. "Reloading!" I shouted. "Hit him again! Don't let him get up!" But as the smoke cleared, the giant looked up. Its eyes were burning with pure hate. It reached down, grabbed a rock the size of a microwave, and hurled it at us. We scattered. The rock smashed into the spot where Chief had been standing a second ago. "Fall back," Chief ordered. "To the entrance. Create distance." We were retreating. The apex predators of the modern military were running from a myth. We were backed into a corner near the cave entrance. The giant was hurt, bleeding black ichor from the grenade wound, but it was still coming. It moved with a limping, furious gait, dragging the heavy spear. "Aim for the face!" Chief screamed, his voice raw. "Everybody! On my mark! 3, 2, 1, execute!" 4 rifles turned into a single wall of lead. We didn't just shoot, we poured fire. We aimed for the eyes, the mouth, the nose. Anything soft. The giant roared, raising its hands to block the hail of bullets, but it was too much. The rounds chewed through its fingers. They smashed into its jaw. One round, maybe it was mine, maybe it was Chief's, punched through the giant's left eye socket. The creature stiffened. It stood there for a second, swaying like a falling tree. Then, it crashed forward. Thud. The ground shook one last time. The giant lay face down in the dirt, twitching. Silence. "Check fire!" Chief panted. "Check fire!" I lowered my weapon, my barrel smoking. We stood there, staring at the monstrosity. It looked even bigger lying down. It was easily 12 feet long. It smelled like ancient earth and copper. "Check on Miller and Tex," Chief ordered. But before we could move, a sound cut through the air. Whoop, 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 whoop. It wasn't our extraction Chinooks. The rhythm was different, heavier. A massive MH-47G Chinook appeared over the ridge, but this one had no markings. It was painted matte black, no tail numbers, no flags. It didn't land. It hovered directly over the plateau. A fast rope dropped, and men in unmarked grey tactical gear slid down. They moved differently than us. Cold, mechanical. They didn't run to check our wounded. They ran straight to the giant. "Secure the perimeter," one of them shouted. He wasn't talking to us. He was talking to his team. "Package acquired. Prepare for sling load." "Who the hell are you?" Chief yelled, stepping forward. "My men are bleeding out." The leader of the grey team turned. He wore a black visor that covered his face. "Stand down, Sergeant. This is now a classified recovery operation. Step away from the biological asset." They threw a massive cargo net over the giant's body. 4 of them struggled to roll the creature over. It must have weighed 1,100 pounds. As they rolled it, I saw its face one last time. Even in death, with half its head gone, it looked regal, like a fallen king from a time before history. The Chinook lowered a hook. They attached the net. As the helicopter lifted off, the giant's body swung in the air, a grotesque trophy hanging against the setting Afghan sun. They took the body. They took the spear. They even swept the dirt where the blood had pooled. Only then did our medevac arrive. The debriefing wasn't a debriefing. It was a threat. They flew us to a base in Oman, separate rooms. No contact with the outside world for 2 weeks. A man in a suit sat across from me. He pushed a piece of paper across the metal table. It was an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. "Sign it," he said. "What about Miller?" I asked. "What about Tex?" "Sergeant Miller and Specialist Tex died in a rock slide during a combat patrol," the man said, his voice flat. "Tragic accident. Their families will be taken care of, assuming you sign this paper." "And the giant?" I asked. "What was that thing?" The man paused. He looked at me, and for a second, I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not fear, respect. "The location you entered is very old, Sergeant. It is mentioned in texts that were written before the Bible. Some things are not meant to be woken up." He stood up and gathered his files. "You didn't see a giant. You saw a bear, a very large cave bear. The altitude caused hallucinations. That is your story. Stick to it." I signed the paper. I served 4 more years, but I never went back to the mountains. Miller and Tex are buried in Arlington. Their tombstones say, "Killed in action." But they don't say what action. They don't say they were killed by a creature that shouldn't exist. I'm an old man now. I don't care about the NDA anymore. The world needs to know. There are things sleeping in the hollow places of the earth. We call them monsters. The ancients called them Nephilim. And we just poked the hornet's nest. This is Captain Nightwhisper. If you are ever in the mountains of Kandahar and you smell rotting meat and sulfur, don't investigate. Just run. Out. Good evening, and welcome back to The Frequency. Before we begin tonight's broadcast, I need you to understand something very important. The story I am about to tell you does not exist in any official record. If you search for Operation Abyssal Gate in the public archives of the Department of Defense, you will find nothing but a blank page. Maybe a 404 error, or maybe, if you look too closely, you might find your own internet connection suddenly severed. We often look at the wars in the Middle East through the lens of history books and news reports. We think about territory, we think about oil, we think about political ideologies. But there are soldiers, men and women who operate in the shadows, far beyond the reach of standard comms, who know the truth. They know that some mountains were not meant to be climbed. Some caves were not meant to be entered. Tonight's tape was allegedly recovered from a damaged heavy-duty hard drive, found in a backpack sold at a military surplus market in Kabul 3 years ago. The files were corrupted, the audio was fragmented, but the text logs, the mission reports, were chillingly intact. They tell the story of Echo Team, a Tier 1 special operations unit sent into the Hindu Kush Mountains in late 2011. Their mission was simple: locate a high-value target hiding in a cave system. Standard procedure: search and destroy. But what they found in the dark was not a terrorist cell. It was not a weapons cache. It was something that had been waiting there since before the first human civilization was built. Something that was hungry. So, turn off the lights, put on your headphones, lock your doors, and let us descend, together, into the abyss. This is the story of how Echo Team vanished from the face of the earth. This file is Operation Abyssal Gate. October 14th, 2011. 02 odd hours, Hindu Kush mountain range, the dead zone. The sound of the Black Hawk rotors was the only thing that felt real. Everything else felt like a hallucination. The cold air biting through the open doors of the chopper, the endless, jagged teeth of the mountains below, illuminated only by the pale, ghostly green glow of my night vision goggles. We were flying dark, no lights, no transponders, just a silent shadow moving through a graveyard of stone. I looked around the cabin at my team. To my left was Miller. We called him Viper. He was our sniper, a man who could hit a coin from a mile away. But tonight, he was nervously tapping his fingers on the barrel of his rifle. Across from me was Tank, our heavy weapons specialist. He was checking the ammo belt on his SAW machine gun for the 10th time in 5 minutes. Tank didn't get scared. He was a wall of muscle and bad attitude, but even he looked uneasy. And then there was Doc, our medic. He was staring out into the black void, his face hidden behind his mask, but I could tell his jaw was clenched tight. I'm Sergeant Graves, team leader of Echo 5, and I had a bad feeling about this drop. The mission briefing had been unusually vague. Intelligence had picked up a massive thermal anomaly deep within a valley known by the locals as the Throat of God. Satellite imagery showed nothing but rock and snow, but thermal scans suggested there was a heat source down there, a big one. Command assumed it was a hidden underground bunker, maybe a nuclear refinement facility being built in secret. Our orders were simple: insert via fast rope, infiltrate the cave entrance, secure the intel, exfiltrate, standard operating procedure. We had done this 100 times. 2 minutes to LZ, the pilot's voice crackled over the comms, breaking the trance. Lock and load, gentlemen, I said, my voice sounding robotic through the headset. Watch your sectors. The intel says this area is uninhabited, but I don't trust intel that comes from a guy in a suit who's never left Virginia. Expect resistance. The chopper banked hard. My stomach dropped. Beneath us, the valley opened up like a wound in the earth. It was unnaturally dark. Even with night vision, the shadows seemed to swallow the light. It was as if the darkness down there was thick, solid. We're over the target, the pilot announced. Dropping ropes. Go, go, go. I grabbed the thick braided rope and threw myself into the void. The wind roared in my ears as I slid down, my gloves burning from the friction. My boots hit the rocky ground with a heavy crunch. I immediately dropped to one knee, bringing my rifle up, scanning the perimeter. Graves on the ground, I whispered. Viper, on me. Tank, cover the rear. Copy. Viper's voice came back, breathless. One by one, the team hit the ground. The helicopter didn't linger. As soon as the last man was off, it pulled up and vanished into the night sky, the sound of its rotors fading quickly, leaving us in a silence so profound it made my ears ring. It was freezing, but the air didn't smell like snow. It smelled like ozone, like a thunderstorm that was about to break. And there was something else, a faint smell of copper, or maybe old blood. Check your GPS, I ordered. Doc looked at his wrist monitor. He tapped the screen, then he tapped it again, harder. Sarge, Doc whispered. My GPS is spinning. It can't find a lock. We're in a dead zone. Comms check, I said. Command, this is Echo 5. We are on the ground. How do you copy? Static. Just white noise. Harsh and rhythmic, like a heartbeat made of electricity. Command, do you copy? Nothing. Great, Tank grumbled, shifting his heavy gun. Dropped in the middle of nowhere, blind and deaf. Just another Tuesday. Cut the chatter, I hissed. We moved to the objective. The cave mouth should be 300 meters north-northeast. We moved in formation. Tactical, silent. The snow crunched loudly under our boots, a sound that seemed to echo too far in the narrow valley. The towering cliffs on either side of us felt oppressive, like they were leaning in to crush us. As we walked, I noticed something strange about the rocks. In the green glow of my night vision, they looked smooth. Too smooth for natural formation. They didn't look like they were carved by wind or erosion. They looked like they had been melted. Sarge, look at this. Viper stopped, pointing his rifle at a boulder to our right. I moved closer. There were markings on the stone, deep, precise grooves. It wasn't Arabic. It wasn't Pashto. It wasn't any language I had ever seen in this region. It looked like cuneiform, but sharper, more angular. Ancient graffiti? Tank asked. No, I said, running my gloved hand over the cold stone. This is a warning marker. I've seen similar things in historical briefings about old ruins. But this looks fresh. Fresh? Doc asked, his voice trembling slightly. Who would be carving rocks out here? We're about to find out, I said. Eyes up, we're at the entrance. Ahead of us, the cliff face was split open. A massive, triangular opening led into the mountain. It was perfectly geometric. Nature doesn't make straight lines like that. This was man-made, or made by something, and from that black mouth, a sound was emanating. It was low, so low you felt it in your teeth more than you heard it in your ears. A steady, throbbing hum. Thrum, thrum, thrum. Thermal check, I ordered. Viper flipped down his thermal magnifier. He gasped. What is it? I asked. Sarge, the walls, Viper stammered. The walls of the cave entrance. They're glowing. Not hot, but cold fire. It's registering as minus 50 degrees, but it's pulsing. I looked at the black void. My instincts, honed by years of combat, were screaming at me to turn around, to pop a flare, call for emergency extraction, and get the hell out of this cursed valley. Every hair on the back of my neck was standing up, but we were Echo Team. We didn't retreat. Weapons tight, I said, gripping my rifle until my knuckles turned white. Night vision is active. We're going in. Watch your spacing. If you see anything move, you kill it. We stepped across the threshold. The darkness swallowed us whole. The hum got louder, and for the first time in my career, I was afraid of the dark. We were inside. The moment we crossed the threshold of the cave, the world changed. The biting cold of the mountain wind vanished instantly, replaced by a stagnant, heavy air. It was warm, uncomfortably warm. It felt like walking into the throat of a living beast. Light discipline, I whispered. Keep it strictly NVGs. No white light unless I say so. Copy, Viper replied. His voice cracked slightly over the comms. I didn't blame him. Through the green phosphor of my night vision goggles, the cave didn't look like rock. The walls were ribbed. Massive, arching columns of black stone stretched up into the darkness above us, looking unpleasantly like the interior of a ribcage. The floor was smooth, too smooth. It was like polished glass, dusty but perfectly flat. Sarge, Tank rumbled from the rear. You feeling that? Feeling what? The vibration. It's coming up through my boots. I stopped. I concentrated. He was right. The floor was vibrating. A low, rhythmic thrumming, like a massive generator running miles beneath us. Or a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Ignore it, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Focus on the mission. We need to find the source of the thermal signature. We moved deeper. 50 meters, 100 meters. The tunnel began to slope downwards at a steep angle. The air grew thicker, smelling of sulfur and rot. Sweet, cloying rot. Suddenly, Doc halted. He raised a fist. Hold up, movement, 12 o'clock low. We all froze. Weapons snapped up. I peered through my optic. About 20 meters ahead, there was a shape on the ground. It wasn't moving. It looked like a pile of rags. Viper, cover me, I ordered. I'm moving to investigate. I crept forward, my boots making no sound on the glassy floor. As I got closer, the shape resolved itself. It wasn't just rags. It was a uniform. I knelt beside the body. It was desiccated, basically a mummy. The skin was stretched tight over the bones, turning a dark, leathery gray. But the uniform, it wasn't Taliban. It wasn't Al-Qaeda. I brushed the dust off the shoulder patch, a red star, and a hammer and sickle. Sarge? Doc asked over the radio. What is it? Soviet, I whispered. Spetsnaz, 1980s era gear. I looked around. Now that I was looking for them, I saw more. Scattered deeper in the tunnel were crates, ammo boxes, rusted remnants of a camp. This doesn't make sense, Viper said. The Russians pulled out of Afghanistan in '89. There's no record of them ever operating in this specific valley. I reached down to pick up the soldier's weapon, an AKS-74U. I grabbed the barrel to lift it. It didn't move. I pulled harder. It was stuck. I leaned in closer, flipping down my magnifier. My breath hitched in my throat. The gun wasn't just stuck. It was fused into the floor. The metal of the rifle had melted and merged with the stone of the cave floor. And then I looked at the soldier's hand. His fingers, they weren't just resting on the ground. They sank into it. The stone had flowed around his flesh like water, and then hardened. God, I muttered. He didn't die here. He was absorbed. Sarge! Viper's voice was sharp, panic-stricken. My scope! I saw something. I spun around. Report. Down the tunnel, just at the edge of visual range. Something tall. It walked through the wall. You mean into a side tunnel? No, damn it. I mean through the wall. Like a ghost. Steady, Viper, I warned. I'm telling you. It looked like... Scream! A sound tore through our headsets. It wasn't feedback. It was a digital scream. High-pitched, garbled, and agonizingly loud. We all ripped our earpieces out instinctively, cursing. The scream lasted for 3 seconds, then cut out. Silence returned. But it wasn't total silence anymore. From the darkness ahead of us, from the depths where the Soviet soldier had met his end, came a sound. Not a scream, not a roar. It was a voice, a human voice. Help me. It was faint, weak. Did you hear that? Tank asked, raising his machine gun. Please? Cold? That's English, Doc said. Someone is down there. Check fire, I ordered. Could be a hostage, could be the HVT. We move, but stay sharp. This feels wrong. We stepped over the fused Soviet corpse. As we walked past the abandoned crates, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The crates were torn open, not from the outside, but from the inside. Whatever had been in those boxes had clawed its way out. The tunnel opened up. The ceiling vanished into darkness. We were in a massive cavern, and the voice came again. Graves! I stopped dead, my heart hammered against my ribs. Who said that? I barked. Said what, boss? Tank asked. I didn't hear anything. I looked at Doc. He shook his head. I heard the help me earlier, but I didn't hear anything just now. I swallowed hard. The voice had whispered my name, and it sounded exactly like my brother who had died in a car crash 5 years ago. We are being played with, I said, my voice grim. This isn't a rescue mission anymore. This is a trap. Contact! Viper shouted. Multiple contacts! They're on the ceiling! I looked up. In the green haze of the night vision, I saw them. They weren't human. They were shadows, and they were dropping towards us like rain. Open fire! Lighting them up! I roared. The silence of the cavern shattered. The deafening crump, crump, crump of Tank's saw machine gun echoed like thunder, creating a wall of noise that vibrated in my chest. Viper's suppressed rifle clicked rhythmically, sending rounds into the dark. I raised my M4 carbine and squeezed the trigger. Muzzle flashes lit up the cavern in strobing bursts of white light, blinding us momentarily before our eyes adjusted back to the darkness. Flash, bang, flash, bang. In those brief nanoseconds of light, I saw them. They were pale, impossibly thin. Their limbs were too long, with extra joints that bent in sickening directions. They had no eyes, just smooth, white skin where a face should be, and a mouth that was a vertical slit running from chin to forehead, filled with needle-like teeth. They're fast! Too fast! Doc screamed, firing his sidearm. One of the creatures landed on a rock pillar to my right. It moved like a spider, clinging to the vertical surface. I put 3 rounds into its chest. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It didn't bleed. Black ichor sprayed from the wounds, sizzling as it hit the ground. The creature didn't even slow down. It let out a chittering sound, like insects buzzing, and leaped at Tank. Get off me! Tank yelled. He swung the heavy barrel of his machine gun like a club, smashing the creature mid-air. The thing flew back, hitting the ground with a wet crunch. But before Tank could finish it, 2 more dropped from the shadows above. Defensive perimeter, back to back, I ordered. Doc, get a flare-up. We need real light. These NVGs are useless. Popping flare, Doc shouted. A hiss, a pop, and then a blinding red magnesium light flooded the cavern. The green world of night vision was washed away, replaced by a hellish crimson glow. The red light revealed the true scale of the nightmare. We weren't in a natural cave. We were in a cathedral. The walls were lined with thousands of those fused skeletons. Soviet soldiers, British soldiers from the 1800s, even skeletons in ancient armor holding rusted swords. They were all merged into the rock, their mouths open in eternal screams, and crawling over them were dozens of the pale creatures. "Targets are resilient," Viper called out, reloading with terrifying speed. "Headshots only. Center mass isn't stopping them. We can't hold this position," I yelled over the roar of gunfire. "We need to fall back to the tunnel." "We can't," Tank shouted back. "Look behind us." I glanced over my shoulder. The tunnel entrance, the way we came in, was gone. Where the opening had been, there was now a solid wall of that smooth black stone. It had closed, sealed us in. "Impossible," I whispered. "Graves! Left flank!" Viper screamed. I turned just in time to see one of the creatures lunging at me. I raised my rifle, but it was too close. Its long, pale fingers wrapped around the barrel of my gun. Its strength was unnatural. It yanked the weapon, pulling me off balance. I drew my combat knife with my left hand and drove it into the creature's neck. The blade sank in, but it felt like stabbing a tire. Thick, rubbery resistance. The creature hissed, its vertical mouth splitting open to reveal rows of serrated teeth. It reeked of ammonia. It leaned in, and for a second, the chittering noise stopped. A voice came from that alien throat, a perfect mimicry of my own voice. "You belong to the stone. Go to hell!" I gritted my teeth and kicked it in the chest, creating distance. I raised my rifle and fired point blank into its open mouth. The creature's head exploded in a spray of black tar. It collapsed, twitching. "Is everyone up?" I shouted, wiping the black slime from my visor. "I'm hit," Viper yelled. "Not a bullet. One of them scratched me. It burns." "Doc, check him. Tank, suppress that ridge." "I'm running dry on the belt," Tank warned. "We need to move. There's a doorway, or something like it, at the far end of the hall. It's our only way out." I looked across the cavern. About 200 meters away, bathed in the dying red light of the flare, was a massive archway. Inside the arch, the air was shimmering, warping like heat haze. "That's the objective," I pointed. "That's the thermal source. We move. Bounding Overwatch. Go, go." We ran. We ran through the nightmare, firing as we went. The creatures swarmed down the walls, but the red flare seemed to confuse them slightly, buying us precious seconds. We reached the archway. The heat coming from it was intense. "Into the passage," I ordered. Viper went first, limping. Doc followed. Tank laid down a final burst of cover fire, shredding 3 creatures that were sprinting on all fours towards us, before diving into the archway. I was the last one. I turned to take one last look at the cavern. The flare was dying. The shadows were returning. And in the center of the room, rising from the floor where the Soviet bodies were thickest, a new shape was forming. Something huge. A giant made of fused bone and black stone. It looked at me. It didn't have a face, but I felt its gaze. It felt like gravity. I turned and sprinted into the shimmering heat of the archway. The world twisted. My vision went white. The sound of gunfire faded, replaced by a sound I will never forget. The sound of 1,000 people whispering in unison. And then, we fell. I woke up to the taste of copper and dust. My head was spinning. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears, drowning out all other sounds. I tried to move, but my body felt heavy, like gravity had been dialed up to 11. I rolled onto my side, coughing up grit. "Sound off," I croaked. My voice sounded small, insignificant. "Echo team, sound off." "Here," Tank's voice groaned from somewhere to my left. I'm good, just bruised." "Doc is up," came another whisper. "I've got Viper. He's unconscious, but breathing." I forced myself to sit up. I blinked, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. But it wasn't dark. We weren't in a cave anymore, not a normal one. We were standing on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a cavern so massive that I couldn't see the other side. The ceiling was miles above us, covered in a carpet of glowing turquoise lichen that cast a sick, underwater light over everything. It looked like a bruised sky, but it was what lay below us that stopped my heart. Ruins. Miles and miles of ruins. It was a city, but no human hands had built this. The structures were monolithic, huge towers of black, oily stone that twisted into spirals. Bridges connected them like spider webs. The architecture was wrong. The angles hurt to look at. It was silent. A graveyard of giants. "Where are we, Sarge?" Tank asked. He had joined me at the edge, his machine gun hanging loosely in his hands. He took off his helmet and rubbed his eyes. "Tell me I'm hallucinating. Tell me the gas got us." "I wish I could, Tank," I said, checking my ammo. "But this feels too real." "Sarge, you need to see this," Doc shouted from behind a cluster of rocks. I limped over to where Doc was kneeling beside Viper. Viper was awake now, but his eyes were wide and frantic. He was gripping his left arm, the arm where the creature had scratched him. Doc had cut away the sleeve of Viper's uniform. "Look at the veins," Doc whispered, his voice trembling. The scratch wasn't bleeding red anymore. The veins radiating from the wound had turned jet black. They were pulsing, moving under the skin like worms, and the skin itself. It was turning gray and hard. It looked like stone. "It hurts," Viper hissed through clenched teeth. "I can hear them, in my blood, scratching." "Morphine?" I asked Doc. "I gave him a double dose. It's not touching the pain. Sarge, this isn't an infection. It's a transformation. The cells are calcifying. He is turning into whatever those things were." "Cut it off," Viper gasped. He grabbed my vest with his good hand, pulling me close. "Graves, cut it off, please." I looked at Doc. Doc shook his head. "It's already in his shoulder. If I amputate, he'll bleed out, or the shock will kill him. We need medevac. We need a real hospital." I looked back at the alien city below. "There is no medevac, Viper. Not here." I stood up and addressed the team. I had to be the leader, even if I was just as terrified as they were. "Listen up. We can't go back up. That tunnel collapsed. Our only option is to move forward. See that central tower? The big one in the middle of the city?" I pointed to a colossal structure in the distance. It was the only building that seemed to have a light source at its peak, a faint, pulsing purple glow. "That looks like a power source, or a control center. Where there is power, there might be a way to signal out, or a way to open a gate back home." "Or it's the nest," Tank muttered darkly. "We move," I said. "Doc, get Viper walking. Tank, point. I'll take rear guard. Keep your eyes on the shadows. We are intruders here." We began our descent into the sunless city. The path was a wide ramp carved into the cliff face. As we walked, I noticed the scale of everything. The steps were cut for beings that must have been 12 feet tall. Halfway down the ramp, Tank raised a fist. We froze. "Contact," he whispered. "Stationary. 3 o'clock." I moved up. Nestled in a small alcove in the rock was a camp, or the remains of one. But it wasn't ancient. There was a tattered tent made of modern nylon, a rusted camping stove, and a skeleton sitting against the wall, still wearing a rotting flight suit. I approached cautiously. The patch on the arm was faded, but legible. U.S. Air Force. That's a pilot," Doc said. "Did a plane crash down here?" I picked up a metal clipboard lying in the dust. The paper was yellow and brittle. I shone my tactical light on the log. Log entry, day 42. The sky is green. The food is gone. I can hear the engines of my plane, but I can't find the wreck. The stone speaks to me. It tells me the war is over. It tells me everyone is dead. I looked at the date at the top of the page. August 12th, 1947. 1947? I whispered. "That's impossible. That's before modern Spec Ops gear existed." "Sarge," Tank called out. He was holding something he found in the tent. "You better look at this." It was a radio, a modern digital tactical radio, the exact same model we were carrying, the exact same model that hadn't been invented until 2000. The radio was battered, scratched, and covered in that same black stone dust. I turned it over. Scratched into the back of the plastic casing were initials, Sergeant J. Graves. My initials, my radio. I looked down at my chest rig. My radio was still there. I looked back at the rusted, ancient device in my hand. "It's mine," I said, the blood draining from my face. "But it's 50 years old." "Time," Doc whispered, looking at the impossible city. Time doesn't work in a straight line down here. We might have been missing for 10 minutes, or 10 years. Suddenly, the radio in my hand, the rusted, broken one, crackled to life. Static. Don't go to the tower. It was my voice, old, raspy, and broken. Hey, Graves, stop them! I dropped the radio as if it were burning hot. It hit the ground and shattered. We need to move, I said, my voice shaking. Now, before we think too much about this. We marched into the city, but now we knew. We weren't just exploring ruins. We were walking through our own graves. The architecture of the city was designed to drive you mad. The streets were too wide. The windows in the black towers were just holes, like empty eye sockets staring down at us. The silence was heavy, pressing against our eardrums. The only sound was the scrape of our boots and Viper's ragged breathing. Viper was getting worse. His skin was turning a mottled gray. His left eye had gone completely black. No white, no iris, just a void. He was muttering constantly now. Numbers, coordinates, names of people we didn't know. Keep moving, I ordered, though I felt like sitting down and screaming. The discovery of my own future radio had shattered something in me. I kept checking my hands, expecting them to be old and withered. We reached a massive plaza. In the center stood a statue. It wasn't a person. It was a twisted helix, a shape that looked like DNA mixed with snakes. Hold up, Tank said. I see movement. Second floor. That building on the left. We took cover behind the statue. I scanned the windows. I see him, I said. Silhouette. Humanoid. He's watching us. Is it one of the pale things? Doc asked, checking Viper's pulse. No. I adjusted my scope. It's wearing gear. A helmet. Vest. A survivor? Tank asked, hope creeping into his voice. Maybe. Or maybe another ghost from 1947? I stood up, stepping out from cover. I raised my hands. Identify yourself, I shouted. My voice echoed through the empty plaza. We are American military. Do you require assistance? The figure in the window didn't move. Then slowly, it raised its hand. It mimicked my wave perfectly. Then it stepped back and vanished into the darkness of the building. I'm going after him, I said. Sarge, that's a bad idea, Doc warned. We shouldn't split up. If there's a way out, that guy might know it. Tank, stay with Doc and Viper. Watch the perimeter. I'll be 5 mics. If I'm not back, you move to the tower without me. I ran across the plaza and kicked open the heavy door of the building. Inside, it smelled of stale air and that sweet, rotting scent of the creatures. I switched on my weapon light. A grand staircase led up. I climbed it, my heart pounding. Hello, I called out. I reached the second floor. It was a long hallway lined with mirrors, but the mirrors were made of polished black metal. I saw the figure at the end of the hall. He was standing with his back to me. He was wearing the same camo pattern as us. Hey, I said, lowering my rifle slightly. I'm Sergeant Graves, Echo Team. Who are you? The figure stood still. Then, he spoke. I am Sergeant Graves, he said. His voice wasn't an echo. It was my voice. Perfectly. He turned around. I froze. I stopped breathing. It was me. But not me as I am now. His face was scarred. His eyes were gone, replaced by glowing green embers. His uniform was torn, revealing gray, stony skin underneath. You shouldn't have come here, John, the thing that looked like me said. We died here, a long time ago. You're not real, I whispered, backing away. You're a hallucination, a trick. Am I? The doppelganger smiled, and his mouth opened too wide, revealing too many teeth. Or are you the echo? Maybe you're just the memory I'm having before I finally turn to stone. He took a step towards me. I raised my rifle. Stay back. Shoot me, he taunted. Kill yourself. It's the only way to stop the hunger. Bang! I fired. The bullet hit him in the chest. He didn't flinch. He just laughed. A dry, rasping sound. The gate is open, John. The abyssal gate. It doesn't lead to a place. It leads to a time. And our time is up. Suddenly, my headset crackled. It was Tank, and he was screaming. "Sarge, ambush! They're everywhere! They're coming out of the ground! Tank, I'm coming!" I yelled into the comms. I looked back at the doppelganger. He was gone. In his place was just a pile of dust and my own reflection in the black mirror. I turned and ran back towards the stairs. As I ran, the building began to shake. The walls groaned. The city was waking up. I burst out into the plaza. It was a slaughterhouse. Hundreds of the pale creatures were pouring out of the sewers, out of the windows, dropping from the bridges. Tank was standing in the open, firing his machine gun in a continuous loop, screaming in rage. A pile of dead creatures lay at his feet, but more were coming. Doc was dragging Viper, trying to get him to cover, but Viper was fighting him. "Let me go!" Viper screamed, his voice sounding like grinding stones. "I hear the song. I need to go to the tower." "Sarge, help!" Doc yelled. I sprinted across the plaza, firing from the hip. I dropped two creatures that were flanking Tank. "Fall back, to the tower entrance," I ordered. "It's the only defensible position." "Viper is gone, man," Tank yelled, reloading. "Look at him." I looked at Viper. He had thrown Doc aside. He was standing in the middle of the open ground. The creatures, they weren't attacking him. They were running past him, ignoring him. Viper turned to look at us. Half of his face was now completely stone. He smiled, a sad human smile on a monster's face. "It's beautiful," Viper said. "The king is awake." And then, Viper raised his own pistol to his temple. "No!" I screamed. Bang! Viper fell. For a second, the battlefield went silent. The creatures stopped. They looked at Viper's body. Then they all turned their faceless heads towards us, and they screamed, a collective shriek of rage. "Run!" I grabbed Doc by the vest. "Tank, move! To the tower! Go!" We sprinted towards the massive central tower, the horde snapping at our heels. We were three now, and we were running straight into the heart of the darkness. The door to the tower didn't slam shut. It fused. The moment we stumbled inside, gasping for air, the massive stone slabs behind us liquefied and flowed together, sealing us in. The screams of the horde outside were instantly cut off. Silence returned, but it was a wet, dripping silence. "Clear," Tank wheezed. He was leaning against a wall, checking his ammo belt. "I've got maybe 200 rounds left. That's it. After that, I'm throwing rocks." "Doc?" I asked. "Status?" Doc didn't answer immediately. He was staring at the wall. He had taken off his glove and was touching the surface. "It's warm," Doc whispered. "Sarge, the walls, they're 98 degrees. Body temperature." I looked around. We were in a circular chamber. In the center, a spiral staircase wound upwards into the darkness. But the geometry was wrong. When I looked up, the stairs seemed to twist back on themselves, like an optical illusion. Looking at it made me nauseous. "We go up," I said, trying to steady my stomach. "The signal is coming from the top." We began the climb. The stairs were made of the same black stone, but they felt soft under our boots, like hard rubber or cartilage. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. We climbed in silence, but we weren't getting anywhere. The scenery didn't change. The same ribbed walls, the same pulsing, faint purple light coming from everywhere and nowhere. "We're walking in circles," Tank grumbled. "We should have reached the roof by now. This tower wasn't that tall from the outside." "Physics doesn't apply here," Doc said. He sounded detached, too calm. "I've been counting my heartbeats. We've been climbing for 45 minutes, but my altimeter watch hasn't changed. We are at the exact same elevation as when we started." "So we're trapped in a loop?" I asked. "No," Doc turned to me. His eyes were bloodshot. "We aren't moving through space, Graves. We're moving through memory." "Doc, you're losing it," Tank snapped. "Am I?" Doc pointed to a doorway that had just appeared on the landing above us. A doorway that definitely wasn't there a moment ago. "Look." We moved up to the landing. The door was a standard wooden door, painted white. It looked like the front door of a suburban house. It had a brass knocker. "That's..." Tank stopped. His jaw dropped. "That's my house. In Ohio. That's my front door. Don't touch it, I warned. I can hear my dog, Tank whispered. Tears welled up in his eyes. I can hear Buster barking inside, and the TV is on. It's Sunday football. Tank reached for the handle. Soldier, stand down, I barked. I grabbed his shoulder and yanked him back. Let me go. Tank shoved me. My family is in there. Your family is 5,000 miles away, I shouted, getting in his face. This place is reading your mind. It's trying to digest you. If you walk through that door, you don't go home. You become part of the wall, just like Viper. Tank trembled. He looked at the door, then at me. The rage in his eyes faded, replaced by horror. I heard them, he choked out. I know, I said softly. I hear them too. We turned away from the door. As we climbed past it, the wood rotted instantly, turning into gray sludge that slid down the wall. We kept climbing. The air got hotter. The smell changed. It smelled like a hospital now, antiseptic and old blood. Sarge, Doc said, I need to tell you something about the mission. I didn't stop climbing. Save it for the debrief, Doc. There won't be a debrief, Doc said. I wasn't just sent here as a medic. I'm CIA, Special Activities Division. I stopped. I turned around slowly. Tank brought his gun up, aiming it at Doc's chest. Start talking, I said. The anomaly, Doc explained quickly. We knew about it. We've known since the 70s. The Russians found it first. They called it Object 1. It's not a weapon. It's an engine. An engine for what? Tank asked. For reality, Doc said. It terraforms. It takes the environment and rewrites it based on the dominant psychic energy nearby. Why do you think it looks like a nightmare? Because it's feeding on us, on soldiers. It's reflecting our fear, our guilt, our trauma. So we made this? I gestured at the fleshy walls. We fueled it, Doc corrected. And now, it's trying to birth something. That's why it let us in. It doesn't want to kill us. Not yet. It wants our essence. It needs a template to create the next generation of whatever those things are. How do we stop it? I asked. Doc pulled a small silver device from his med kit. It looked like a dense brick of C4, but with complex circuitry. A tactical nuke? Tank asked. No. An antimatter charge. Very small. Very unstable. If we get this to the core, the heart of the tower, it will collapse the localized dimension. It will suck this whole city into a black hole the size of a coin. And us with it? I asked. Doc looked at me. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Okay, I said, adjusting my grip on my rifle. One-way trip. Let's finish the job. Suddenly, the stairs ended. We were in a massive dome-shaped room, and we were not alone. The room was alive. I don't mean there were things in it. I mean the room itself was an organ. The walls were pulsing rhythmically. Thick cables, veins the size of tree trunks, ran across the floor, pumping a glowing blue fluid towards the center. In the middle of the room, suspended by these veins, was a massive, beating heart. It was mechanical and biological, a grotesque fusion of gears, pistons, and raw muscle. It was the size of a tank. That's the core, Doc shouted over the deafening thumping sound. That's where the charge needs to go. We've got company, Tank yelled. From the shadows behind the core, it stepped out. It was 10 feet tall. It wore armor made of the same black stone, but the armor was fused to its body. It had 4 arms. 2 held massive rusted blades. The other 2 ended in heavy hydraulic claws. Its face was a collection of faces. Dozens of human masks, frozen in agony, stitched together to form a helmet. The Guardian, I whispered. The creature roared, a sound like grinding metal, and charged. Open fire! We unleashed everything we had. My M4, Tank's saw, Doc's sidearm. Bullets sparked off its stone armor. Chunks of flesh flew, but it didn't slow down. It crossed the room in 2 seconds. It swung one of its blades. Move! I shoved Doc aside. The blade missed me by an inch, slicing into the floor. The floor bled. Tank screamed a war cry and held the trigger down, walking towards the beast. "Chew on this, you ugly son of a bitch!" The bullets hammered the creature's chest, cracking the stone plate. It staggered back. "Graves, the charge!" Doc yelled, scrambling to his feet. "I need time to arm it. It takes 30 seconds to sequence." "We don't have 30 seconds." I fired a grenade from my underbarrel launcher. It hit the creature in the knee. Boom! It fell to one knee, but immediately began to rise again. "I'll buy you time!" Tank dropped his empty machine gun. He pulled out a combat knife in one hand and a frag grenade in the other. "Tank, no!" I yelled. "Go, Sarge!" Tank looked at me. His nose was bleeding, and he was smiling. "It's been an honor. Tell my dog I'm a good boy." Tank pulled the pin on the grenade, but he didn't throw it. He kept it in his hand. He sprinted at the Guardian. The creature swung its massive claw. It caught Tank around the waist, lifting him into the air like a rag doll. I heard ribs crack. I saw blood spray. But Tank was still alive. He stabbed his knife into the creature's arm, pinning it, and then he jammed his hand, the one holding the live grenade, right into the gap in the creature's neck armor, into the soft flesh. "Eat this!" Tank screamed. Boom! The explosion was muffled by the creature's body. Black ichor and red mist sprayed across the room. The Guardian's head was blown half off. It thrashed wildly, dropping Tank's limp body, and collapsed onto the floor. "Tank!" I screamed, running towards him. "Stop!" Doc grabbed me. "He's gone, Graves. He's gone. We have to move. The blast woke the hive." I looked around. The walls were tearing open. Hundreds of the smaller pale creatures were pouring out of the membrane, screeching. I looked at Tank's body one last time. He wasn't moving. He had bought us our window. "Arm the damn bomb, Doc," I yelled, tears streaming down my face, mixing with the dust and blood. Doc ran to the massive beating heart. He slapped the silver device onto the wet muscle. He punched in a code. Beep, beep, beep. "It's armed!" Doc shouted. 2 minutes. We need to get to the extraction point." "There is no extraction point." I fired at the swarm of creatures crawling towards us. "We're trapped." "The roof." Doc pointed up. Above the heart, there was a shaft of light. "The energy is venting upwards. If we ride the updraft, maybe it pushes us out before the collapse." "Maybe," I reloaded. "I love your odds, Doc. It's our only chance." We climbed the veins of the giant heart, scrambling up towards the light. Below us, the room was filling with monsters. They were tearing at Tank's body. I forced myself not to look. Focus. Survive. Make them pay. We reached the top of the core. The energy beam was intensifying. It felt like standing inside a microwave. My skin tingled. My hair stood on end. "Jump on 3!" Doc yelled over the roar of the machine. 1! The floor began to crumble. The black hole was starting to form. 2! I saw the Guardian, the thing Tank had blown up, twitch. It was still moving. It was dragging itself towards the bomb. 3! We jumped into the beam of light. Weightlessness, blinding white pain, and a sound like the universe tearing in half. And then, nothing. I hit the ground hard. It wasn't rock. It wasn't the fleshy, pulsing floor of the tower. It was snow. Cold, wet, unforgiving snow. I gasped, sucking in air that felt like razor blades. My lungs burned. I rolled over, coughing up bile and black dust. The sky above me was blindingly blue. A sun, a real yellow sun, hung directly overhead. "Doc?" I croaked. I tried to stand, but my legs were jelly. "Doc!" "Here," a weak voice replied. I saw him lying a few meters away, half buried in a snowdrift. He was shivering violently. His gear was shredded. His face was pale, not the gray of the stone, but the pale of hypothermia. I crawled over to him. We checked each other for injuries, cuts, bruises, burns from the radiation, but we were alive. We still had our skin. We still had our eyes. "We made it," Doc whispered, staring up at the sun as if he'd never seen it before. "The charge, it must have destabilized the core. It spat us out." I looked around. We were back in the Hindu Kush. The jagged peaks were familiar, but something was wrong. "Where's the cave entrance?" I asked. We were in the same valley. I recognized the ridgeline. but the massive triangular opening, the throat of God, was gone. There was just a solid wall of granite. No seams, no rubble. It looked like the cave had never existed. "It sealed itself," Doc said, staggering to his feet. "Or we drifted in time again. Check your comms." I reached for my radio. It was dead, fried by the EMP of the explosion. "We walk," I said. "Emergency rendezvous point Alpha is 10 clicks south. If we move now, we don't freeze." The walk was a blur. Every step was agony. We didn't speak. We just focused on putting one boot in front of the other. The silence of the mountains felt different now. Before it was just empty. Now it felt observant. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the pale creatures crawling over the rocks. But there was nothing, just the wind. Hours later, we heard it. The rhythmic thump, thump, thump of rotors. I popped my last red smoke flare. The hiss was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. A Chinook helicopter crested the ridge. It was huge, gray, and bore the US Army markings. It circled once, then descended, kicking up a blinding cloud of snow. Men jumped out. Rangers. They moved with a speed and aggression that startled me. They didn't run to us with stretchers. They ran to us with rifles raised. "Get on the ground. Now! Hands where I can see them!" "Friendly!" I croaked, raising my hands. "We are Echo Team. Sergeant Graves, check the damn call sign." "Ground! Now!" a soldier shouted, kicking my legs out from under me. I face-planted into the snow. A heavy boot pressed my head down. Zip ties bit into my wrists. "Target secured," I heard the soldier say into his headset. "We have 2 survivors. They match the description." "Why?" I spat snow out of my mouth. "Why are you arresting us? We're on the same side." The soldier leaned down. Through his ballistic eyewear, I saw fear in his eyes. "You're listed as KIA, Sergeant," he said. "What?" "Echo Team went missing on October 14th, 2011. The search was called off." "That was last night," I said, confused. "We dropped in last night." The soldier paused. He looked at his watch, then back at me. "Sergeant," he said slowly, "today is October 14th, 2021. The world spun. 10 years. We had been in that tower for a few hours, but outside, the world had turned for 10 years. They dragged us into the chopper. As the ramp closed, blocking out the mountains, I looked at Doc. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at his own hands. He was smiling, and for a second, just a split second, I saw his pupils dilate. Not round, but vertical, like a slit. "We're home, Graves," Doc whispered. "We brought it home." Day 4, or maybe day 5. It's hard to tell in here. The walls are white. The floor is white. The lights never turn off. There are no windows, just a mirror that I know is two-way glass. They took my clothes. They scrubbed my skin with harsh chemicals until I bled. They shaved my head. They took blood samples, tissue samples, spinal fluid samples. They haven't let me see Doc. Every time I ask about him, the doctors just scribble on their clipboards and leave. The doctors wear hazmat suits, full biological containment gear. They don't speak to me. They look at me like I'm a bomb that's ticking too quietly. Yesterday, a man in a suit came in. No name, no rank, just the administrator. He sat down on the metal chair opposite me. He placed a file on the table. "Tell me about the tower," he said. "I've told you 10 times," I said. "We went in. We found the anomaly. We destroyed it. We came back." "Did you?" he asked. He opened the file. "Look at this X-ray." He slid a black film across the table. It was a chest X-ray. My chest X-ray. I looked at the ribs, the lungs, the heart, and then I saw it. Entwined around my spine, buried deep in the marrow, were thin, black tendrils. They looked like roots or veins. They were weaving through my vertebrae, growing upwards towards my brainstem. "What is that?" I whispered. "Is that radiation sickness?" "No," the administrator said. "It's mineral, a silicate structure unknown to science. It's not an infection, Sergeant. It's a graft. You are turning into stone, from the inside out." I touched my chest. I couldn't feel anything. "And Doc?" I asked. "Is he—" "The other subject," the administrator corrected, is further along. He is adapting faster. He leaned in. We put a microphone in his cell. Listen. He pulled out a small recorder and pressed play. At first, there was silence. Then, a sound I knew too well. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It wasn't a machine. It was Doc. He was humming. A low, throat-singing frequency that matched the vibration of the cave. And then, he spoke. But it wasn't English. It wasn't any human language. It was a series of clicks, hisses, and grinding sounds. The gate is not a door. The gate is a seed. Doc's voice on the tape distorted, becoming two voices speaking at once. And we are the soil. The administrator clicked the tape off. He isn't your medic anymore, Sergeant. Whatever you brought back, it's wearing him like a suit. Kill us, I said. My voice was flat. If that's what we are, you have to burn us. Right now. Flamethrowers, acid, whatever it takes. The administrator smiled. It was a cold, bureaucratic smile. Kill you? He chuckled softly. Why would we do that? Do you have any idea how much money we spent trying to find that cave? How many teams we lost? He stood up and gathered his files. We didn't rescue you to cure you, Graves. We rescued you to study you. You are the first successful biological interface with the anomaly. You are the prototype. He walked to the heavy steel door. Get some rest, Sergeant. Tomorrow we start the stress tests. We need to see how fast the stone grows when you're angry. The door slammed shut. The lock engaged with a heavy clank. I sat alone in the white room. I looked at my hand. The skin on my fingertips was peeling. Underneath, it wasn't red raw flesh. It was gray, smooth, hard. And then I heard it. Not from the tape recorder, not from the speakers. It was coming from the vent in the ceiling, a whisper. Graves, it was Tank's voice. Let us in. I started to laugh. I couldn't stop. I laughed until my throat bled. I laughed because I finally understood. We didn't escape the abyssal gate. We just expanded its perimeter.
If anyone is receiving this, if there is anyone left on the frequency, this is Sergeant John Graves, Echo 5. This is my final entry. The facility has fallen. It didn't take an army. It didn't take a bomb. It just took a song. 2 hours ago, the power grid fluctuated. The lights flickered. And then, over the intercom system, the PA speakers in every hallway, every lab, every cell, the sound started. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It wasn't a recording. It was live. It was Doc. I don't know how he did it. Maybe he plugged himself into the electrical outlet. Maybe his blood is just a conductor now. But he hijacked the system. He broadcasted the frequency of the abyss to the entire base. I looked out the window of my cell. I saw the guards in the hallway. They grabbed their heads. They fell to their knees. Blood poured from their ears. And then, they stopped screaming. They stood up, but they weren't moving like men anymore. They were moving like marionettes, jerky, unnatural. They raised their weapons and turned on the uninfected staff. Then the containment doors opened, all of them. My door slid open with a hiss, but I didn't run. I couldn't. I looked down at my legs. They are gone. Not amputated, just merged. My boots, my fatigues, my skin, they have all turned into that smooth black basalt. I am fused to the metal chair I'm sitting on. I am fused to the floor. I am a statue from the waist down. And the stone is climbing. It's at my ribs now. It feels cold, so cold. The administrator came to see me one last time. He stumbled into my room about 20 minutes ago. The arrogant man in the suit. He wasn't so arrogant anymore. He was crawling. His legs were dragging behind him, useless, heavy as lead. His face was half grey. "Make it stop," he begged me. He grabbed my arm with a hand that felt like sandpaper. "Tell him to stop the broadcast." "I can't," I told him. "You wanted to study the stone. Now you are the stone." He tried to scream, but his jaw locked. I watched as the grey spread over his mouth, sealing it shut forever. His eyes turned into glass. He froze there, a statue of terror, reaching out to me for a salvation that doesn't exist. I can hear Doc coming now. He is walking down the hallway. I can hear the clack, clack, clack of his footsteps, heavy, hard, like a hammer hitting concrete. He isn't alone. I hear others, the shuffling of hundreds of feet, the staff, the soldiers, the scientists. They are all part of the hive now. The infection isn't just biological. I realized that too late. It's not just a spore or a virus. It's a frequency. It's sound. That's how it traveled from the cave to the tower. That's how it traveled from the tower to us. And that's how it travels from us to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I am recording this on a digital line. This audio file, it carries the signal, the hum, the whisper. By listening to this tape, you have opened the door. The stone doesn't need a physical touch. It just needs you to hear it. It plants the seed in your mind. And then, tonight, when you sleep, you will dream of the sunless city. You will hear the thrumming in the walls of your own house. And when you wake up, your fingers will feel a little stiff, a little cold. The door to my room is darkening. A shadow is falling over me. Doc is here. He doesn't look like a man anymore. He is beautiful and terrible. A crown of black spikes has erupted from his skull. His eyes are burning with that pale turquoise light. He is smiling at me. He is holding out a hand. "It's time, brother," he says. His voice sounds like a landslide. "The king is waiting." The stone has reached my neck. It's hard to breathe. It's hard to speak. My name was John Graves. I was a soldier. I tried to do my duty. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to bring the end of the world home with me. But it's here. And now, it's with you.
The file ends there. According to the few leaked documents that surfaced on the dark web shortly after this event, the facility where Sergeant Graves was held was officially destroyed in a gas line explosion on October 15, 2021. The official report states there were no survivors. The area is now a restricted ecological hazard zone surrounded by 3 layers of electric fencing. But here is the detail that keeps me awake at night. Satellite images from that week show no explosion craters, no fire damage. Instead, they show a perfect black circle where the building used to be, as if the entire structure was just erased or pulled down into the earth. And remember the timestamp on the digital file? The metadata shows it was uploaded to a public server just seconds before the signal cut out. Which brings us to the most terrifying question of all. Graves said the infection spreads through sound, through the frequency, through the story itself. While you were listening to this, did you feel anything? A sudden chill in the room? A slight stiffness in your joints? Did you hear a faint humming sound coming from your walls or from beneath your floorboards? Maybe it's just your imagination. The power of suggestion is a strong thing. Or maybe, just maybe, the abyssal gate is now open in your home. I suggest you check your locks tonight. Not that it will help, but it might make you feel better. If you enjoyed this descent into madness, and if your fingers are still flexible enough to click a mouse, please hit that like button. It helps the channel grow, and it tells the algorithm that you want more nightmares. And make sure you are subscribed with the notification bell turned on. You don't want to miss the next broadcast. I have received a new cache of tapes from a deep-sea oil rig in the North Sea, and trust me, you won't want to swim ever again. Leave a comment below. Do you think Echo Team found an alien civilization or something demonic? And let me know, Are your walls humming right now? I am Captain Nightwhisper. Stay in the light, watch the shadows, and never, ever listen to the whispers. Good night. My name is Major Yuri Vaganov. I served the Soviet Union for 30 years. I have seen the horrors of Chernobyl. I have cleaned up biological leaks in Sverdlovsk. I thought I knew what hell looked like. I was wrong. Hell is not a place you go to when you die. Hell is a place we built. If you are listening to this tape, then the Soviet Union has likely fallen. The empire is gone, but the hole remains. They will tell you in the history books that the Kola Super Deep Borehole project was stopped because of lack of funds. They will tell you that we stopped drilling at 12,262 meters because the temperatures were too high for the equipment. That is the official lie. That is what they want you to believe. We didn't stop because of the heat. We stopped because of the noise. It started on the night of September 12, 1989. The drill bit dropped into a cavity, a void. We thought we had hit a pocket of natural gas or a new geological layer. The scientists were celebrating. They lowered a heat-resistant microphone down the shaft to listen to the movement of the tectonic plates. They expected to hear the sound of the earth shifting, maybe the sound of wind. Instead, they heard a voice. It wasn't just one voice, it was thousands, screaming, crying out in a language that predates humanity. The station went silent 12 hours later. No distress signal, no evacuation order, just silence. I was sent in with a team of 4 men to assess the situation. Our orders were simple. Go in, secure the data, restart the communications. We never restarted the communications because there was no one left to talk to. What we found in that frozen wasteland, inside that metal tower, defies every law of physics and biology. We drilled too deep. We knocked on a door that should have remained shut forever, and something answered. This is not a story about ghosts. This is not a story about demons. This is a warning. The Earth is not a dead rock floating in space. It is a cage, and we just broke the lock. This is the account of what really happened at Site SG-3. My name is Yuri Vaganov, and I am the man who had to close the door. The helicopter ride to the Kola Peninsula was brutal. The Mi-8 transport shook violently against the Arctic winds. Outside the porthole, there was nothing but endless, blinding white. The tundra, a place where life goes to freeze. I looked at my team. They were good men, hard men. Sergeant Volkov, a giant of a man who had survived Afghanistan. Dr. Arisov, a physicist who looked more comfortable in a library than a war zone. And 2 Spetsnaz operatives, dim and silent, whose names I never bothered to learn. We were the cleanup crew, the heavy hand of the Kremlin. The pilot's voice crackled in my headset. He said we were approaching the target, Site SG-3, the pride of Soviet science, the deepest hole ever dug by mankind. As the facility came into view through the swirling snow, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. It didn't look like a triumph of science. It looked like a tombstone. The massive drilling tower stood like a rusted needle against the gray sky, piercing the clouds. The surrounding buildings were dark. No smoke from the chimneys, no lights in the windows, just a monolith of concrete and steel, buried in the snow. We landed in the courtyard. The rotors kicked up a storm of ice crystals. I stepped out first, my boots crunching on the frozen ground. The cold hit me instantly. It was minus 30 degrees, but it felt colder. It felt unnatural. The air smelled sharp, metallic, like ozone and old blood. We moved towards the main entrance. The heavy steel doors were unlocked. They were slightly ajar, swinging gently in the wind with a rhythmic, groaning creak. I signaled for silence. We entered the main hangar. The transition was jarring. Outside, the wind howled like a wolf. Inside, the silence was absolute. It was heavy, pressing against our eardrums. The hangar was vast, filled with crates of equipment, drilling pipes, and machinery. Emergency lights bathed the room in a dim, pulsing red glow. The main generator must have failed, leaving the facility on backup power. There was no one at the security checkpoint. A half-eaten sandwich sat on a desk, the bread dry and curled. A cup of tea had frozen solid, the spoon stuck in the brown ice at an angle. They hadn't evacuated. They had been interrupted. We moved deeper, towards the living quarters. The air grew warmer here, stiflingly warm. It smelled of sulfur, rotten eggs, and wet dog. Dr. Arisov pulled out his Geiger counter. The clicking sound was erratic, but low. Radiation levels were normal, but Arisov looked disturbed. He tapped the glass of the device. He said the background radiation was too low. It was as if the facility was absorbing it. We reached the cafeteria. Tables were overturned. Chairs were smashed against the walls. A struggle. But there were no bodies, no blood, just chaos. Then Sergeant Volkov called out from the back of the room. He was standing near the kitchen entrance. He was pointing his flashlight at the wall. I walked over. The beam of my light cut through the gloom. Written on the wall, in what looked like black grease or oil, was a message. It was written frantically, the letters jagged and uneven. It said, "Do not listen." I touched the substance. It was sticky, warm. It wasn't grease. It was some kind of organic slime. We continued to the communications room. This was our primary objective. Find out why the station went silent. The door was locked from the inside. Volkov kicked it open with a single, powerful blow. The room was a wreck. Radio equipment was smashed. Consoles were torn apart, wires hanging out like gutted intestines. In the center of the room sat the communications officer, or at least his uniform. The clothes were there, the shirt, the pants, the boots. They were sitting in the chair, arranged perfectly, as if a man was wearing them. But the man was gone. There was no body inside the clothes. It was as if he had simply evaporated, or melted. On the desk, in front of the empty uniform, the reel-to-reel tape recorder was still spinning. The tape had run out hours ago, the end of the reel slapping against the machine with a rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack. I reached out and stopped the machine. The silence rushed back in, louder than before. Dr. Arisov found the station logbook on the floor. He picked it up, his hands trembling in his thick gloves. He flipped to the last entry. It was dated yesterday. 800 hours. He read it aloud. His voice was barely a whisper in the red dark. He read, "We have broken through. The drill has dropped freely. Depth 12,262 meters. Temperature is 180 degrees Celsius. We lowered the microphone. We made a mistake. God help us. We made a mistake." Suddenly, the lights in the corridor outside flickered and died. We were plunged into total darkness, and then, from deep beneath our feet, from the bowels of the facility, we heard it. It started as a vibration in the soles of my boots, a low, grinding hum. The drilling tower. It was turning on. Someone, or something, had restarted the drill. I racked the slide of my AK-47. The sound echoed violently in the small room. "We are not alone," I said to the dark. We moved out into the corridor, our flashlight beams cutting through the blackness. The vibration was getting stronger. The heat was rising. We had to go down. We had to go to the control room at the base of the shaft. We had to see what was at the bottom of the hole. I didn't know it then, but we were walking into the mouth of the beast. The white silence of the tundra was behind us. Ahead of us, there was only the red noise of the deep. We left the communications room and headed towards the residential block. The layout of Site SG-3 was a labyrinth. Corridors of gray concrete, exposed pipes, and flickering fluorescent tubes that buzzed like dying insects. The vibration from the drill was constant now. It wasn't just a mechanical shaking, it felt rhythmic, like a pulse. Thump, 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 thump. The facility felt like it was breathing. We needed to find the project lead, Dr. Semenov. He would have the keys to the elevator shaft that led down to the main drilling platform. His quarters were on level 2. As we descended the stairwell, the temperature spiked. It went from freezing cold to a humid tropical heat in the span of 2 flights of stairs. I unzipped my parka. Sweat began to trickle down my back. This shouldn't be happening. The heating systems were offline. This heat was coming from the structure itself. We entered the hallway of level 2. The air here was thick. It tasted like copper. All the doors to the scientists' rooms were open. Every single one. It looked like a prison break. I signaled the Spetsnaz operatives to check the rooms on the left. Volkov and I took the right. The first room was empty. The bed was unmade. Personal items were scattered on the floor. A picture of a wife and child. A book on geology. Normal. Too normal. The second room was different. As soon as I stepped across the threshold, the smell hit me. It was sweet, sickeningly sweet, like rotting fruit mixed with burnt hair. There was something on the bed. It looked like a cocoon. The bedsheets had been stripped and wrapped tightly around something. The bundle was about the size of a man. It was wet. A clear, viscous fluid was dripping from the bottom of the mattress, pooling on the linoleum floor. "Arisov, stay back," I ordered. I approached the bed, my weapon raised. With the barrel of my rifle, I slowly lifted the edge of the sheet. It peeled away with a wet, tearing sound. Inside, there was a man, or what used to be a man. It was one of the scientists. His skin had turned translucent. You could see the veins beneath, black and swollen. But the most terrifying thing was his face. His mouth was gone. The skin had grown over his lips, sealing them shut in a smooth, featureless layer of flesh. His eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling in blind panic. He was alive. He was breathing in shallow, desperate gasps through his nose. He tried to scream, but with his mouth sealed, it just came out as a muffled, high-pitched whine from his throat. Volkov cursed in Russian. He stepped back, bumping into the doorframe. "He is changing," Arisov whispered, leaning in close to the horrific face. "Look at the bone structure. His jaw, it is fusing." "Why?" I asked. "Why would his body do that?" "To stop him from speaking," Arisov said. "To stop him from making noise." Suddenly, the man on the bed convulsed. His back arched. The black veins under his skin pulsed violently. He wasn't trying to break free. He was trying to point. His hand, fused into a club-like shape where the fingers had melted together, raised up and pointed towards the floor, towards the vents. I looked down. The ventilation grate was screwed into the wall near the floor. Behind the metal slats, in the darkness of the air duct, something was moving, slithering. It sounded like wet leather, dragging on steel. "We are leaving," I said. "Now." I didn't mercy kill him. I wanted to. God knows I wanted to put a bullet in his brain and end his misery. But we had orders: assess, report, contain. We couldn't waste ammunition on the victims. Not yet. We backed out of the room, leaving the faceless man to his silent screaming. We moved back into the corridor. The Spetsnaz team was waiting for us. They looked rattled. These were men who killed without blinking, but they looked pale. "We found them," one of them said. "The others?" I asked. "No, Major. We found their clothes, just like upstairs. Piles of clothes. But look at this." He held up a lab coat. It was stiff, covered in a gray, dust-like substance. I touched it. It crumbled between my fingers. It wasn't dust. It was human skin. Flakes of dried, dead skin. "They didn't leave," Arisov said, his voice trembling. "They shed, like snakes. They shed their humanity and went somewhere else." "Where?" Volkov asked. "Down," I said. "They went down." We reached the end of the corridor. The door to Dr. Semenov's room was the only one that was closed, and locked. I placed a small explosive charge on the handle. "Turn away," I ordered. Thump! The door blew inward. Smoke filled the air. We stormed in. Dr. Semenov was there. He wasn't dead. He wasn't a cocoon. He was sitting at his desk, facing the wall. He was naked. His body was covered in strange spiral carvings. He had done it to himself with a scalpel. He didn't turn around when we entered. He just kept writing, scribbling furiously on the wall with a piece of charcoal. "Dr. Semenov," I said. "I am Major Vaganov." He stopped writing. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "You are late, Major," he said without turning. "The concert has already started." He stood up and turned to face us. His eyes were gone. He had gouged them out. The sockets were empty, black pits. "I don't need them anymore," he smiled, blood running down his cheeks like tears. "I have seen the truth. The darkness is so bright down there." He held up a keycard. "The key to the main elevator. You want to go down?" he asked, dangling the card. "You want to hear the choir?" He tossed the card at my feet. "Take it," he whispered. "Go to 12 kilometers. But remember, once you hear it, you can never unhear it." He laughed, and then he bit off his own tongue. We left Dr. Semenov in his pool of blood. One of the Spetsnaz operatives, the one named Andrei, looked at me for permission. I nodded. A single shot rang out. A mercy kill. We couldn't leave him to bleed out in the dark. I picked up the keycard from the floor. It was slick with blood. We moved to the main elevator shaft at the end of the hall. The doors were heavy blast-proof steel, painted with yellow and black hazard stripes. Above the door, a rusted dial indicated the depth. It was currently at level 2. I swiped the card. The mechanism groaned. It sounded like a dying wail. The heavy gears ground against each other, shaking the floor beneath our boots. Slowly, painfully, the doors slid open. Inside, the cage was large enough for a tank. It was an industrial freight elevator, enclosed in a wire mesh. The floor was metal grating. You could see through it. You could see the darkness waiting below. We stepped in. The heat was already intense, but as we crossed into the shaft, a blast of hot air hit us from below. It was like opening an oven door. Arisov checked the control panel. There was a single button that mattered, the one at the bottom. SG3 final depth. Press it, I said. Arisov pressed the button. The cage lurched downward. My stomach dropped. The descent began. At first, we passed the upper levels quickly. Level 3, Level 4, concrete walls flashed by. We saw flashes of abandoned equipment, flickering lights, empty hallways. But as we passed Level 6, the concrete disappeared. We were now drilling into the raw bedrock. The walls of the shaft were rough, jagged stone, scarred by the massive drill bits that had passed this way years ago. The deeper we went, the hotter it got. The thermometer on Arisov's suit was climbing. 40 degrees, 50 degrees. The air was becoming hard to breathe. It was thick and heavy. At level 9, about 7,000 meters down, the elevator slowed. It didn't stop, but it shuddered. "Look," Volkov whispered. He was pointing through the wire mesh. Outside the cage, in the rock wall, there were cavities, small natural pockets in the stone. And inside those pockets, things were moving. They looked like pale spiders, but they were too big. They were the size of dogs. They scurried across the vertical walls, ignoring gravity. "Those aren't spiders," Arisov said, his voice trembling. "Those are hands." He was right. They were clumps of human hands, fused together at the wrists, moving with a frantic, scuttling intelligence. They were climbing up the shaft, towards the surface. "Don't look at them," I ordered. "Keep your eyes on the floor." We continued down. The pressure in my ears was painful. I had to swallow constantly to pop them. The air tasted of sulfur and iron. 10,000 meters. The sound of the drill below us was deafening now, a constant grinding roar that vibrated the fillings in my teeth. Grrr, chunk, grrr, chunk. Suddenly, the Spetsnaz operative, Andriy, fell to his knees. He ripped off his helmet. He was gasping for air. "It's too loud!" he screamed. He clawed at his ears. "Get it out! Get it out of my head!" "What is it?" I yelled over the noise. "The voice!" Andrei screamed. "It's not on the radio. It's in the air. Can't you hear it?" I listened. Underneath the roar of the machinery, underneath the hum of the elevator, yes, I heard it. It sounded like a choir. Thousands of voices singing a single discordant note, a low drone that vibrated in the marrow of my bones. It wasn't menacing. It was welcoming. It was inviting us down. "Hold it together, soldier!" Volkov grabbed Andrei by the vest and hauled him up. "We are almost there. 12,000 meters. The elevator brakes screeched. Sparks showered down on us from the cables above. The cage shook violently and came to a halt. We had arrived. The doors hissed open. I expected darkness. I expected a cramped tunnel. I did not expect a cathedral. The bottom of the borehole opened up into a massive, hollowed-out chamber. The walls were lined with strange, luminescent fungi that glowed a sickly violet color. In the center of the cavern stood the main drilling rig. It was a monster of steel and hydraulics, pulsing with heat. The drill pipe extended down into a small, perfect hole in the center of the floor. But the most terrifying thing was not the machine. It was the air. The air here shimmered. It was distorted, like heat waves on a tarmac. But it wasn't just heat. It was reality bending. "Welcome to hell," Volkov muttered. We stepped out of the cage. The ground was hot enough to melt rubber. We had to keep moving. There, I pointed. The control booth. A small, reinforced glass booth stood near the drill. That was where the recording equipment was. That was where the answers were. We ran towards it, the heat searing our lungs. We were walking on the bottom of the world, and we were about to find out who lived in the basement. The control booth was a sanctuary. We slammed the heavy door shut and sealed it. The noise of the drill was muffled instantly, replaced by the hum of cooling fans. The air conditioning here was still working on emergency power, blasting cold air that felt like a blessing. I wiped the sweat and grime from my eyes. We checked the room. It was empty of people, but it was full of madness. The walls were covered in paper, charts, seismic readings, geological surveys, but someone had drawn over them. They had connected the lines of the seismic graphs to form shapes, faces, screaming faces hidden in the data. Check the main console, I ordered Arisov. Find the recording from September 12th. Arisov sat at the terminal. His hands were shaking so bad he could barely type. Volkov and the Spetsnaz guarded the door, their weapons trained on the violet glow outside. I found it, Major, Arisov said. Audio file SG3 Alpha. Timestamp 2342. Just before the silence. Play it, I said. Arisov flipped a switch. The massive reel-to-reel tape deck in the center of the console clicked to life. The magnetic tape began to spin. Hiss. Crackle. At first, there was only static. Then the voice of the lead drilling engineer. Depth 12,262. We have punched through into the cavity. Lowering microphone array. Gain set to maximum. A pause. Then a sharp, high-pitched feedback whine. What is that? The engineer's voice asked on the tape. Is that, wind? No, another voice replied. Too rhythmic. Adjust the filter. The static cleared, and then we heard it. In the small, cold booth, 5 hardened men froze. It wasn't wind. It wasn't shifting rocks. It was a scream, but not a human scream. It sounded like 1,000,000 people screaming in unison, but their voices were wet, gurgling, as if they were drowning in thick liquid. Help! Ooze. It was faint at first, then it grew louder. It peaked the meters on the recording. The speakers on the console vibrated, but then, underneath the screaming, a single voice cut through, deep, guttural, speaking a language I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. It wasn't speaking Russian. It wasn't speaking English. It was speaking directly to the primal part of my brain. Open, the voice rumbled. The flesh is the key. Open. Andrei, the Spetsnaz operative who had panicked in the elevator, started to whimper. He dropped his rifle. He covered his ears, but he started to sway back and forth. Turn it off, Volkov growled. Turn it the hell off. Wait, Arisov said. Listen, the background noise. I leaned in closer to the speaker. Beneath the screaming, beneath the deep voice, there was a mechanical sound. Click, whir, click, whir. It sounds like machinery, I whispered. It sounds like a pump, Arisov said. A giant biological heart pumping. Suddenly, on the tape, chaos broke out. Pull it up! Pull the mic up! The engineer screamed. Something has grabbed the line. It's pulling us down. The sound of metal tearing, screams in the control room, and then the recording ended with a wet, squelching sound, like a heavy boot stepping in mud. The tape reel stopped spinning. The silence in the booth was heavy. That wasn't a geological anomaly, Arisov whispered. His face was white as a sheet. That was a city. We drilled into a city. Suddenly, Andrei stood up. His eyes were glazed over. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking at the door. He walked towards it. Andrei, stand down, I barked. He didn't stop. He reached for the handle. Open, Andrei whispered. The flesh is the key. No! Volkov lunged for him, but it was too late. Andrei threw the latch and kicked the door open. The noise of the drill rushed back in, but it had changed. The drill wasn't just spinning anymore, it was pulsating. The violet light from the cavern flooded the booth. Andrei stepped out into the heat. He didn't scream. He walked straight towards the open borehole, towards the spinning pipe. He leaped. He didn't just fall. As he hit the superheated air above the hole, his body unraveled. His skin peeled back like a banana, flapping in the updraft. His muscles separated. He turned into a cloud of red mist and white bone, and was sucked down into the darkness. "He fed it," Arisov said, horrified. The voice said the flesh is the key. He just gave it the key. Suddenly, the floor beneath us buckled. A massive tremor shook the entire facility. The drill speed increased. The RPM gauge redlined. "It's coming up," Volkov yelled. "Whatever is down there, it's riding the drill up. We have to go." I grabbed the tape reel. This was the proof. We have to destroy the shaft. "How?" Arisov screamed over the roar. "The charges," I said, patting the C4 explosives in my pack. "We blow the supports. We bury this hole forever." We ran out of the booth, back towards the elevator. But the elevator cage was gone. The cable had snapped. It lay in a crumpled heap on the floor. We were trapped at the bottom of the world, and the landlord was coming up the stairs to meet us. We stared at the crumpled wreckage of the elevator cage. It was a twisted mass of steel, smoking in the heat. Our only ride to the surface was gone. Volkov looked up into the shaft. The darkness seemed to go on forever. "There is a service ladder," he said, pointing his flashlight beam. "It runs parallel to the main shaft. Maintenance access." 12 kilometers, Arisov whispered. He sounded defeated. 12 kilometers straight up. In this heat. It is impossible. We will boil alive before we reach level 6. "We don't have a choice, Doctor," I said, checking the seals on my suit. "We climb, or we stay here and become part of the choir." We moved to the maintenance gantry. The ladder was old. Rusted iron rungs bolted directly into the stone wall. It was narrow, slippery with condensation, and that strange, black oil. I took the lead. Volkov took the rear to carry the heavy explosives. Arisov and the remaining Spetsnaz operative, a man named Dmitri, were in the middle. We started to climb. Clang, step, clang, step. The first 1,000 meters were pure adrenaline. The fear of what was below us pushed us upward. The sound of the drill was still roaring beneath our feet, a constant reminder that something was coming. But then, the fatigue set in. The heat was oppressive. My suit felt like a sauna. Sweat stung my eyes. Every breath burned my throat. The air filters were working overtime, whining against the thick, sulfurous atmosphere. 2,000 meters. My muscles screamed. My hands cramped around the iron rungs. I tried to count the steps to keep my mind focused. 100, 200, 500. But the numbers lost their meaning. Time began to blur. In the deep earth, there is no day or night. There is only the climb. Around 3,000 meters up, the hallucinations started. I looked at the stone wall, inches from my face. The rock wasn't static. It was moving, flowing like a slow river. I saw faces in the stone. My mother, my father, soldiers I had lost in Afghanistan. They were trapped in the rock, their mouths open, screaming silently. "Major!" Arisov's voice crackled in my ear. He sounded delirious. "The distance. It is wrong." "What are you talking about?" I gasped. "We have been climbing for hours," Arisov said. "We should be at level 8 by now. But the altimeter, it hasn't moved. We are running in place." "Don't look at the instruments," I ordered. "Just climb." But he was right. The shaft felt like it was stretching, like the earth itself was expanding to keep us trapped. The darkness above never got closer. The darkness below never got farther away. Suddenly, Dmitri stopped. "I can't," he sobbed. "I can't feel my hands." "Keep moving, Dmitri," Volkov barked from below. "Don't stop." "It's the heat," Dmitri cried. "It's inside my suit. My skin, it's melting." I looked down. Dmitri was clinging to the ladder, but his gloves, they weren't holding the rung. They were fusing to it. The rubber of his gloves was melting into the rust of the iron, and his hands were melting into the gloves. He tried to lift his right hand. A sickening, tearing sound echoed in the shaft. He screamed. He was stuck. He was becoming part of the ladder. "Help me!" he shrieked. "Cut me loose!" Volkov climbed up to him. He pulled out his combat knife. "Hold still," Volkov said. But it wasn't just his hands. Dimitri's boots had fused to the rung below. His chest was pressing against the ladder, and I could see the fabric of his suit bonding with the metal. The infection, Arisov whispered. It accelerates with adrenaline. The more he panics, the faster it spreads. Dimitri looked at me. His eyes were wide. Blood was leaking from his tear ducts. Major, please, don't leave me. I looked at Volkov. Volkov shook his head. There was no way to cut him loose without taking his hands and feet off, and in this environment, the shock would kill him instantly. We have to go, I said. My voice felt like broken glass. No! Dimitri screamed. No! Volkov grabbed Dimitri's shoulder. He leaned in close. You are holding the line, soldier, Volkov said softly. You are the rear guard now. Do not let them pass. Volkov pulled the pin on a grenade and wedged it between Dimitri's chest and the ladder. I am sorry, brother, Volkov whispered. We scrambled up the ladder, faster, desperate. Below us, Dimitri screamed one last time. Boom! The explosion shook the ladder. Shrapnel pinged off the metal walls. The screaming stopped. We didn't look back. We just climbed, climbing on the echo of our dead friend. 4,000 meters. We reached a platform, a service hatch, level 9. We collapsed on the metal grating, gasping for air. We were alive, but we were fewer, and the darkness above was still hungry. Level 9 was the maintenance sector. Ventilation, water filtration, power relays. It was a maze of pipes and catwalks. We needed to rest. We needed to find water. And we needed to find a way to bypass the next section of the shaft, which Arisov said might be blocked by the explosion debris. We cracked the seal on the airlock door and entered the level. It was dark here, but not pitch black. The emergency lights were flickering with a strobe-like effect. Flash, dark, flash, dark. It made movement look jerky, unnatural. The air here was cold, finally, but it was a damp cold. The floor was covered in a thin layer of water. Stay sharp, I whispered. Check your corners. We moved through the maze of pipes. The silence here was different. It wasn't empty. It was waiting. Look at the walls, Volkov said, raising his rifle. I shone my light on the concrete wall. There were shadows burned into the paint, like the nuclear shadows in Hiroshima. Silhouettes of men running, men falling, men fighting, but there were no bodies, just the shadows. It is an energy discharge, Arisov muttered, examining a shadow that looked like a man being torn in half. Something high energy vaporized them instantly. Or, I said, looking closely at the shadow, they didn't vaporize. They went into the wall. The shadow wasn't flat. It had depth. It looked like the man was trapped inside the concrete, pressing against the surface from the other side. A 2D prison for a 3D soul. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed from down the corridor. We froze. Clang. Scrape. Clang. It was coming from the water filtration room. We moved forward, boots splashing softly in the water. I took point. Volkov covered the rear. Arisov was in the middle, clutching the data tapes like a holy relic. We reached the door to the filtration room. It was glass. Through the grime, I saw movement. Inside, there were figures, 3 of them. They were wearing technician jumpsuits. They were standing around a large water tank, their backs to us. Survivors? Arisov whispered, hope in his voice. I don't think so, I said. Look at their posture. They were standing too still, rigid, like mannequins. And their arms were too long. They hung down past their knees. I pushed the door open. Identify yourselves! I shouted. The 3 figures turned around slowly. They didn't have faces. Where their faces should have been, there was only smooth gray bone. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, just a blank slate. But they could see us. The one in the middle let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a burst of static noise, like a radio tuning between stations. Kirsty! Contact! Volkov yelled. The creatures lunged. They moved unnaturally fast, their limbs snapping and jerking like broken marionettes. I opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the center creature. Black ichor sprayed from its chest. It stumbled back but didn't fall. It didn't seem to feel pain. Volkov unleashed a burst of automatic fire. The heavy 7.62 rounds tore the arm off the second creature. The limb fell into the water, twitching on its own. The creature didn't even slow down. It leaped at Volkov, tackling him into the pipes. "Get off him!" I screamed. I ran forward and kicked the creature in the head. It felt like kicking a rock. I aimed my rifle point blank at its blank face and pulled the trigger. The head exploded in a shower of bone and black slime. The body went limp. Volkov threw the headless corpse off him and stood up, breathing hard. He was covered in the black slime. "Are you bit?" I asked. "No," he grunted, wiping the slime from his visor. "Just bruised. They are strong, too strong for humans." Arisov was backing away, staring at the third creature. It hadn't attacked. It was standing by the water tank, vibrating. "Don't shoot it," Arisov said. "Look, it is vibrating. It is a beacon." The creature's chest was glowing with a faint violet light. The static noise was getting louder. It was calling for help. "Kill it!" I ordered. Volkov raised his rifle. But before he could fire, the shadows on the wall moved. The burned silhouettes. They peeled themselves off the concrete. They stepped out of the wall, becoming three-dimensional forms of darkness, shadow people, pure void in the shape of men. They outnumbered us 10-1. "Run!" I yelled. "To the stairwell!" We sprinted back the way we came. The shadows chased us. They didn't run. They glided. They passed through pipes and machinery as if they weren't there. One of them reached out and brushed against my shoulder. It felt like liquid nitrogen. The cold burned through my suit. I stumbled but kept running. We reached the emergency stairwell door. Volkov slammed it shut and spun the locking wheel. Bam! 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 They were pounding on the door from the other side. The metal began to dent. "Block it!" Volkov shouted. We dragged a heavy metal shelf in front of the door, then a crate of spare parts. We stood there, panting, listening to the inhuman screeching on the other side. "They know we are here," Arisov said, sliding down the wall to the floor. "The whole station knows. We are bacteria in a sick body, and the white blood cells are coming." "We aren't bacteria," I said, reloading my weapon. "We are the virus, and we are going to kill the host. We have to keep going up," Volkov said. "Level 9 is compromised." I looked at the stairs leading up, dark, silent. But above us, somewhere around level 5, lay the biolabs. If level 9 was bad, I didn't want to think about what was waiting for us in the labs. "Let's move," I said, before the shadows figure out how to walk through doors. We climbed for what felt like days. My hands were raw, bleeding inside my gloves. The air in the stairwell was getting thinner, but the smell was getting worse. We reached the blast door for level 5. The sign on the door read, Sector 5, Biological Analysis and Containment. The door was warm to the touch. It was pulsing, like a feverish forehead. "We have to go through," Volkov rasped. "The service ladders on this level are collapsed. We need to cross the main lab to reach the upper elevators." I didn't like it. The window on the door was covered in a thick red condensation. We couldn't see inside. Volkov spun the wheel. It was stuck. He grunted, putting his massive shoulder against the metal. With a screech of rusted hinges and tearing rubber, the door popped open. A rush of hot, wet air hit us. It smelled like a slaughterhouse mixed with a greenhouse, the smell of copper, fertilizer, and rotting meat. We stepped inside. "God in heaven," Arisov whispered. It wasn't a lab anymore. It was a jungle, but the plants weren't green. They were red, purple, and black. And they weren't made of cellulose. They were made of flesh. Vines that looked like giant intestines draped from the ceiling, dripping a clear, viscous fluid. The floor was covered in a carpet of moss that looked like scabbed skin, and growing out of the metal desks were bulbous, pulsating sacs that looked like tumors. "Don't touch anything," I ordered, my voice trembling. We moved slowly through the overgrowth. The floor felt spongy beneath our boots. Squelch, squelch. "Look at the specimens." Arisov pointed to a row of smashed glass tanks. The tanks were labeled Depth 8000 m, Flora. The things inside had shattered the glass and grown out. They were fern-like structures, but instead of leaves, they had tiny, human fingers. They were swaying in the stagnant air, grasping at nothing. "This isn't evolution," Arisov said. wiping sweat from his face. "This is cancer. The Earth has a cancer, and we are walking in the tumor." We reached the center of the lab, a massive atrium where the main experiments were held. In the middle of the room, growing out of a reinforced containment pit, was a tree, but it was a tree of bone. The trunk was made of fused rib cages and spines, twisting upwards in a white spiral. The branches were long, skeletal arms ending in clawed hands, and hanging from the branches like fruit were heads, human heads. Some were skulls, some still had flesh. Their eyes were closed. They looked like they were sleeping. "Are those the missing scientists?" Volkov asked, his rifle shaking in his hands. "Part of them," I said. "The biomass uses everything. Nothing is wasted." Suddenly, one of the heads on the tree opened its eyes. It looked directly at me. Its eyes were milky white. Then, it opened its mouth. "Help!" it wheezed. It wasn't a scream. It was a gurgle of air passing through a dry throat. "Help! Us!" Then another head woke up, and another. Soon, the whole tree was murmuring, a chorus of the damned. "Kill us! Burn us! Help us!" "Ignore them!" I shouted. "It's a trap! Keep moving!" As we ran past the bone tree, the floor erupted. Tentacles made of muscle and wire lashed out from the moss. One of them wrapped around Volkov's ankle. He roared and fell face first into the fleshy carpet. The tentacle began to drag him towards the pit, towards the tree. "Volkov!" I grabbed his arm. Arisov grabbed his vest. We pulled. The tentacle was strong. It was pulling with the strength of hydraulic machinery. "Shoot it!" Volkov screamed. "Shoot the root!" I pulled my sidearm and fired 3 shots into the thick, meaty vine. Bang, bang, bang! It sprayed black blood and thrashed wildly, releasing Volkov. "Get up! Move!" The whole room was waking up now. The intestine vines were descending from the ceiling like snakes. The tumor sacs on the desks were bursting open, releasing swarms of insect-like creatures made of teeth and bone. We sprinted for the exit. I could hear the gnashing of teeth behind me, the sound of wet flesh slapping against metal. We reached the airlock on the far side. Volkov threw himself against the door, jamming the lock shut just as a massive, fleshy limb slammed against the glass. We fell to the floor of the corridor, gasping for air. Safe, for now. But as I looked at Arisov, I realized the horror wasn't over. He was clutching his chest. He was coughing, and with every cough, he was spitting up something black. We were in the decontamination chamber between level 5 and level 4. The air here was sterile, white, and cold. It felt like a hospital waiting room. Arisov was sitting on the bench, leaning against the lockers. He looked terrible. His skin was gray. His eyes were sunken, and black veins were spiderwebbing up his neck. "Doctor?" I asked, kneeling beside him. "Show me." Arisov shook his head weakly. "It doesn't matter, Major. Show me." He slowly unzipped his hazmat suit. He pulled up his shirt. Volkov turned away. On Arisov's side, just above his hip, was a wound. It wasn't a bite. It looked like a patch of gray fungus. It was growing, pulsating, and in the center of the wound, something was moving under his skin. "When?" I asked. "Level 9, Arisov whispered. When the shadow touched me, the cold. It wasn't just cold, it was spores. Why didn't you say anything?" "Because you would have left me," he smiled sadly. "And I needed to see the data. I needed to know." "Know what?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out the tape reel, the recording from the deep. "It's not a monster, Yuri," he said, using my first name for the first time. "It's a nervous system, the planet. It thinks, it dreams, and we woke it up." He coughed again, a violent, wet cough. He spit a clump of black matter onto the white floor. The clump moved. It tried to crawl away. I stomped on it with my boot. "I can hear them," Arisov said, tapping his head. "The hive. They are calling me back. They say, 'It is warm down there. No pain. Only unity.'" He looked at his hand. His fingernails were falling off. The tips of his fingers were turning into stone. "You have to go," he said. "Level 4 is the armory. You can get to the surface from there." "We are taking you with us," Volkov said, his voice thick with emotion. "We leave no one behind." "No," Arisov said firmly. "I am already gone, Sergeant. If I go to the surface, I become a carrier. I will bring the spore to the world. Is that what you want? A global pandemic of stone and flesh?" He stood up, struggling. He walked over to the decontamination console. "I am locking the door from this side," he said. "I will override the safety protocols. I will flood this chamber with incendiary gas." "Arisov, don't!" I stepped forward. "Stay back," he shouted. He pulled a grenade from Volkov's belt, which was lying on the bench. He held the grenade tight. His hand was almost completely calcified now. "Take the tape, Major," he said, tossing me the reel. "Tell the world. Tell them to never dig again. Tell them to leave the sleeping dogs lie." He punched the code into the console. The alarm started to blare. "Warning, incineration sequence initiated." "Go!" he screamed. I looked at him one last time. He wasn't the scared scientist anymore. He was a soldier fighting his last battle. "Goodbye, Doctor," I said. Volkov and I ran into the airlock leading to level 4. The heavy door hissed shut behind us. Through the thick glass, I watched Arisov. He sat back down on the bench. He looked at the grenade in his hand, he looked at the door, he smiled at us. And then, the vents opened. Fire filled the room. We turned away as the blast shook the walls. Arisov was gone. The infection was burned away. Now it was just me and Volkov, 2 men against an army of the dead, and we were running out of ammo. We stepped into level 4, the armory. I hoped to find weapons. Instead, we found the soldiers, hundreds of them. The original security force of the station. They weren't dead. They were standing in formation, statues of gray stone, holding rusted rifles, waiting for a command. And as we entered the room, hundreds of stone heads turned to look at us. And the command came. "Purge!" the voice in my head said. The statues raised their rifles. The armory was a tomb, but the dead were not sleeping. The army of stone soldiers stood before us, hundreds of them. Their uniforms were tattered rags, gray with dust. Their skin was cracked slate, but their eyes, or where their eyes used to be, glowed with a faint, violet light. The hive mind was piloting them. "Intruders!" The collective voice resonated in the room. It didn't come from their throats. It came from the vibration of their stone bodies rubbing together. Volkov stepped in front of me. He was a mountain of a man, but against this tide, he looked small. "Major," Volkov said, checking the magazine of his PKM machine gun. "Go to the surface. Rig the explosives. Blow the shaft." "We fight together, Sergeant," I said, raising my AK-47. "No," Volkov shook his head. "Look at the numbers. You cannot fight this. I will buy you time. I will be the wall." Before I could argue, the stone army charged. They didn't run like men. They moved like a landslide. Heavy, unstoppable. The sound of hundreds of stone boots hitting the metal floor was deafening. Thud, thud, thud. Volkov opened fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat! The heavy machine gun roared. The rounds hit the front line of the statues. Stone shattered. Limbs flew off. Heads exploded into dust. But they didn't stop. They climbed over the fallen bodies of their comrades, relentless, emotionless. I fired my rifle, aiming for their legs. If I could break their structure, I could slow them down. Crack, crack, crack. One of the statues lunged at me. I dodged, but its stone fist grazed my shoulder. It felt like being hit by a sledgehammer. My arm went numb. I fell back against a weapons crate. The creature raised its fist to crush my skull. Suddenly, Volkov was there. He tackled the stone soldier, slamming it against the wall. He smashed its head with the butt of his machine gun until it stopped moving. "Go!" Volkov screamed. He turned back to the horde. "I said go!" He kicked a table over for cover and mounted his machine gun. He wasn't firing to kill anymore. He was firing to make noise, to draw them all to him. "Come on!" Volkov roared at the monsters. "Come and get some!" I looked at him one last time. He was smiling, the smile of a warrior who finally found a worthy death. I ran. I sprinted towards the emergency exit at the back of the armory. Behind me, the sound of gunfire was constant, but slowly, it began to fade. I heard Volkov scream, not in pain, in defiance. Then, a massive explosion. He had detonated his grenade belt. The shockwave knocked me off my feet. Dust filled the corridor. When the dust settled, the gunfire had stopped. Volkov was gone. I was alone. I stumbled up the stairs to level 1, the surface level. My legs were burning. My lungs were raw. I was bleeding from my ears. I reached the main hangar. The silence here was terrifying after the noise of the battle below. The facility was waking up. The walls were vibrating. The violet fungus I had seen in the deep was now growing here, in the hangar. It was spreading fast, covering the equipment, the trucks, the doors. I ran to the main support beams of the drilling tower. I had to finish the mission. I took the C4 charges from my pack. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped the detonator twice. "Focus, Yuri," I whispered to myself. "Do it for Volkov. Do it for Arisov." I planted the charges on the 4 main pillars of the tower. I set the timer. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to run. 3 minutes to escape the radius of the collapse. I hit the arming switch. The red light on the detonator beeped. Beep, beep, beep. I turned to the main exit doors. The wind was howling outside. Freedom. But then the floor of the hangar cracked open, right in front of the exit. A fissure appeared in the concrete. Steam hissed out. And from the crack, a hand emerged. A giant, grey hand. The hive hadn't just sent soldiers. It had sent a guardian. A massive, amorphous shape pulled itself out of the concrete. It looked like a man, but it was 10 feet tall, made of fused bodies and rebar and stone. It had no face, just a vertical slit where a mouth should be. It stood between me and the door. It let out a sound like grinding metal. "Stay," it rumbled. "Become." I had no bullets left. I had no grenades. I only had the detonator remote in my hand. I looked at the timer. 2 minutes. I looked at the monster. "I'm not staying," I said. I didn't run away from it. I ran towards it. The creature seemed confused. It raised a massive arm to smash me. I slid on the icy floor, going right between its legs. I was faster than it. I was smaller. I scrambled up onto a stack of crates near the window. The monster turned, roaring. I didn't hesitate. I threw my heavy backpack at the window. The glass shattered. I jumped. I fell 10 feet into the snow. The cold hit me like a knife. I scrambled up and ran. I ran into the white, blinding storm. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. Behind me, the timer hit 0. Boom! The explosion wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow. The ground jumped beneath my feet. I turned around, shielding my eyes from the snow. The massive drilling tower of Site SG-3, the needle, groaned. The charges had blown the support legs. The metal screeched, twisting under its own weight. Slowly, majestically, the tower began to fall. It collapsed inward, crashing down directly onto the main hangar. The concrete foundation shattered, and then the ground gave way. The borehole, the wound we had made in the earth, swallowed the facility. The lab, the armory, the dorms, everything collapsed into the pit. The tower fell into the hole, plunging down like a spear thrown by a god. A cloud of dust and snow rose up hundreds of meters high. I lay in the snow, watching the destruction. It was over. We had buried it. We had closed the door. Or so I thought. I saw lights in the sky, the extraction helicopter. It was late, but it was here. The pilot spotted my flare. He descended, the rotor wash blowing the toxic dust away. I limped towards the chopper. A soldier pulled me inside. "Where is the rest of the team?" the pilot shouted over the comms. "Gone," I said, collapsing onto the metal seat. "All gone. Did you secure the objective?" I patted my chest pocket. The tape reel was there. The proof. "Yes," I said. "Take us home." The helicopter lifted off. We rose above the storm. I looked down at the site one last time through the window. The facility was a crater, just a black scar in the white snow. But as we gained altitude, I saw it. The crater. It wasn't empty. In the center of the destruction, where the borehole used to be, there was a glow. A violet light, pulsing. And the snow around the crater, it wasn't white anymore. It was turning gray. The infection. It hadn't stopped. It was spreading. The spores were in the air. I put on my headset. I could hear the pilot talking to base. "Base, this is Eagle 1. Package secured. Returning to base." But there was interference on the radio. Static. Hiss. Crackle. And then I heard it again. The voice. It wasn't coming from the ground. It was coming from the radio. It was coming from the sky. "We are awake," the voice whispered. "We are everywhere." I looked at the pilot. He didn't seem to hear it. He was just flying. But then I saw his hand on the cyclic stick. His glove. The fingertips were turning gray. I looked at my own hands. Under my fingernails, black veins were starting to form. Arisov was right. You cannot kill a planet. You cannot close a door that opens from the inside. We didn't escape. We just brought the seed to the surface. I closed my eyes. The vibration of the helicopter felt like the drill. Thump, thump, thump. I am Major Yuri Vaganov, and I am bringing hell home with me. The official Soviet records state that the Kola Super Deep borehole was abandoned due to higher than expected temperatures and lack of funding. Major Vaganov and his team were officially listed as missing in action during a training exercise in the Urals. The tape you just heard, the recording of the screams, was never released to the public. It was buried in a KGB archive for 30 years, until now. But here is the question that keeps me up at night. If Vaganov survived, if he brought the tape back, what else did he bring back? Look at the world around you. Look at the sinkholes opening up in Siberia. Look at the strange humming sounds reported in cities all over the world. Look at how the stone statues in museums seem to be watching you. Maybe the infection didn't spread instantly. Maybe it's slow. Maybe it takes decades. Maybe we are all slowly turning to stone, and we just haven't realized it yet. Check your skin. Is it a little drier than usual? Are your joints a little stiffer? Do you hear a ringing in your ears when it's quiet? That's not tinnitus. That's the drill. And it's still running. This is Captain Nightwhisper. If you enjoyed this descent into madness, break the silence and hit the like button. To join the crew and uncover more classified files, hit subscribe. Until the next nightmare, keep digging. Or maybe, don't. They call Antarctica the quietest place on Earth. They tell you it's a continent of peace, of science, a pristine white canvas where nations put aside their differences to study the climate, the ice, the history of our planet. That is a lie. The silence down here isn't peaceful, it's heavy. It presses against your eardrums like the crushing depth of the ocean. It's a silence that is waiting, watching. My name is Miller. For 20 years, I worked private security for mining operations in places you don't want to visit. The Congo, Siberia, the Darien Gap. I thought I had seen the worst nature could throw at a man. But I was wrong. 2 years ago, I was contracted by a joint task force, Russian and American private interests, to oversee security at a black site research station known as Outpost 9. It sat directly above Lake Vostok, a subglacial body of water buried under 4 kilometers of ancient ice. We weren't there to study the climate. We were there to drill. The geological scans had picked up something anomalous near the bedrock, a pocket of liquid that shouldn't have been liquid. We went down to retrieve a sample. We thought we were drilling into history. Instead, we drilled into a prison cell. This is the recording of what happened during the final 72 hours of Outpost 9. If you are listening to this, the quarantine has failed, and you need to burn this tape. To understand what happened, you have to understand the isolation. Outpost 9 wasn't like McMurdo or Vostok Station. Those places are cities compared to where we were. We were 300 miles from the nearest human soul, perched on a plateau of ice that shifted and groaned under our feet like a sleeping giant. The temperature outside averaged 60 degrees below zero. At that temperature, machinery breaks, fuel turns to gel, and exposed skin dies in seconds. But inside the HAB module, it was always a humid, sweating 70 degrees, smelling of recycled air, instant coffee, and unwashed bodies. There were 12 of us, 6 scientists, 4 engineers, and 2 security personnel, myself and a kid named Sarah. Our job was simple: keep the peace, keep the scientists from killing each other, and ensure that whatever we pulled up didn't leave the room without authorization. The centerpiece of the station was the rig. It was a monstrosity of steel and hydraulics, drilled directly through the floor of the main hangar. For 3 weeks, that drill had been screaming, a never-ending high-pitched whine that vibrated through your boots, through the floor, and eventually into your teeth. You couldn't sleep without hearing it. You couldn't eat without feeling it. It became the heartbeat of the station. On the morning of the incident, I was in the command center, watching the monitors with Dr. Aris, the project lead. Aris was a man who looked like he hadn't slept in a decade. His eyes were sunken, rimmed with red, and he had a nervous tick of tapping his pen against his clipboard. "Depth," Aris barked into the intercom. The voice of Petrov, the chief engineer, crackled back. 3,980 meters. We are approaching the target zone, Doctor. The ice density is changing. It is getting softer. "Keep the pressure steady," Aris ordered, leaning closer to the screens. "Do not breach the pocket too fast. If we crack the seal violently, we lose the pressure differential." I looked at the telemetry data on the screen. The drill bit was nearly 4 kilometers down. Think about that. 4 kilometers of solid ice pressing down on a metal tube no wider than a dinner plate. The pressure readings were off the charts. It was enough to crush a submarine like a soda can. "Doctor," I said, stepping forward. "The sensors on the outer casing are spiking. Vibration is increasing. Maybe we should throttle back? If that bit snaps down there, we're done." Aris didn't even look at me. "We are not throttling back, Miller. We are 72 hours behind schedule. The window of opportunity is closing. The satellite scans show the anomaly is shifting. If we don't tag it now, we might miss it entirely." "Anomaly?" I asked. This was new. "I thought we were drilling for water samples, ancient bacteria." Aris finally turned to me. His smile was thin, devoid of humor. "You are here to shoot polar bears if they get lost, Miller. Leave the science to us. Just know that what is down there, it has been isolated from the rest of the biosphere for 15 million years. It is pure, untouched." I didn't like the way he said pure. Suddenly, the rig groaned. It was a sound I had never heard before, a deep metallic screech that sounded like the station itself was being torn in half. The lights in the command center flickered. The coffee cup on the console danced toward the edge. "Petrov, report!" Aris yelled. "We hit a cavity!" Petrov's voice was frantic, shouting over the roar of the machinery. "The drill dropped! 3 meters! Free fall! We are through the ice shelf! We are in the liquid!" "Stabilize!" Aris screamed, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and ecstasy. "Engage the locking clamps! Seal the borehole! Don't let the pressure blow back!" The floor beneath us bucked. I grabbed the railing to keep from falling. The screaming of the drill changed pitch, winding down from a high whine to a low, churning grind. Then, silence. The sudden lack of noise was deafening. My ears were ringing. For a moment, nobody moved. We just stared at the depth gauge. 4,002 meters. "Status?" Aris whispered. Petrov's voice came back, breathless. "We are stable. The seal is holding. The probe is in the water, or whatever liquid this is. Sensors are reading temperature, -3 degrees. Salinity is high. Oxygen content is 0. "Start the pump," Aris said. His hands were shaking. "Bring up the sample." I walked over to the reinforced glass window that looked down into the drilling bay. The engineers were moving around the rig like ants, checking valves and pressure lines. They looked terrified. "Miller," Aris said, his voice low. "I want full lockdown. No one enters or leaves the drilling bay without a hazmat suit. Level 4 protocols." "Doctor," I said, "Level 4 is for bioweapons. We're drilling for water." "Just do it," he snapped. I keyed my radio. "Sarah, lock down the bay doors. Initiate decontamination cycle. We're bringing something up." I watched as the massive hydraulic winch began to turn, pulling the miles of cable back up from the abyss. It would take hours to bring the sample container to the surface. Hours of waiting. Hours of listening to the wind howl outside, sounding more and more like voices screaming to be let in. I went down to the bay to oversee the security. The air down there felt different. It was colder, despite the heaters. There was a smell, faint, but distinct. It smelled like ozone and old copper, like a thunderstorm trapped in a bottle. As the winch groaned, pulling the final segment of the drill string into the chamber, I had a feeling in the pit of my stomach, a primal instinct that I had ignored for the paycheck. We shouldn't have opened that door. Some doors are locked for a reason, but curiosity is a disease, and we were all terminal. The sample was about to arrive, and God help us, we were ready to welcome it. The extraction process took 4 hours. 4 hours of watching the cable winch drum turn, layer by layer, pulling our prize from the crushing dark. The mood in the drilling bay was brittle. No one was joking. No one was talking about what they'd do with the bonus money. The engineers, Petrov, and a young guy named Jensen stood by the borehole with thermal blankets and containment drums, looking like priests waiting for a coffin. "Casing breach in 10 meters, Petrov announced, his voice tinny through the comms loop. "Prepare the airlock. Sarah, Miller, weapons tight. If the pressure seal blows, we're going to have a lot of flying debris." I gripped my MP5. It felt ridiculous holding a submachine gun against a hole in the ground. What was I going to shoot? The ice? But Aris had insisted on full security protocols. He was pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands together. He wasn't scared. He was hungry. He looked like an addict waiting for a fix. Clank. The winch stopped. The massive titanium cylinder, 3 meters long and covered in frost, hung suspended over the open borehole. Steam hissed from the joints where the warm air of the bay hit the super-cooled metal of the canister. "Seal the hole!" Aris shouted. "Secure the sample!" Petrov and Jensen moved in, engaging the magnetic clamps. They lowered the cylinder onto a heavy-duty trolley. It radiated cold. I could feel it from 10 feet away, a sharp, biting chill that cut right through my thermal fatigues. It wasn't just temperature. It felt like the air around the cylinder was dying. "To the lab, now," Aris ordered. We escorted the trolley through the decontamination corridors. The lights flickered as we passed. The station's generator was acting up again. Or maybe it was just the magnetic field of the core interfering with the electrical grid. Inside the biolab, the atmosphere was sterile white. It was a stark contrast to the grime of the drill bay. This was Aris's kingdom. We helped load the cylinder into the primary containment chamber, a sealed glass box with glove ports and robotic manipulator arms. "Initiating opening sequence," Aris said, his face pressed against the glass. The automated latches on the cylinder clicked open. Hiss, a plume of pressurized gas escaped. Nitrogen and argon used to preserve the sample. The metal casing split down the middle and fell away. I don't know what I expected. A tube of clear blue ice? Maybe some ancient sediment, brown and rocky? What lay on the tray was void. It was a cylinder of ice, yes, but it was black. Not dark gray, not muddy. It was absolute, Vantablack. It seemed to absorb the harsh fluorescent lights of the laboratory. It didn't reflect anything. It was like looking into a hole in the fabric of reality, and it wasn't solid. "Look at the structure," Dr. Sobek, the team's biologist, whispered. She sounded horrified. It's fractal." I stepped closer, keeping my hand on my weapon. Inside the black ice, there were veins, thin, spiderweb fractures of a lighter, violet hue that seemed to pulse very faintly. It looked like a nervous system frozen in time. "It's beautiful," Aris murmured. "It's wrong," I said. "Ice doesn't look like that, Doctor. That's not water." "It is water," Aris corrected, checking the spectrometer readings on his tablet. "H2O, but the molecular bond, it's hexagonal, but twisted. The hydrogen atoms are aligned in a way I've never seen. It's hyperdense." "Is it safe?" Sarah asked from the door. She looked pale. "It's dead, Sarah," Aris scoffed. "It's been at 300 atmospheres of pressure and minus 20 degrees for 15 million years. Nothing survives that." He reached into the glove ports. His hands, encased in thick rubber, hovered over the black core. He grabbed a scalpel tool. "Taking the first sample for microscopy," he announced. He touched the black ice. At the moment of contact, a sound resonated through the room, a low-frequency thrum that we felt in our chests more than we heard. The lights in the lab surged, brighter, then dimmer. "Did you feel that?" I asked, stepping back. "Static discharge." Aris dismissed it, scraping a flake of the black substance onto a slide. "Just static." But I saw it, just for a microsecond. Where the scalpel had touched the core, the black veins didn't just break. They recoiled. They pulled back like a living thing avoiding a needle. "Aris," I said, my voice warning. "Don't touch it again." We spent the next 6 hours in that lab. I instituted a rotation for security. Sarah took the door. I watched the scientists. I didn't trust Aris, and I certainly didn't trust that black rock on the table. They raised the temperature in the containment chamber slowly. -10 degrees, -5, 0. Normal ice would be melting by now. It would be a puddle of water. But the Vostok core didn't melt. It sweated. Thick, viscous droplets of black sludge began to bead on the surface of the cylinder. They didn't run down the sides. They pooled together, merging, coagulating. Dr. Sobek was glued to the electron microscope. "Aris, look at this," she called out. Her voice was trembling. "The cellular structure, it's waking up." "Bacteria?" Aris asked, looking over her shoulder. "No," Sobek said. "It's not bacteria. It's not a virus. It doesn't have a cell wall. It's mimetic." "English, doctor," I interrupted from the corner. Sobek turned to me. She looked terrified. "It doesn't have its own DNA, Miller. It's a blank slate. Whatever it touches, it becomes. It copies the molecular structure of its environment. Right now, it's copying the silica of the glass slide." "So it's a chameleon," I said. "No," she shook her head. "A chameleon changes color to hide. This changes structure to consume." Suddenly, a loud crack came from the containment unit. We all spun around. The black cylinder had split open. The heat had finally done its work. The core had collapsed into a pile of that black, oily sludge. It sat in the glass box, a shimmering puddle of darkness, but it wasn't sitting still. "Is the ventilation on?" Jensen asked. "The liquid is moving." He was right. The puddle was rippling, but there was no fan in the box. The air was still. The sludge was moving against gravity. It was slowly, inch by inch, climbing the glass walls of the containment unit. It was seeking the heat source, the internal lights of the box. "Kill the power to the box!" I yelled. "Freeze it down!" "No!" Aris shouted, blocking the control panel. "Look at it! It's reacting to thermal stimuli. It's intelligent behavior." "It's trying to get out, you idiot!" I shoved Aris aside and slammed my hand on the emergency cooling override. The liquid nitrogen jets hissed, blasting the chamber with freezing mist. The black sludge instantly slowed. It stopped climbing. It hardened, turning back into a brittle, glossy shell on the side of the glass. The room was silent, save for Aris's heavy breathing. "You ruined the experiment," Aris spat at me. "I saved your life," I retorted. "That thing was looking for a way out." "It's just chemical reactions," Aris insisted, though he looked less sure now. "Heat causes expansion." "It wasn't expanding, Doctor," Sarah said from the doorway. Her weapon was raised, pointing at the glass box. "It was hunting." I walked up to the glass. The black frost covered the inside, obscuring the view, but I could see a shape in the center. It had reformed. It wasn't a cylinder anymore. It had taken a shape that looked disturbingly like a human hand, pressing against the glass from the inside. And then the intercom buzzed. It was Petrov, down in the engineering deck. "Command, this is engineering," Petrov said. His voice was odd, flat, monotone. "We have a problem with the secondary heater. I need assistance." "Copy, Petrov," I replied. "What kind of problem?" "There is leakage," Petrov said. "Black water. It came from the pipes. It is warm." My blood ran cold. The sample in the lab was contained, but the drill string was still connected to the void below. "Miller," Sobek whispered, looking at the microscope screen again. "The sample I took, it's gone." "What do you mean gone?" "The slide is empty," she said. It absorbed the glass. It ate the slide. I looked at her gloved hands. There was a tiny, microscopic tear in the rubber of her left index finger. A small, black smudge, no bigger than a pinhead, was on her skin. She followed my gaze. She saw the black spot. She didn't scream. She just looked at me, and her eyes began to fill with black tears. "Miller," she whispered. "It's loud. It's so loud in my head." "Miller," Dr. Sobek said again. But this time, her voice didn't tremble. It didn't sound like a terrified woman anymore. It sounded layered, like two people speaking at the exact same time, slightly out of sync. The black spot on her finger wasn't a spot anymore. It was a vine. I watched in horror as a thick black vein shot up her wrist, disappearing under the sleeve of her lab coat. Her skin paled instantly, turning the color of gray ash. "Step away from her!" I shouted, leveling my MP5 at her chest. "Aris, get back!" "Don't shoot!" Aris screamed, throwing himself in front of her. "She's in shock. It's a chemical reaction." "It's not chemical, you fool!" I yelled. "Look at her eyes!" Sobek looked up. The whites of her eyes were gone. They were entirely black, Vantablack, like the core. But she wasn't screaming. She wasn't fighting it. She was smiling. A calm, serene smile that didn't reach those dead eyes. "We are awake," she said. Not I. We. Then, her body glitched. There is no other way to describe it. Her shoulder joint popped with a wet crack and rotated backward, an angle impossible for a human. Her jaw unhinged, dropping 3 inches too low. "Help me!" The voice changed. It was Petrov's voice coming out of Sobek's mouth. Then it shifted again. It was my voice. "Miller, don't shoot! Help me!" It was cycling through the sounds it had heard, testing them like a radio tuner finding a frequency. "Move, Aris!" I kicked the scientist aside and squeezed the trigger. Pop, pop, pop. 3 rounds to the chest. Sobek didn't fall. The impact pushed her back against the lab counter, shattering beakers. Blood didn't spray. Instead, a thick black tar oozed from the bullet holes. The substance moved, knitting the flesh back together instantly. The bullets were pushed out of her body, clattering onto the floor like discarded coins. It lunged. It wasn't a run, it was a fluid motion, like water flowing uphill. She cleared the distance between us in a blur. I felt a hand, cold as ice and hard as iron, grip my throat. I was lifted off my feet. I looked into her face. The skin was rippling, reshaping itself. For a second, I saw my own face looking back at me from her skull. "Inefficient form," the thing whispered with Sobek's mouth. "Too fragile." Blam! A shotgun blast roared from the doorway. Sarah. The shot took Sobek's arm off at the elbow. The grip on my throat broke, and I fell to the floor, gasping for air. The severed arm on the floor didn't die. It started crawling towards the main body. "Out! Move! Now!" Sarah screamed, pumping another shell into the chamber. I grabbed Aris by the collar of his coat and dragged him towards the door. Sobek, or the thing wearing her skin, was shrieking now. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of grinding metal, the sound of the drill, the sound of the wind. We slammed the heavy blast door of the biolab shut and spun the locking wheel. Thud, thud, thud. Something massive slammed against the steel from the inside. The metal buckled slightly. "Seal it!" I wheezed, my throat burning. "Override the lock!" Sarah smashed the keypad with the butt of her shotgun. Sparks flew. The door was dead. We stood in the corridor, panting. The red emergency lights were strobing now. The alarm was deafening. "What was that?" Aris whispered, sliding down the wall. He was shaking violently. That wasn't biology. "It's a mimic," Sarah said, her eyes wide. "It learns, it repairs, and it's fast." "Petrov," I said, remembering the call. "Petrov is down in engineering. If that thing is in the pipes, he's already gone." As if on cue, the intercom crackled. "Command, this is Petrov," the voice said. It was calm, too calm. "Why are the alarms on? Is there a fire? Please, open the blast doors. It is cold down here." I looked at Sarah. She shook her head slowly. Petrov, I said into my radio, staring at the locked door of the lab where the banging had stopped. What is your wife's name? Silence. Then a low, wet chuckle came over the speaker. We do not have a wife, the voice said, but we have her memories. She tasted sweet. The radio cut to static. We retreated to the command center. It was the only room with independent life support and reinforced bulkheads. There were only 4 of us left: me, Sarah, Aris, and Jensen, the young engineer who had been lucky enough to be in the mess hall when hell broke loose. Jensen was crying. He was curled up under a console, clutching a wrench. We have to call for evac, Aris said, frantically typing on the comm station. We need a bird in the air now. Stop. I grabbed his hand. Think, Doctor. If we call a helicopter and one of those things gets on board, we bring this to the mainland. We bring this to civilization. I don't care, Aris screamed. I want to live. Sit down. I shoved him into a chair. Nobody leaves until we know who is who. The station groaned. The wind outside had picked up to hurricane force, a whiteout storm. Even if we wanted to leave, nothing could fly in this weather. We were trapped in a tin can with a monster that could look like a friend. The ventilation, Sarah whispered, looking up at the grate in the ceiling. The lab, it's connected to the main vents. I shone my flashlight up into the duct. Nothing but darkness and dust. It can liquefy, I said. We saw it. It can turn into slime and move through the pipes. We need to cut the heat, I realized. The cold slows it down. In the lab, the nitrogen stopped it. It feeds on thermal energy. If we cut the heat, Jensen stammered, we'll freeze to death in 3 hours. Better than being eaten, Sarah muttered. Suddenly, the lights in the command center died. We were plunged into total darkness. Backup power, I yelled. Get the emergency generator. But the generator didn't kick in. In the dark, I heard breathing. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Sarah's. It was a wet, rattling breath, coming from the corner of the room where the ventilation shaft was. Drip, drip, drip. Something viscous was dripping onto the floor. Flashlights, I ordered. 3 beams of light cut through the dark. We swept the room. There, hanging from the ceiling vent like a spider, was a mass of black slime. It was dripping down, forming a shape on the floor. It rose up. It took a form. It looked like me. It was wearing my face. It was wearing my uniform. It was even holding a shape that looked like my gun. Miller? Jensen asked, looking from me to the thing. He was confused. The panic had broken his mind. Which one is you? The thing smiled. My smile. I am Miller, it said, and it sounded exactly like me. Perfect pitch. Perfect cadence. No, I said, raising my weapon. You're just a recording. We are the future, the thing said. You are just meat. Warm meat. It stepped forward. I saw its skin ripple. Underneath the camouflage of my face, thousands of black tendrils were writhing. Jensen, get back! Sarah yelled. But Jensen didn't move. He walked towards the thing. Miller, you're going to get us out, right? Yes, the thing said, opening its arms. Come here, Jensen. It is warm inside. Don't! I screamed. But it was too late. Jensen touched the thing's hand. Instantly, the mimicry dropped. The Miller shape exploded into a mess of black spikes. They impaled Jensen through the chest, the neck, the eyes. He didn't even have time to scream. The black mass engulfed him, pulling him into itself, adding his biomass to its own. Fire! I roared. We opened up. In the confined space, the noise was deafening, but we weren't fighting a man. We were fighting a shape-shifting cancer that occupied the whole room. The door! To the generator room! Aris yelled, unlocking the rear bulkhead. We scrambled through, leaving Jensen to be digested by the darkness. We slammed the door and welded it shut with a thermal cutter. We were safe for the moment, but we were in the unheated section of the station. The temperature here was already dropping past 0. I looked at Sarah. I looked at Aris. Check your skin, I said, panting, my breath forming clouds in the freezing air. Check for cuts. Check for black spots. Because I knew the truth now. It didn't just kill you, it replaced you. And the worst part, I wasn't 100% sure that I hadn't been touched in the chaos. We were huddled in the maintenance bay. The temperature inside had dropped to -40. My eyelashes were freezing together every time I blinked. Aris was in the corner, wrapped in 3 thermal blankets, rocking back and forth. He was muttering equations. He was trying to calculate a way out, but there was no math that could solve this. We can reroute the coolant, Aris stammered, his lips blue. If we flush the system, maybe we can get enough heat to the comms array. No, I said. My voice sounded distant, even to myself. Hypothermia was setting in, the warm, fuzzy stage where you just want to sleep. If we turn the heat on, it wakes up. Sarah was sitting next to the heavy blast door. She had her shotgun across her lap, but her fingers were too frozen to pull the trigger. "It's quiet," she whispered. She was right. The banging on the other side of the door had stopped. The scratching noises in the vents had ceased. The cold was doing its job. It was putting the monster back to sleep. "We have to finish it," I said, forcing myself to stand up. My legs felt like blocks of wood. "We have to kill the generator, completely. Make this station a tomb." "You're crazy!" Aris tried to stand up, stumbling. "You're killing us! I have a family! I have a Nobel Prize waiting for me! You have a parasite waiting for you!" I yelled, shoving him back. "Look at the door, Aris! Look!" Under the crack of the blast door, a thin tendril of black slime had seeped through before freezing solid. It looked like a black icicle. It had stopped inches from our boots. "If that thing gets out," I said, pointing at the frozen sludge, "if a rescue team finds a warm station with that thing inside, it reaches the ocean. It reaches the biomass of the planet. It mimics everything. The fish, the birds, the people. Game over." I limped over to the main breaker panel. It was labeled Total System Shutdown. "Don't," Aris pleaded, tears freezing on his cheeks. "Please, I don't want to die in the dark." "We're not dying in the dark, Doc," Sarah said softly. She clicked on a chemical flare. It hissed, casting a stark red light over the frozen room. "We're just going to sleep." I looked at Sarah. She nodded. I grabbed the lever. It was cold enough to burn my skin. "For the record," I said to the tape recorder in my pocket, "my name is Jack Miller, Security Chief. Outpost 9 remains under quarantine, indefinitely." I pulled the lever. Clunk. The last hum of the generator died. The emergency lights faded. The only light left was Sarah's red flare. The silence returned. The absolute crushing silence of Antarctica. We sat down together against the far wall. Aris was weeping softly until the cold took his energy. Sarah leaned her head on my shoulder. "Miller?" she whispered. "Yeah? Do you think it hurts? Freezing?" "No," I lied. "It's like falling asleep in the snow. It's peaceful." We sat there as the frost began to creep up our legs. I watched the red flare sputtering on the floor. The shadows danced. For a second, I thought I saw the black icicle under the door move. Just a twitch. But it was too cold now, even for that. My eyes felt heavy. The cold wasn't biting anymore. It felt like a heavy blanket. "Good night, Sarah," I whispered. She didn't answer. I closed my eyes, and I listened to the wind. Location, Outpost 9, Antarctica. Time, 6 months after the incident. Unit, Recovery Team. Delta. Command, this is Delta Lead. We have breached the facility, entering the maintenance sector. The lights of our tactical flashlights cut through the gloom. The station is a freezer. The walls are covered in 2 inches of ice. We found them in the generator room, 3 bodies, frozen solid. Identities confirmed, my second in command says, checking the tags. Dr. Aris, Security Officer Sarah Vance, and Chief Miller. They look peaceful, like statues carved out of ice. Miller is holding a tape recorder in his frozen hand. "Bag them," I order. "Carefully, don't break anything." "Sir," a Marine calls out from the blast door. "You need to see this." I walk over to the door they welded shut. Underneath the crack, there is a black stain. It looks like oil, but as I shine my light on it, the light doesn't reflect. It gets absorbed. "What is that?" the Marine asks. I look closer. The black stain is frozen, but deep inside it, trapped in the ice, I can see shapes, tiny microscopic veins. "Radiation check?" I ask. "Normal, sir, but thermal scans are weird. That spot, it's slightly warmer than the surrounding ice, like 0.1 degrees warmer. It's generating its own heat. It's trying to thaw itself out, even after 6 months at minus 60 degrees. "Back away," I order, unholstering my flare gun. "Do not touch the black ice." I take Miller's tape recorder. I press play. The battery is dead, but we'll recover the data. I look around the station. This wasn't a research facility. It was a containment breach. And these 3 people, they didn't die from an accident. They executed themselves to keep the lid on the jar. "Command," I say into my radio. "Mark this site as a biohazard level 5. Do not recover the bodies. Do not recover the samples." Repeat, Delta lead. I said, "Bury it," I whisper, looking at the black vein pulsing faintly in the ice. "Bury it under concrete, and pray the ice caps don't melt. Because if this ice goes, we all go. This is Captain Nightwhisper. The Vostok Void is not empty, it is full, and it is waiting for the world to get just a little bit warmer. Sleep well, and keep your windows closed." They call it black gold. Wars are fought over it. Economies are built on it. We tear the earth apart to get it. But have you ever thought about what oil actually is? It's death. It's the compressed remains of millions of years of life. Ancient forests, dinosaurs, oceans of plankton, all crushed, cooked, and liquefied by time. When you fill your car, you are burning ghosts. My name is Thomas Harris. I was the safety officer on Rig 42, an offshore drilling platform in the middle of the North Sea. We were stationed 100 miles from the nearest coast, floating on top of a dark, freezing abyss. Our job was simple: drill deeper than anyone else. The company geologists said there was a super reservoir down there, a pocket of oil so pure it would change the market forever. They were right about the pocket, but they were wrong about what was inside. It wasn't oil, it wasn't fuel, it was something older, something that had been sleeping in the crushing dark for eons. And we woke it up. Location, Rig 42, North Sea. Depth, 5,000 meters below sea level. Time, 02 idame. Life on a rig is loud. It never stops. The platform shakes constantly, vibrating with the power of the massive diesel generators. You feel it in your teeth. You feel it in your bones. I was in the control room, drinking my 5th cup of coffee, watching the monitors. Outside, a storm was brewing. The waves were already 30 feet high, smashing against the steel legs of the platform like sledgehammers. "Status report," I said into the radio. "Drill is steady, Tom," replied Miller, the drill supervisor. His voice sounded crackly over the comms. "We are at 18,000 feet, just hitting the cap rock now. Pressure is rising, but within limits." "Keep an eye on the torque," I warned. "The sensors are showing some weird vibrations, like the rock is rubbery." "Rubbery?" Miller laughed. "It's granite, Tom. It's hard as hell." I watched the needle on the pressure gauge. It was twitching, not the smooth rise you expect when drilling through rock. It was jumping, spiking, thump, thump, thump. A vibration ran through the floor of the control room. It was different from the engines. It was rhythmic, like a heartbeat. "Did you feel that?" I asked. "Feel what?" Miller said. "Probably just the storm hitting the stabilizers." "No." I stood up, walking to the window that overlooked the drill floor. The rain was lashing against the glass. It came from below. Suddenly, the alarms on the console screamed. Beep, beep, beep. "Pressure spike,"